Yeah. Party people, let me see you now. Throw your hands up, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over. Now you stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the yeah. Party people, let me see you now. Throw your hands up. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. We got the good rhymes, we're making the good times. We're taking over your mind and we're getting the good vibes. Now you're telling me don't stop the melody. Good times ahead of me, yeah. Good rhymes.
Hello. Okay, now we have, hold on. Now we have that. Now there's an echo. Cool. Love that for us. Hello. God bless it. Oh my God, I'm going to kill everybody. Okay. Hello. There's no echo. Now can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me right now. Okay. Listen. I just want to come down here, turn my stuff on, and have it work. Is it too much to ask for? Let's start again, shall we? Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, 7/20/26. I was just looking at my calendar, and there's nothing on the docket. I need a big desk calendar so I can see what's going on. But this week, what do we have? We have nothing. Next week is the big one. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. There's a meeting with the judge of Lowe discussing some things on the 22nd. She needs to be back in court on the 22nd. That's all I know. Okay, listen. This came up on my news feed for I use OBS. I don't use StreamYard. I use OBS. I don't know what's happening. I don't know, but I might just go to StreamYard because this is anyways. Okay, let's start again. Everybody, collective breath. Okay. If you are not subscribed, please consider doing so. If you can, please like the stream, give it a thumbs up, hype it if you can. Okay, look it. Today, I found this video, and it's an opportunity. I always want to see, because I read everything that Laura does, so I always want an opportunity to see her talk and to see them talk in real time. Now, one thing that I noticed from this video that we're going to watch in the beginning of today, also, you guys have me all day because my kid is at camp. One thing that I noticed is this was July 2019, which tells me that we are after Mike, but before Greg. However, at this point, she would have had 3 victims under her belt. She has Mike, she has the guy Andrew, and then she has victim 0, the man who does not want to be named. So, with that being said, let me tell you guys a little bit about my weekend, and then we'll just go on because I like to do a little house cleaning in the beginning, you know? So, my husband decided he was going to take us out for dinner on because my husband, a lot of times people tip their garbage man in like gift cards and stuff. So he decided he was going to take us all out for dinner. We went down to the Red Lobster, you know, so that was fun. My kids Raina got to touch a lobster because the guy pulled it out and its tail started slapping, and my son was like, ah! Anyways, so then I dropped my by the way, what is your daughter doing this summer? So she is also in summer camp. She is in summer camp with both of my sisters. Both of my sisters work at the same summer camp. So my daughter is there with them. I dropped my son off for summer camp today. When I got done dropping him off, I sobbed in my car, as I do every time I drop him off to do something new. It's a very emotional thing, right? Like I am so excited because he's going to go live his life. He's going to have so much fun. He's going to do the funnest things, right? And I have to let him live. But also, in order to be able to let him live his life, I have to be able to trust, which is very hard when you have a child who has special needs. And the biggest struggle that he has is communication. And obviously, my biggest fear as a mom is if something happens and, he can't tell me what that thing is. So, he's going to have so much fun. And it's just, you drop him off and you're like, bye. And then you get in your car and you're like, ah, and it's going to be so great. And he's going to have so much fun. He's going to be fine. And the girls are young. They're 22, they're excited. They were so excited to meet him. She, I filled out this little like questionnaire. She brought Paw Patrol stuff. She brought Disney stuff. And then I told her, I said, I put down elopement risk on the paper, but he's kind of gotten out of that. Like he is running less when he's at school or at camp or with things with other kids. And she's like, don't worry, I'm fast. And I'm like, perfect. If I can catch him, I think you're going to be all right. Crying my eyes out over missing parent day for my son's camp. Hate migraines. Oh no, Lyle. I hope you are better or get better soon. My son is 17 and on staff for a special needs camp this summer. And let me tell you, he will have the time of his life, the best time. And there's something so special about people who go up and sign up for those things. There's like I don't know, there's a different level of care and understanding. And when it's incredible. Okay, so we are going to watch this podcast. I have all the time in the world today. I brought me some snacks, but I may have to go get something to eat, maybe some coffee. I don't know. The world is our oyster. It's a Monday. So let's do it, friends. Shall we? Let me make this small. By the way, if you are seeing this on a different platform, if I am being reposted, over here is a QR code. If you push on the QR code, it will take you to my YouTube channel. Feel free to subscribe. We're doing it. We're on our way to 18K, which is weird. It's crazy. I felt like we just hit 17 and now we're on our way to 18. And, I just welcome all friends. Love it. All right, so this is the guy who was the actual Wolf of Wall Street. This is the guy that Leonardo DiCaprio played, I guess. I don't know. I didn't see the movie. I don't know anything about it. But he has a podcast. He has a rather large platform.
And I took a deep breath.
So he has a rather large platform. He's got 813,000 subscribers. And let's see this dynamic trio gives lively conversation that takes us through generational differences and how they're affecting our society. Jordan reveals some true beliefs about depression, social media, millennials, homelessness, and much more. Jan Black and Laura Owens are true experts in the self-help field and possess true understanding of how to help people through deep and meaningful dialogue. Okay. This is a must listen for anyone who is intrigued by quality banter about serious current issues after us all. Okay. that affect us all. Right. Let's see some of these comments. I can't think of two people less qualified to provide any sort of life advice on any topic aside from reprehensible actions. I see we're starting off hot. Mary! I know, Mary! Arizona Social Services for Elders needs to investigate senior abuse against Ron Owens by Jan Black and daughter Laura Owens. LOL at True Experts on Self-Help. This is crazy to hear them now that we know the real truth behind what's going on. What a crock of shit. Ahem. 3 people. Laura Owens is a liar. Jan is an enabler. I can't believe you are leaving this episode up when all this has come out about how crazy she is. Oh my God. Laura says, I don't give up after everything that has happened takes on new meaning. How many con artists and sociopaths can you fit in one room? At least 3, apparently. Oh, Lord. Okay, well, let's party. This is probably some Saturday night. I should have some drinks, but we're going to pull this bullshit on a Monday morning.
I was like, the compulsion to do drugs was lifted from me. Hey, JB in the house. The Wolf is here for the Wolf's Den, another great podcast. This is a special one. I have a double teamed here. Okay, mom and daughter combination here. I got a legend. I got Jan Black, who's been, I just found out she's been in either TV or radio since she's was in diapers. Not 4 years old, right?
Oh, yeah.
4 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're out of diapers, I think, right?
Yeah.
I
hope so, right?
Yes.
If you wasn't, we have issues, right? And then we have our daughter Laura Owens, who's also awesome. They have a podcast they do together. It's got really 4.9 stars. It was really popular. It was the #1 self-help podcast for many weeks. And is it still, or it's been off and on?
It has been off and on.
Yeah,
It's off and on.
it's very popular, and they're really awesome. And I think for them, it's mostly a labor of love. It's something that's really authentic for them. It's not like, I'm sure they do well with it financially, but it wasn't about that. It's more about they do it because they love doing it, and great story to tell. And I also want you to know that anytime you want to ask me any questions, because I know you guys do interviews, so don't think it's just a one way. I want to have a dialogue with you guys, and nothing's off limits both ways, right?
Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
So I want to start by saying, okay, what were you doing at 4 years old? That's number one.
All right, we're going.
So at 4 years,
I want to ask you what year it was in.
Actually, I don't know. I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
it was okay. The year would have been 1960.
Okay.
The year was 1960.
All right.
Okay, and I watched a local kids TV show in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where I grew up.
Right.
Begged my mother, could I be on the show? Could I be on the show? Because they had an announcement saying we need more kids for the show. So my mother said, yeah, okay, and drove me down for an audition, and I got on the show. And so I was on it for, I don't know, a few months or so, and then the show went off the air.
Right.
But
So what did you do on the show though? Like,
it was just a kids show with like 6 kids doing different things.
Do you remember when we were growing up, Wonderama? Remember that? Like do you remember that show, Wonderama?
Wonderama. I'm not familiar with that.
Maybe it's an East Coast thing.
Maybe, yeah.
The kids will wave their hands back and forth. I mean, we grew up in a different world. I'm close to your age, right? So.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. It was such a big thing. But I got the bug then, and then just really wanted to be in TV and radio, and got back into it in a serious way when I was a teenager, when there was a real pull, a real push for women in broadcasting in the 70s, because there weren't many, and there was a real push to get women hired in broadcasting. So I thought, well, let me try it again.
And where were you living back then?
Again,
one thing I've noticed about Jan too is listening to this. This is the first time I've really heard her speak. These people are very good at what they do, right? Like if I'm listening to Jan and I were listening to this organically and objectively, and I didn't have all the background information that I have, she seems very likable. She's eloquent. She's very warm. She's very charismatic, and it's all kind of coming together. And if you guys have seen this before. I have not. I always want to see how these people are, how they interact, how they present themselves, because I feel like I know so much of the behind the scenes. I don't know too much of them, right? And obviously their podcast is very curated, right? It's not like live streaming. It's not like you're just out and sometimes it goes great and then sometimes you fuck it up. And, live streaming, that's one thing that I've noticed, which I really, really like, is live streaming is, it's, as Emily D. Baker says, dynamic, right? It's always moving, it's always flowing. And some days you get the best of me and some days you get the worst of me. But with live streaming, it's much harder to pretend to be somebody. And they get to go on their podcast and they get to pretend to be who they want, like that front facing, that person that. So I always want to see how they interact with people, because we've seen behind the curtain and now I want to see kind of the facade.
It was in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So it was a smaller market. And I think in a lot of ways it was easier to break in because it wasn't New York. It wasn't Los Angeles. It was a smaller market and you could make mistakes, Right. You could make your mistakes in small towns. And so that was it. And got into radio and TV there.
Moved to San Francisco.
Well, right. So now then you came into the picture, right? So tell me the story now, right? Yeah. So now you guys, so you grew up in San Francisco, right?
Yes, born and raised in San Francisco. My parents met in radio. So my dad has been on the radio for 40 some years.
So what does he do?
In San Francisco.
What does he do? Is his own talk show?
He has a talk show. He's now doing a briefer news commentary because my dad's in his 70s now. So he still wants to be on the air, but he also wants to kind of retire. So I would say he's semi-retired at this point.
And he has Parkinson's disease. He's had Parkinson's for 18 years. And so he kind of wanted to pull back from the daily talk show. But he's on the air every day doing a segment, commentary.
I think the treatments have gotten much more effective, right? So I think the prognosis used to be much worse than it is now, right?
Yeah. And he's had deep brain stimulation surgery, which is real cutting edge.
Michael J. Fox had that, right? Yeah, I remember. So
it's amazing what it can do. I mean, he's functioning. He's
and
he's
working
living a normal
every day.
life.
Yeah, I mean, he
Pretty
really
awesome.
is. Yeah, he is. But I think I
like
got
the glial cells or something they stimulate, right, in the certain part of the brain. It's pretty amazing, the things they do.
It is. It's absolutely amazing.
And they can adjust it too. He was at the doctor yesterday, and they can adjust it. They can make his voice sound slower, make it faster, and give it a little more edge. It's amazing what they can do.
They just fine tune it with he's got a battery pack in his chest and electrodes in his brain, and it's
he had a really bad tremor before, and it's completely gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Which is interesting because here they're talking about how amazing he's doing, right? And this isn't gonna get him down, and he's doing amazing, and it basically doesn't affect him. But when she needs it, Ron is dying. So, it's interesting to see the difference in those stories.
They can fix it like that. So
it's an implant that he actually that's constantly using.
Exactly.
Is it running all the time or only when he has tremors?
All the time. All the time. And it makes it, like Laura said, so that he absolutely has no tremor whatsoever.
I think it works like noise cancellation technology. Like like if headphones, right? And it gives you they take the amplitude and they give the exact one, and it almost cancels it out, right? So it's really amazing. I'm a total science buff, by the way. I'm a closet nerd.
Really? Really?
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. So.
Oh, wow.
Did you ever study medicine then?
Oh, yeah. I went to...
This was in 2019.
I spent one day in dental school. But I have a degree in biochemistry, so I studied in college. And it's like, it's one of those things that, like, if I'm in an airport and I'm going to need, I'll go to believe it or not, I'll go and buy, science, American Scientific, or,
Really?
I love the Discovery, and I watch stuff on TV. I do enjoy it. I research on the internet for whatever reason, It's like a puzzle to figure out. I think it's the human body is an amazing thing.
And all these developments in medicine too are so interesting. And I think we follow it more closely because of my dad, but it's just crazy to see all these.
Yeah, I know. I think on many levels, I treated my own body like a petri dish, and then balancing out all the drugs. So I learned responsible addict. So Laura, tell me about you. Okay, so you're very successful, right? So you have this podcast with your mom, right?
Yes.
What was the Why did you first? You know, what was the impetus to start it? It's a very. I don't think it's a pretty calm. I couldn't. By the way, I could not imagine having a podcast with my. What's the equivalent? My dad. Oh my God, from Mad Max from the movie.
Yes.
Mad Max is not easy. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Well, I feel like it could have gone either way, right?
What's it like working with your mom?
I mean, I think we get along really well. And that was why we decided to start the podcast in the first place, was we listened to all these podcasts on our own. We would be listening individually to podcasts, and then we would be together in the car driving all the time. And we would listen to self-help podcasts. We went to Tony Robbins together. Like, we were very interested in the self-help field. And I think my interest really was sparked by the fact that I had depression, and I was trying to hide the fact that I had depression from my friends. And, you know, if you were to see my social media from a few years ago, I mean, you would just think I had everything together, and, you know, I was really living the life. And at that time, I was really struggling, and I was listening to these podcasts when I would be home at night.
Tell me more about the struggle, Laura. I'd love to hear more about the struggle. Tell me in 100 words or less how you were struggling and in the depression. Look at this. Look at that frame. Dude, I could not have stopped it at a better time. Oh, all right, hold on. You know, it's so funny. She knows everything that she needs to say, right? Hold on. We're keeping this and we're making this an emoji in the Discord. You know, and I had to hide it from my friend. She knows the script, right? And it's so funny listening to this because we've seen every single text message between her and Michael Maricini. Where are you struggling then? Because to me, it seemed like you were in complete control of how that system was working, right? She was at least in complete control until Mike threw a curveball, and then she would have to adjust and she would have to recalculate and move. But she was very much in control of what she was doing and what she wanted.
Right. I would just be like, God, I just want to feel better.
You know, it's interesting. I think it's so true. I think it's problematic that people they post this sort of artificial represent. It's like, you know, like you say, when you go on your first date, you send your representative. It's not the real person.
Exactly.
Right.
And then 6 months later, they meet who you are, right?
Right.
Who the fuck are you? Why you changed? I didn't change really well.
Right.
Yeah.
But on social media, I think everyone's happy, everyone's smiling, every pictures are altered, right? Photoshop, whatever it might be, right?
It's only gotten worse.
And it's kind of screwed up because it could, you know, I think that you're almost measuring your own happiness against some artificially pumped up image of what happiness is, right?
Right.
And it's like, even though you know that's
And
happening,
even though you know it's true, it doesn't change the fact.
It really doesn't change the fact that when I would be really depressed,
I get it.
I'd be on my Instagram seeing everybody else's lives, and it's hard to pull yourself away from even looking at that. And at the time, I was in a very abusive relationship, physically and emotionally abusive, and that made it even worse to see all of my friends seeming
Apparently
so
happy, right?
Right.
What?
You know, a lot of people have said this. And it's funny because the more people have said this, the more I've noticed how she emotes when she talks about the abusive relationship that she's been in. There's no part of her that sinks back in. There's no part of her that comes down a little bit. It's always, she is very excited to tell this story. I was in this emotional and abusive and physically abusive relationship. She's telling you like she just went to dinner with somebody for the first time. This doesn't come off as I've been a victim of abuse, where they start to, when they start to talk about it, maybe their speech will slow down, or maybe they'll start to think about the things that they're going to say, or they start to parse between, you know, like words and whatever. Like when you listen to somebody talking about abuse, it's never like a thing that makes you go like this. It's never a thing that you're like, and then I was. And it's so interesting. Somebody had pointed that out to me, and I had watched a couple other things back again, and I'm like, you're right. You're right.
everybody else's lives, and it's hard to pull yourself away from even looking at that. And at the time I was in a very abusive relationship, physically and emotionally abusive, and that made it even worse to see all of my friends seeming
Apparently
so
happy, right?
Right. Right.
Why do you think that is, though? I mean, like, it's because it's a good point that I think everyone knows that it's bullshit, that the representation isn't real, but yet it still affects us.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
And, I also was going to say too, I think for my mom's generation now, it's also the same thing that, your friends are posting, oh, their kids are graduating and they're going on vacation.
Right.
And
Yeah, but you know what? I disagree with you that it's all roses and happy stuff with my generation, because my generation, I think, also is using social media, like talking about some of the challenges they're facing. I don't know how many of my friends will post like, oh, my husband got sick.
Yeah, but John, dark humor is one thing. Dark humor is one thing. When you watch her face, she has a desire to get it out. Making fun of it, right, is one thing. She doesn't tell jokes ever. She does not. There's no joking with her. And there's never I could understand if she had some super sick dark joke. That's how I do that. But also the same, and we joke a lot, but she's so excited to get that little piece of information out.
Sick, or my mother
Well,
died.
it's hard for us to post pictures when we're looking good and happy.
Right.
I got a couple of good years left, right? She's easy for her, right? I got to go to the freaking plastic surgeon, right? So, no, but it's a good point, though.
yeah.
But I think our generation is maybe more honest about that stuff, because maybe we've been through the years of phoniness and people trying to be who they aren't, and so now they feel like, okay, I can be honest. I can say, you know what? I mean, I've had friends of mine post like, wow, you know what? We're really struggling financially right now, and it's like, wow, how did that happen to you? You
right.
know?
Or you do have people who will say that a family member's sick and they need prayers, and then I think it's good. And I especially find with friends my age that I really kind of admire those people who are brave enough to say that. And I think that it's gotten better.
What do you think it is, though? I think it's interesting that I think most people know it's not real, but why does he think it still bothers? Why do you think we still measure ourselves against that? Because it's visuals. It's almost like, like at some level, you think you missed, the people will see oh, there was a party last night. Everyone was there.
FOMO.
You know what I mean? Right.
Fear of missing out. Yeah.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
It is really weird. And I think, it's just so easy to go to your phone when you're bored and look at that stuff. Whereas I guess maybe, when your guys' generation, you guys didn't have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
It's it's not real, but you just can't help yourself from looking at it sometimes.
You know that when phones first became popular, so I had a cell phone in 1985.
Wow.
Because in my first business, I thought I was making a lot of money. Actually, I was on the verge of going bankrupt. Didn't know it because I was my first, young entrepreneur. But I got a car. I got a brand new Porsche 928 S4, and I was 22. It came with a car phone. Right, and one of those old. It was like one that was on a. Remember that they on a stick, and you pulled it. Right, it was a big one, right?
Yeah.
And then I got the first bill, it was like $3,000, and I pulled the thing out. I'm like, fuck this, And
My God.
I was freaked out, right? And then, so then I didn't have a phone for many years. But then when I got really wealthy, I was like, am I?
There is nothing natural about her conversation. She seems like a character. Everything is animated. She laughs, squinches up her nose, and it's all so overdone.
Early 30s, I was like, who would want a phone? I remember being a holdout and now I couldn't imagine living without it. It's really weird, right? So for your generation, though, right? Are you a pure millennial?
Pure millennial. Yes.
Define so tell me what's give me the age, in your eyes as a millennial, what is a millennial and what's not? Who's before you and who's after you?
I think it's 1985 to 2000, I would say.
Okay.
Or people in my generation. I mean, we kind of grew up with the same things, I would say. And I think we just have a very different attitude about life. I think that, in some ways
I was 1985. You and I have a very different attitude about life, girl. Very different.
it's great and we're entrepreneurs and we're really driven. But on the other hand, I think there's also a lot of people who are fake, and it
Yeah.
you know.
So and millennials, you'd say they already are in like their second year of college. Or
I don't smoke pot, but this right here would be my nightmare blunt rotation. I don't I don't like sitting in a room or having drinks with like these people. No thanks.
they're already in college, right?
in college or they're out.
What would you call the people below them? How would you
I think that's Generation Z. Is that
Z is it
right? I
called?
think it's Z. I should know. I think it's Z. Yeah.
Or is that a gender now?
Thank you,
Gen
Violet.
Z? I don't understand the world. I'm getting
Right.
fucking nervous. I go to see my parents and they're like, "What is this stuff? I don't understand."
And I saw this study today. You might be interested in this from a scientific standpoint.
yeah.
that young people in Australia had
I
some
just
sort
got
of
back
scan.
2 days ago.
Oh, really?
wow.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah, I
I'm
was just there.
jealous. Well, apparently these kids are getting bone spurs in the back of their head from looking down so much at their phones.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't surprise
Yeah,
me.
and that's so scary. I mean,
This coming from somebody who sent, thank you, Ricky. This coming from somebody who sent thousands upon thousands of messages to just like one person in these conversations back and forth.
how
Yeah.
much time are they spending on these phones?
It's interesting.
They're even worse than millennials.
Everyone was so worried that you get brain cancer. It turns out it's bone spurs.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They died of bone spurs. So now okay. So you're a millennial, right?
Yes.
So okay, so give me what's the definition? Forget the not the time. How would you describe a millennial?
I would say that we are, like I said, just like a really driven group who grew up kind of in the last innocent.
Driven to do what? What's your ambition, Laura? I want to know. I want to know what the ambition is. What is the goal, right? What do you aspire to do? What do you aspire to be? Aside from horses, what are your and I'm not trying to be funny here. What are your passions? What are your goals? Who is Laura when she's not trying to fucking drown somebody else? I want to know what these drives and passions are, because they all lead to nothing.
Generation. So we kind of know about life before phones and life before computers. We know how to be outside, but we also know what it's like to be in the modern world with technology and using our smartphones all the time. So I think we're really the ideal generation. Sorry, you guys. I think
let me tell you
we are.
Let me tell you my take. Okay?
Yeah.
So, and I want to hear yours as well.
Because your kids are millennials,
Yeah, you
right?
are, right? So I think millennials get a really bad rap for no reason.
They do.
Okay, like that they're lazy. I have almost all millennials work. I mean, they're the best, hardest working. I have an unbelievable team. They're all in that age group.
Right,
right.
And I went through my share of losers to get to this. You
Yeah, of
hire,
course.
but that's always the case.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I wonder why. And you know what it is? I think that's like it's always there's always a small group that yells the loudest.
Right.
So I think there is an entitled group of millennials, but it's a really tiny fraction of them that whatever you call them, the social justice warriors, whatever they are, where it seems like they want something for nothing, or it's all about like give me because I exist. But I think it's a really tiny sliver of them, and yet for some reason they all get. Do you notice? Like I think that.
Give me because I exist, as he sits across from Jan Black and Laura Owens, is my favorite thing that could have just happened in this podcast right now.
Millennials get painted with that sort of millennials. It's hard to make them work. And
Right. And it's like
I haven't found that at all.
Right. Then that small group makes it so hard for me. I feel like I have to justify I'm a millennial, but I'm a hard worker.
You're a hard worker? You're a hard... What do you do, Laura? What do you do? You're hard at work on my fucking nerves. What else do you do? I would love to hear it. Are you hard at work getting a paycheck? Are you hard at work filling out your W-2s so you can get a paycheck? A 1099, perhaps. Do you clock in at any point in time or not? What do we do? You're a hard worker? Okay. Is that why you've told Queen Jennifer that you've never had a job? that you've never had a paycheck, that you've never had. Let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you about the type of people who are hard workers. All right? You think my husband wants to get up every morning? Do you think he wakes up and he's like, the sun isn't even out, the air quality is shit, it's already 100 degrees and the humidity's at 1,000, but you know what I want to do? I want to fucking throw trash. I'm going to be early today because that's what I want to do. No. But you know what? He takes his job seriously, takes his life seriously. Okay? Me, I'll have a 1099 at the end of this year. I do not have a W-2. This is what I do. This is my job. But I take it very seriously. I show up when I say I'm going to show up, and I work and I do my best while I'm here. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. You work hard at what? I have a dream. I have an ambition. I'm going to do everything to take it seriously so that I can work at it. I'm very driven, and I'm going to do everything that I can to make that thing because I have a desire and a passion. What is your desire? What is your passion? What the fuck is your job? The fuck. Anyways.
I see the exact opposite.
Yeah.
My millennials, all right, and they're all millennials, pretty
Right.
much.
Yeah.
90% of them, and they work long hours.
Yeah.
But like the difference is the things that I think just knowing human nature and management, I make sure the environment is fun and exciting and conducive to them, almost like they're all in business for themselves here in one way.
Right.
Like they're
Yeah,
all
yeah.
growing and learning and have a lot of authority. And
hate
if they
this
do
guy
well,
so
they immediately rise up. So I think that in some of them,
gives them
they
motivation.
don't want to be cubbyhole. Like I think it's
Right.
this, right. It's like not that they are not willing to work hard, because they are. And I don't think they expect instant advancement. I think what we want though is to be, they like to be tested in the sense of given responsibility, and I think they work well like that.
But I think they also want something. They want ownership of what they're doing.
Exactly.
They want motivation to work harder. They're not
100%.
happy just living, in the same apartment they've lived in for 10 years. They want to move up. They want to buy the house. They want to own their own company.
Right.
Oh,
That's
yeah. And you know how you get there? You fucking work. Oh, sorry. I forgot I didn't have this on. They work. They work. I don't understand this thought. They want to own their own company, and they want to get the house, and they want to do all these things from a woman who collects paychecks off her family's fixed income and lives in the fucking casita in the back of their home. Guys, we're only 16 minutes in. The fuck?
I
Right.
find.
Yeah. But you know what? When you're talking about they want to own their own company, there's so much talk in San Francisco, especially about millennials working for startups. And the idea being that, all these millennials are working for startups. They're all making $1 million overnight. And I think that must make the ones who aren't, which
The majority.
Yeah.
Are the
Oh,
majority.
What the
talk
fuck
in San
she just
Francisco,
said?
especially about millennials working for startups. And the idea being that, all these millennials are working for startups. They're all making $1 million overnight.
So work for a startup. So do that. Go work for a oh my God. All these people are just like working for startups, and they're making millions of dollars. You know what? Just work. See where it takes you.
And
Yeah.
and I think that must make the ones who aren't, which
The majority.
Yeah.
Are the
Oh,
majority
yeah. In the-
feel bad.
The reality though is that that's completely
Why should I feel bad at somebody who's working at a startup and is making $1 million a year when I'm not doing that same thing? Okay, let's use YouTube as an example. All right, I cannot look at somebody who is, their channel is at 1 million followers, and then look at them and be like, well, I feel bad. I want that. And yet I won't sit down in front of a camera. You cannot compete where you don't compare. If you are not willing to put in the work, you just want to be sad. The fuck? What are we talking about? Also, you guys broke my chat, and now I can't highlight anything.
False in the sense that they're not making millions overnight. What happens is you hear these extreme success stories about like one company, I mean, not just one, but some companies that will take and people get stock options, right? For the most part, that's very
That's all I hear.
very rare. If you were to do the percentages, I think the difference is that, when we were growing up, right, it was more about like the story that we were told by society was that go work at a big company, get a safe job, get a pension, right?
Oh, exactly.
And between your pension and Social Security, you'll able to retire. And I think that everyone now knows Social Security is bankrupt. It'll be enough to pay for your diapers when you're in a nursing home if you're lucky, right? And if things get bad, you get bitch slapped by the nurse there, right? It's going to get pretty bad. So I think the millennials, in some level, they realize they have to be more empowered because that social safety net isn't real. And I don't think it really ever was real. I think that the information was hard to come by back in the, because look at, I mean, you must know a lot of my parents' friends, they're almost, thankfully, my parents are doing well because I made a lot of money back when I did it. My dad worked for me, right? But a lot of their friends really, they struggled in their 70s and 80s. They did not have.
Really struggling.
And you said that you hear it.
Again.
I always wonder if I should take that little microphone thing down of me slamming the microphone. But I'm like, you know what? Most of the time it fits because I feel like every time I come on this podcast or on live, I'm upset. I'm just always upset. Oh God.
Your friends are posting things that they're struggling, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think too, in my parents' generation, they grew up, during the Depression, during World War II, and I think it was like you want a safe situation,
you want security,
right? You weren't
my
thinking,
you
weren't really thinking you needed to go out and be an entrepreneur. I mean, my dad was like, well, you get a job and you get a good job and you just stay in that job,
exactly,
and you get the gold watch, and
so what do you think is different about my generation? Do you think we're grittier or have higher aspirations for ourselves, or how has it changed?
Well, I think the big aspect of is that
I think people like Laura Owens want as much as they can get with little as work as possible. Period. You want all of the recognition and none of the grit that comes with it. You don't want to get up early and go to work to make that money. You don't want to work on your day off so that you can make more money than your peers. You just want to wake up and go, hello, Missita, and just have the money tree bow its way into the window. And then you go pluck, 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 pluck. And then you turn on your social media and you're like, everybody knows it's me, Laura Owens. And then you want to go back to bed. You know what? If there was one thing that my family taught me that I will forever be grateful for, it's how to work hard and it's how to not be a bitch. And not be a bitch in the sense of like, but I want. But what about me? Early bird gets a fucking worm. Go get it. If you're hungry, go get it. Guys, I don't know if I'm going to make it through today.
Access to information. So in other words, there's a huge difference that, like when I was growing up, all right, it was hard to be informed. You had to really try. And even when you tried, you were only being fed information from a select group of newspapers and we trusted Walter Cronkite and he was a legend. And then all of a sudden cable news came. So you had a couple of extra voices. And, I think today journalism is disgusting for most of it. It's like, it's so polarized and it's really sad. Okay. What's happened. But what's happened is because of the internet, and because of, you having this smartphone, which makes people smarter, is that, there's really no excuse right now for someone to go through life and not be informed. And because of that, I think you see the good, the bad, the ugly. You're fine. In other words, most people would take until you're in your 30s or 40s to realize the truths about success, about life, about what's a dead. I think people are finding it out 20 years early right now. So saying, "Oh, I gotta,
Right.
I gotta do something now.
Right.
I gotta live
Yeah.
my life."
What the fuck are we talking about?
New theory. Lo is the physical embodiment of Veruca salt.
As a millennial, okay, I'm a millennial. I was born in 1985. I was born in the generation before the internet. Had the internet, then grew up with the internet. My kids will never know what that's like. My sisters will never know what that's like, okay? However, my youngest sister, who has a phone, who has access to everything in the whole world, has access to AI, has access to Google, has access to a fucking smartwatch, okay? She has access to all these things. And she is smart and she is driven. But she also has a basic understanding that she has the world at her fingertips and they are tools to help her because she has ambition. She may not know where she's going, but she knows she's going somewhere and she's going to use these tools, whether it's AI or the phone or whatever it is, or the internet, to help her get to the next thing. Laura wants to be at the end with using none of the tools because there's no ambition there. She just wants to say, yeah, I do this thing. Okay. Well, how did you get there? You know, I worked in a salon for the past, I got my license in 2006. Okay. And one of the things that I just remember happening was people would go out and they would try to own salons, or they would come in and they would try to be managers, and they have never worked behind a chair. Nobody. It doesn't even matter. Let's say she's rich and she has a podcast and self-help and whatever. Nobody's going to give a shit about what you do or what you have to say if you haven't gone through the steps of getting there. Let's use YouTube for as an example again. Let's say I start a channel and I'm like, this is how you're going to be popular on YouTube. This is how you're going to make $1 million. This is how you're going to get 2 million subscribers. Not only do I not have that myself, but I haven't gone through the work to understand what it's like to get there. That's like if somebody were to go on my husband's garbage truck with him to audit how he does his job, who's never driven a fucking truck, who's never emptied trash. You have to have ambition. You can have access to all of these things, but you have to have ambition and you have to have enough patience and grit to go through each step. You also have to learn by making mistakes and getting it wrong. What the fuck is this conversation?
Now I can't. It's not true that as you said, the gold watch one place. So I think the millennials are saying, you know what? I want to have happiness now, but I want to have I think it's about empowerment more than anything else, and I think that's a big part of it. And on the negative side, I think there's a huge problem with this whole. I don't know what you think about, but this whole university safe space generation, and I think it's really problematic because the world's not a safe place.
Exactly.
And I think that you go through universities and they're like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me because I think people should be nice to each other and respectful.
Right.
But the world is not, an artificially maintained safe spaces. There's good people, bad people. You have to learn. It's almost like when you have a kid that gets sent off to college by his parents, and they were so overprotective. So what does the kid do when he becomes a binge drinker?
Crazy. Of
Goes
course.
nuts because he didn't have a chance to actually exercise those muscles and break in, right? And then versus maybe I was a little bit too liberal with my kids, but they ended up doing well, but they sort of had that. They understood sort of that they, what that was before they went away. So they're able to.
I've heard nothing of value in the past 20 minutes. And we have another fucking hour of this shit.
Step into it in a more rational way.
Right, exactly. And I think that totally makes sense. I think that right now with my generation, I found that a lot of the kids have gone to college and we're so sheltered in high school, then they go to college and it's still a really sheltered, safe space. Like I have friends that went to USC and God forbid they step out of, the immediate neighborhood of USC and then they're like, I don't know what to do.
One of the things we discussed before this, we're talking about the problem with homelessness, right?
Yeah.
In San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
What are the causes? Is it a political failure? Is it a situation of weather? It's because like on the East Coast, you guys don't probably know this, but on the East Coast, like when it's winter, homeless people die sometimes.
Sure.
Like they sleep on subway, grates when it gets really cold.
Yeah.
It doesn't get cold here, right?
Yeah.
So
Right.
one of the things I noticed, even before this became so much into the public, discussion.
Yeah.
And there was tons of homeless people in California here,
Right.
even way back 15 years ago.
Right.
And now it's gotten. Well, I think it's a. What do you think about that in terms of like, is it political? Is there a political element to it?
I think there's a.
Thank you, RJ.
Laura has never worked hard for anything, so when she sees other people's success she thinks they got it easily. Because she has no comprehension of hard work.
I wonder if she ever had chores. Thank you guys for the super chats, by the way. I've been talking with the super chats. Thank you for sending those. I appreciate those. Where can we find your merch shop? I've looked all over your socials. You can find it right here. It's this fourth wall link right here. Shut up. It's just, what are either of them? Just, what is going on?
Political element to it, but I also think there's a mental health element. I think that's the biggest thing. Mental health, you have so many of these people who are homeless who really have mental health issues, who don't necessarily want to, for whatever mental illness is involved, they don't want to be in a traditional housing situation. Maybe
But they also don't have the resources.
Tell me, Jan. Tell me, Jan. Tell me, both of you sad eyebrow having motherfuckers. Okay. But I'm not sure you can keep going with this one. Tell me, Jan, rich, privileged white woman. Okay? Tell me, how many times have you run into a homeless person that you've actually treated with the smallest bit of dignity and respect, that you have sat down with them and you've been like, hey, you're choosing to be homeless because you don't want to be in like a traditional housing thing? Could it be that we have a mental health crisis, okay? that our government and our insurance don't fucking take seriously. But you wouldn't know that. Miss, I make $21,000 a fucking month off my husband's pension and my Social Security. Okay, so my daughters can ride fucking horseback and jump over 3-foot fences. You wouldn't fucking know that, would you? What's diabolical about this question and people not wanting to get fucking help is you and your daughter who has threatened to commit suicide, who has dragged men into the fucking trenches, needs so much mental health help. And you don't fucking use the insurance that you have to get her that. You have the balls to sit on this fucking podcast and say that they are choosing to be homeless because they don't want to get help. Let's talk about one of the top percentages of homeless people in this country. What would it be, Jan? Oh, you don't know? Let me help you out. It's our fucking military. It's our men and women who sign up so you and your lazy fucking bitch of a daughter don't have to. And they get all these promises, and then they go overseas and they see some of the most traumatic shit that anybody should never see in their fucking lives. And then they come back here and they're like, oh, you want schooling? Oh, hey, thanks for your service, though. Thanks for your service. You did a great job. Housing? I don't know. Oh, you can't keep a job because you have fucking PTSD? Yeah, we don't really take that seriously. We don't take that serious. But you have the VA. We'll give you the VA. But then when you go to the VA to get whatever you need, it's going to take like, I don't know, a year. What do you need? Hearing aids? It'll take you a year to get those. And it's going to cost you a lot because we actually don't pay for a lot. So, and you're going to sit on this fucking platform and tell me that it's because they don't want to be in a traditional home sense. So they would rather live under viaducts and fucking tents? I have always said that if I made money, if I just had infinite amount of money, there would be two groups on this planet that I would try to help first. And that is our veterans, because I have a big family who has been in the military. They've been in the Air Force. They've been in the Marines. They've been in the Army. And I would help kids. Because the fact that our kids can't get access to things that they need because of money and everything should be free to fucking kids is insane to me. Don't even get me started. I understand that you can just give anybody a fucking microphone, right? I'm here. Hi. I'm a 40-year-old woman who calls myself Bacon on the fucking internet. I get it. You can just go and say. But just because you can does not mean you should. This is one of the dumbest fucking takes I've ever heard.
To get a job that's going
to get help,
to keep a job,
and to get help for their mental illnesses, and then there are a lot of addiction issues. There are a lot of education,
which we also don't take seriously. We house criminals, okay? We house people for a small bag of weed longer than we do for people raping fucking kids. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Get a fucking brain.
Issues. I mean, it's so complicated. It's really so complicated,
and it has gotten so much worse in San Francisco.
Well, some of it dates back in terms of mental health. A lot of it has to do with a change in thought in psychiatry with the invention of antipsychotic drugs. So what happened was back before they had like Thorazine and Haldol, and before there was this new and there's other drugs as well for schizophrenia. What happened was they kept these people locked in homes, and then there was I forgot which president it was. It might have been Reagan, okay? It might have been before that even, but there was this sort of school of thought that, you know what? We can control their problems with medication, and they let large amounts of people out of nursing, out of institutions, thinking they could survive on in society. And what happened is the side effects of these medications are pretty severe, so people don't want to. They stop taking. And also, the weird thing is like you think you're normal when you're on the medication. You're like, oh, I don't need the medication. There's something wrong. It's almost like mental illness is a weird thing like that. It tricks you into thinking that, you know, oh, what's really wrong with me? Like when you take Xanax, oh, I'm not anxious anymore. Like, oh, I don't have anxiety, but it's
exactly
the fucking drug, right?
Right.
So, and I think there was a massive problem with you know, people that really belonged in institutions because they just simply could not mentally function out in the world. But it saves money to have them give them a pill. Right, and put them on the streets is a much cheaper solution, right?
Yeah.
And then also there's the, you know, the sort of the attitude here, especially very liberal in California, right?
Yes.
And New York as well, but I think even more so out here, right?
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that?
Yeah. Well, I think you're absolutely right. But I'm wondering. I mean, you are so intelligent. What would you do to solve the problem? What would you do if you could wave a magic wand and fix the homeless problem in California?
Wow. First of all, I would not. I think it's I think that you know, listen, I'm socially liberal and fiscally conservative.
Okay.
Right? That's my basic. You know, more libertarian than anything. Okay. I think that number one, I think that the whole idea of sanctuary cities is a big mistake. My personal opinion. I think I think that there's an economic reality, right? We can't afford our own people.
Right.
I would love to be generous and help everyone out, but we can't afford our own people. So I think there's a huge drain on the actual social welfare system right now for people that aren't citizens here. And because of that, there's not enough to actually direct the people who are. That's part of it. Not the whole problem. That's part of it, okay? And while I have empathy for those people, okay, you know, I'm from the United States, and I think that people that come here legally should be, you know, and I think immigration is great. My parents are immigrants.
So, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I think that if illegal immigrants are taxing the system, it's very difficult. Then I think that's part.
Let's talk about taxing the system. Okay? Let's talk about taxing the system. You, sir, are a former stockbroker who orchestrated a massive pump and dump stock scams through your firm. You defrauded investors over $100 million before being convicted, okay? You served 22 months in federal prison. You didn't pay a fraction of that back, okay? And it was taxpayers' dollars that were covering you in prison for some dumbass fucking shit that you did, and you didn't even pay back a fraction of what you were supposed to pay back. But people who come here who want to better their lives, and maybe they don't have the means or whatever to maybe get their cards the way that they're supposed to get them, right? Or maybe not in the time that they would like to get them. But they come here, they work hard, they try to educate themselves. That's taxing the system? You're taxing my fucking nerves, prick.
Part of the problem. Another part of the problem, I think, is what I said before, that I think that they rely too much on medication as a solution, and also the issue with, like, you know, let me give you an example, okay? In the 1980s, New York was city was a mess, all right? Massive crime, all right? You couldn't walk down the street. It was real, and Rudy Giuliani came in, and you could love him or hate him, but he did something very interesting. Okay, he started arresting people for quality of life issues, like even squeegee kids were getting and for, minor. And it's interesting, and what happened was it caused a rapid decrease in crime and livability in the streets because if the police are not allowing it to happen, all right, it stops. When I think what happens, it starts when you allow things, everyday quality of life. If there's people in the streets, like and listen, I haven't been there to see it with my own eyes, but from what I see on TV, and I every day I watch Fox.
I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but what I see on TV, so it must be true. So it must be true. Also, guys, let's try to have I don't really know what's going on because the chat is moving a little fast. Let's try to have constructive conversations. We're not here against each other. We're all here together. We have one common enemy. That's this podcast right now.
I'll watch a regular news channel that's not conservative. I'll read the New York Times. I make sure because I don't want to be an echo chamber.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
That's
Oh,
why
exactly.
I try. I make sure I really get a well-rounded view because if you just watch Fox, okay, then you get one view. I want to have all views, right? Because I think part of, by the way, the internet and especially social media is they make it into an echo chamber. The algorithms.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's
Oh
really
my God,
destructive.
crazy, and
Yeah,
I think
right?
that's gotten
Oops, sorry.
worse too.
And it gets worse, right?
Yeah, for sure.
They show you what you want to see, so you think everyone looks
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Oh my
you don't see
God.
diversity.
Well, and your
yeah.
friends kind of think what you think.
Exactly,
know,
right?
so-
Which is why they're your friends, right?
Right.
So I think that
Oh, somebody said that the comments in the chat were getting nasty, so they were leaving. And I didn't see them. So I just want to make sure that we're all being kind. We can disagree on things. We do not have an echo chamber here. We accept all sorts of walks of life. We accept all sorts of ways of thinking as long as they are respectful and not hateful. And we can agree to disagree. We can disagree, but just do it with respect to your opponent. That's all I ask.
that it would appear there's this massive.
Oh, you didn't see any arguing. Okay, I had just seen the one comment. It's hard because my thing shifts so fast.
Problem with drug addicts on the street, needles
Yeah.
around. You mentioned that people don't want to have conventions there, right? That issue is stoppable. That you could, if the police actually stepped in and did not allow this, if it's tolerated, it's just going to get worse.
Okay.
But what are they going to do with the person who's on the street just sitting there? I mean, I guess it could be a quality of life issue. They tell them to go away, and then what?
Okay, so there's a couple of possibilities, right? You can't put everything into one box. So if people, I believe, for drug addicts should be sent to for rehab, not to jail, drug rehabilitation. I think heavily. I think there should be a massive effort to take this on the actual rehabilitation side.
Yes, absolutely.
And not
I
throw them
agree.
because it does nothing when they throw them in jail.
Then
You
they
put them in
come
jail,
out,
they come
there
out and
they
do the same
go.
shit again.
Yeah.
Right.
Right,
So I think
right.
massive amount of should be spent on rehabilitation, and then also, but recognizing having like when
No,
you-
our chat is usually very good. I had happened to turn over. I saw the one comment, and I just wanted to make sure that we have 252 people in the views right now in the chat. We are not going to all agree on everything, but I the one thing that I will ask is that we respect each other and each other's opinions, as long as those opinions are not hateful and nasty.
when you have I think people don't look at mental illness, right? It's like you have triage. So when you do a triage, is this what's causing this? You have to look at each person individually.
Yes.
What's causing the problem? Are they homeless because of mental health issues? Are they homeless because they're drug addicts? Are they just lazy bastards? If they're
Right,
lazy
right.
bastards, throw them in fucking jail. That's what I think.
right.
If they're having mental health issues, address that. put
No,
them in
Henrietta,
institution.
actually, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Okay, forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. God damn it.
That, but it got to be the right. They got to get the right type of help. I think that it's very difficult
is.
for people with mental health issues to survive on the street. I think they get taken
Absolutely.
advantage of. They get abused. Okay,
Yeah.
so there has to be some sort of system to take care of that. I don't think the problem lies in any one answer, as much as not. I think the problem with some politicians, they try to. It's like they'll think like everything is one solution. We got to throw them in jail. Do this. I think you look at each person individually and make a decision based on what the root cause is. It's almost like
Maybe we could set up a system to help them. Maybe we could take mental health and drug addiction seriously in this country. When I was going through my criminology and criminal justice class, they were talking about how drugs and alcohol are the number one thing that leads to crime, right? Or it's always with people who are convicted of crimes always have some sort of substance attachment to it. And then there was a study on, I believe it was Costa Rica. And there's also one in Sweden where they help these people. Hold on, let me see. Drug rehabilitation program. So let's see, where is it? It's is it here? They were talking about one in Costa Rica, and there's also one in Sweden where they have places where you can go and you can get clean drugs and you can get clean needles. And the goal of it is to also give you therapy and try to get you off of it to live a sober life. And one of the things that they have found is that this is a wildly successful system. But that's not something that we would ever want to put in place. Why would we want to do that? Why? When we could spend our money on just other bullshit.
If you're just addressing the symptom, which is they're shooting drugs in the street, then that's not going to do much.
Right.
The question is, why is it happening? And go one step back and address it. That's what I would do that in an organized way. And I would not allow, I think that just because I witnessed it happen, all right, and I didn't like him much back then, Giuliani, but I watched it happen where the quality of life, the crime rate dropped to almost nothing because when little crimes are not tolerated, it starts, if little crimes are tolerated, it just escalates up. The same way in a company, you know.
Poor mental health and unstable housing is a systemic issue due to the social determinants of health in this country that favor wealthier and whiter groups. No one wants to work these days, head ass.
Head ass. Head ass. Oh my God, that's such a great diss. I forgot about that. Oh my God. Oh God.
The corporate
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that, Super.
ethics flow from the top down. If it's back up to the top, it goes down.
Right.
Same thing happens flowing back up, you know?
Right. And I mean, that's the
Well,
thing.
that's true, right? Analytical, like you're not going to save everybody. Okay, you're not going to save everybody, but we can try to put systems in place that help those in need, right? And that's the thing. But
It's like I always see the same homeless people in my neighborhood, and you'll go, 2 days and not see them, and then they're back again. And like, there's one guy who
Same guy here.
shoots up on the street, and he like blocks the street.
Yes, I wouldn't.
And
That to me would be.
You couldn't use the ATM.
I couldn't use the
other day.
ATM.
Right, so
because
that to me,
he was shooting heroin in front of the
yeah.
ATM.
So
oh my God. And then I drove up my car and I couldn't use the ATM to grab out my parents' money the other day. Can you believe it? Because, and it ruined my whole day.
You guys, I got in my car, leather seats, electric windows, air conditioning, and I drove a very smooth drive down to the ATM. And I was going to put in my debit card so that I could take out some of my dad's money. And would you believe it? There was this homeless thing just in front of the ATM shooting heroin. And I thought to myself, how am I supposed to get out money that my parents are getting from the government with this monstrosity sitting in front of the ATM? What am I supposed to do? Work? What am I, poor? Yuck.
That to me, the fact that person is not either in a rehab or in jail or in a mental institution is not right. That person does not belong on the street and shouldn't be allowed. And that if that's a liberal outlook, that's saying that's really wrong. It's destructive. It's not fair to that person.
That's what I was going to say. It's not
or
fair
to the
that
citizens
person.
that are being affected by it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I think that
Well, I'm sorry, what? Hold on.
ATM.
So that to me, the fact that person is not either in a rehab or in jail or in a mental institution is not right. That person does not belong on the street and shouldn't be allowed. And that if that's a liberal outlook, that's saying that's really wrong. It's destructive. It's not fair to that person.
that's what I was going to say. It's not
or
fair
to the
that
citizens
person.
that are being affected by it.
Yeah.
It's not fair to them. It's not fair to them that he's out there, homeless. But I went home and complained about it to my mom because what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to go and get my cool sculpting if I can't pull her money out of the ATM? Hello?
Right. Yeah. And I think that, going back to the mental health angle too, I'm really hoping that since there seems to be more of an open dialogue going on about mental health and it's becoming a little bit more acceptable for people to share that they have issues, then, maybe it's going to trickle down to the people who are homeless and who have issues, and people will be more understanding and there will be a better solution.
I suffered.
You sound like you are so understanding. You sound so understanding, Laura. Like the most understanding. The way that you speak about the situation, all I hear is empathy, girl. All I hear is empathy. Just somebody get her flowers.
No, I suffered terribly my whole life from anxiety.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. How about the people you fucking defrauded?
Would have
Never
known.
would think so.
No.
From a very young age,
Uh-huh.
from the time of 7 or 8 years old, I had panic attacks.
Uh-huh.
And I would get these ruminating thoughts, and I was scared to death to go to bed as a kid, really. And it was very painful. It hurt. It tortured me mentally. And I taught I used math, believe it or not, to resolve. Like I would count numbers at night and take the clock and multiply the minutes times the hours when I was
Really?
to try to get my
Just
because
to
my brain.
Exactly. This is so goddamn funny.
And because I couldn't go to the ATM, and I had to drive an extra block around to get far away from him, I was late for berries. But it's unfortunate for him. It's unfortunate for him. Yay, Flux! Here in time to watch me burn this house to the ground.
Ugh. I'm going to ask them when their house is in foreclosure if they are homeless because they don't want a traditional housing system. Yeah, she did. I think it was for cool sculpting. Welcome, Flux and Raiders. If you are new to the channel, my name is Bacon Bearzz. I stream every day. I talk a lot of shit about Laura Owens. We have fun here. We love Flux. And today we're watching whatever this fucking monstrosity is. I've already almost broken my desk at least 6 times. So I was telling everybody I've never smoked weed, but this would be my nightmare blunt rotation.
My brain wouldn't stop, right? And then finally, it kind of, even in my early adolescence, 12, 13, it stopped when I went through puberty, right? And then I had maybe one slight relapse when I was in my 20s. But then again, I remember what.
Yeah, you know what, Seamus? That's a great point. You want to talk about not having resources from a bitch who sucks up all of the resources in the judicial system? Good Lord.
Then I was already going fucking wild, right? So and I was seeing and I had this great psychiatrist I would go see, right? And I'd say, my phone's attacking, and he's like, oh, you're passing. No, it's real fucking fear. It's really happening.
Yeah,
they actually are watching me. Yeah. So
Justified fear here.
so I think that
No, Wallace, it's not okay to get political. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not saying don't get political. Everybody has their beliefs. I'm just saying not everybody has to disagree. And if you're willing to take disagreement, you're willing to have that in chat, that's cool. Let's just keep it civil. We can debate civilly and respectively. That's all I'm saying.
I was having severe anxiety, but I think it was justified.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you deal with it now?
Well, I'll tell you, no, I don't. I'm still the vestige of that is intractable insomnia. I've never recovered from it. So to this very day, I can't. I sleep maybe 3 hours a night, and I've used that as an asset to my business and my life.
Yeah.
But I wish I could sleep better. I cannot fall asleep at night. I've trained as a child. I trained myself to not sleep. I didn't welcome sleep, so I trained myself to do that, and then over the years, your body adjusted to that. So I'm one of those short sleepers, it's called. I don't require much sleep. And my wife and I have separate bedrooms. We don't sleep because it drives her fucking crazy. 'Cause, you know,
Yeah.
she needs her 8 hours, and I'm like up all night. I'm up, I'm down.
Do you have ADHD? Like, this sounds like a Wednesday for me. The fuck?
You know,
Yeah.
as you get older, I go to the bathroom 84 times a night, right? You know, I'm like that commercial. I'm like, where's that? Where's the stuff? I want the fucking drug, the pomegranate juice. I was like, no, but you know, but the thing is, that was, and then I'll tell you the big moment for me. I'll tell you it was when part of my drug addiction was about that was quelling, self-medicating against anxiety and depression as well. I mean, when Prozac came out, I had to use it because I love the name Prozac. Sounded Prozac. I was pro Prozac, and so I tried Prozac. I tried Paxil. I tried Effexor.
Yeah.
I had to try them all because I just love drugs, right? So I tried them all. But no.
Oh my God. Were you the guy that was blocking the ATM so she couldn't get her money? Was it you? God.
Like that, I found that my mouth would get dry. I couldn't. Then I had some
Bada boom.
sexual issues. It was hard to like finish. You know,
Oh my gosh.
drive you crazy, right? You know.
Trading one problem for another.
So I had to go off those. So and then I said, well, you know, the Quaaludes are better anyway. And then I had a bad back. And I actually had my spine fused, so it was an amazing excuse to do as many drugs as I wanted for a bunch. You know, my back hurts, you know.
Yeah, right.
And then my back got better, and I still did the drugs anyway. but here's the moral of the story. When I finally got sober, all right, it was 1997, April 17th, right? And I got sober, and I was so out of control, right? And when I got sober, that was in the movie that day when I drove through the garage door and all this
Right.
crazy stuff, right? And then I got sober and I didn't relapse, and I had never relapsed, right? And I'll drink a little bit of alcohol, but I was never really into alcohol. I like pills and Coke was my thing, right? You know, I'm like, you know, whatever. Anyway, I really like this stuff, right? You know, I'd like to do a ski jump off a pilot, right? Anyway, so what happened is when I got sober, and before that, I was taking massive quantities of Xanax and Klonopin because I like the name Klonopin. I love the name Klonopin, right? So I would take Klonopin because I like the name. So I took drugs. I love the name of the drug. All right. So I took Xanax. I would take Xanax to mellow me out. Klonopin because I love the name. All right. I would take Ambien to help me sleep. Quaaludes because they were Quaaludes. Morphine because it made me feel awesome, right? And then when I got sober, all right, and so I wouldn't have panics. I was always medicating.
Yeah.
I had my first panic attack after being sober for about 3 months, and I called my sponsor, right? Who was a sage guy, amazing guy, very successful guy, right? And we spoke about it, and he's like, "What are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna go back?" I said, "Never. I'm never." I was so over drugs. I was like, "This," and it's really weird. What I said to myself is like, I was like,
Thank
I
you,
have no
Bijou.
choice. Like. What I almost not that it's interesting. I said this to my daughter. I said I willed away my own panic attacks, my own anxiety because I realized
Quaaludes
that
'cause they're
under no
Quaaludes.
circumstances was I going to turn to Xanax anymore. I had no choice but to deal with it.
So did you meditate? What did you do?
No. I honestly I accepted the fact that of what it was just simply it's anxiety. Listen, there's this really fine line between fear and excitement.
Yes. Yeah.
And I think in a lot of ways, I had really mistaken certain emotions I was feeling and physiological changes in my body that were really more about being excited and then being fearful and having anxiety. And I think something just clicked in me. And I think this is a really interesting thing with drug addiction. I don't know if you guys have ever been addicted to drugs. No. All right. So when you're addicted to drugs, it's what happens is you can go to 50 rehabs. If you're not ready to stop, you're never going to stop. You could be in the best Betty Ford, Hazelton, doesn't matter where you go, right? If you're not ready to stop, you'll jump over the wall or you'll smuggle drugs in, or the second they let you out, you'll do more.
Right.
But if you're ready to stop, you're done. If you're really done, you could get sober in the rooms of AA, in a church, or in your own house. When you're done, you're done. I know people that say I got sober on the floor vomiting for 4 days and just saying because I just would never. You have this shift internally, right? So once you make that shift, all right, it's just like it happens in an instant. And I think on some level with my anxiety, it's like I made a shift. I got to a certain point, and when you're ready to make it.
Thank you, Toadette.
Permission to do a mass test flip.
Everybody together now. God. I never want to pick on somebody's sobriety journey. I grew up in a dry household. Both of my parents were in sober. They did it by the way of a 12-step program. I started going to meetings when I was 3 years old because my mom used to take me with her. Some of the greatest people I've ever met, I've met through AA, and I've met through playing on sober baseball teams. And, everybody's sobriety journey is different. So I don't have much to say on that and him and finding his sobriety. But it's this, I don't know where we're going anymore. We're just in the car. We're in the car and people are just driving and we don't know. We just don't know.
Change. It happens in a heart.
In an instant.
It does. It just does. What takes a long time is all the pain and suffering you have to go through. I've been through 36 years of suffering because of anxiety. And I've told the story before. I don't tell it all the time, but that's not a secret. And I wrote about it in my book, but just kind of get lost in the wildness of the book, right?
Yeah.
I just said, you know what? It was like, no more. I can't. I'm not taking. There's no way I'll quell it with a drug. So I got to fucking deal with it. And I just did. And what happened was it lasted for a couple hours. It disappeared. I never got one ever again. Ever.
Really? But what was the one thing that pushed you? No, what was the one thing that pushed you? What was the one thing that pushed you to that point?
To give it up.
My values. So what happened with me, it was really about losing the things that I before that, when you're on drugs, even any addiction, you can rationalize anything.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing what you can do, right? And I got to this point where I committed to something. I did something with my daughter, who was like, her and my most precious thing in the world. And I put her in a car and without a seatbelt and drove through a garage door. And 2 nights before that, I took a pot shot at the milkman because I thought it was a UFO flying through I had lost my fucking mind. You know what I'm saying?
And you knew it.
And that one moment when I got arrested, then they took me away, and then they let me out. I flew to Florida, and I did more drugs then I overdosed, and I ended up going into a mental institution for 3 because I thought I'd commit suicide. Right? You have to get 3-day hold, and they gave me an option. They said either you can go to rehab, or we're going to keep you for 3 days. And I was like, I'm not staying. This fucking place was full of crazy people. I was not crazy, right? And so they appealed to my larcenous side back then. They said, listen. They brought an intervention. They said, here's what you do. Just we'll sign you out. And once you go to the rehab, just jump over the wall. Leave. Better than this lockdown institution. So I was like, okay, I'll agree to go to rehab, right? So I had every intention of essentially, so they had a private jet waiting for me, right? Got out of this place, a lockdown institution in Delray Beach, Florida. Jump into a private jet. They take me to Georgia, right? To Talbot Marsh. I drive. I'm looking in with the eye of a prisoner looking to escape as I'm driving. I'm like, looking for my exit ramp,
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. I'm at him. I'm waiting for my exit, right? And then they all right, sit down in this chair. And I sat down in this nice, comfortable chair. And I walked. It was pretty nice, the place. I was surprised, right? And I'm looking at some bookcase. And I'm like, I'm done. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. And I took a deep breath. And I was like, the compulsion to do drugs was lifted from me.
Really?
Yes. And just like that. And I had almost no withdrawal symptoms. I stayed for 4 weeks in this rehab, which was a freak show, by the way. Another story. But the thing is that I think for me, the thought of what I'd done to someone I loved, my daughter, right? It was like the pain. I think it was ultimate pain to me, and that was what caused me to have a complete shift in my values. And I said, "What the fuck am I?"
It's one thing if it's to you. It's another thing if it's somebody you love.
Drugs are the strangest thing.
Right.
They really are. It's like when you.
I have been looking for motivation to exercise. This is my motivation. I have not wanted to lunge at anyone as much as I do right now. _Bacon Ridge.
Doing them and you're caught
Thank
up
you,
in
Camille.
it. You can't, like, it's almost like it's normal. You think everyone else is doing it. So when you have that shift. So that was my story. So tell me your, let's talk about your depression.
Oh man, let's talk about my depression story.
'Cause I've been
Please, I've been waiting. Please, good Lord. Oh my
God, finally you shut the fuck up. I came on this podcast to talk. And yes, me, my depression. Let's talk how I'm a baddie with the saddies. Ah, shit.
fucking idiots. Oh my God.
depressed too, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I think a little bit of depression is good, by the way.
yeah, I mean, I think it makes you more
little bit.
conscientious. Conscientious.
So tell me,
a little bit.
tell me. I don't want you to, unless you're comfortable, but I'd like to hear. Tell me what really your story about it.
You know what? I am totally comfortable sharing my story because I'm hopeful it's going to help other people share their stories, and that's
Because it's fake and because I want to tell this story so I can refine it before I go on my TED Talk and, just kind of like work out the details. It's kind of like when you're a stand-up comedian, you need to get all the kinks out, And I love to talk about it because I can't be a hero if I'm not a victim. You know what I'm saying?
really what it did with my friends when I, came out about being depressed. I don't think I realized.
Can I ask anybody? Okay, first of all, raise your hand in the chat if you've been depressed, okay? I got 2 hands here. Double depressies. I'm a baddie with the saddies, okay? First and foremost. Second of all, has anybody come out to their friends with depression? Or have you just been like, you guys, I'm fucking depressed? Or I was depressed for a while, or I have anxiety, or I'm like, whatever. It's like, I finally came out to my friends. What are you gay? Like, what do you just like, do they have a flag for that? Did you just like hang it in the front of your house? How the fuck do you come out to your friends that you're depressed? You know how my friends knew I was fucking depressed? Because we'd all be sitting together, we'd be eating, and I would bust into fucking tears. And then I would run into my room and just go sobbing there because I was embarrassed. Or we'd be talking, and my cup was always full, and we'd be talking, and the smallest thing would happen, and a drop would go in the cup and just overflowed, and all of a sudden, we're talking about something, and I'm just sobbing for no reason. Or depression comes in other ways. The cup overflows and then you're so angry you almost rip a door off the fucking hinges. You don't have to come out to your friends. Everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. Especially if you have good friends. One of the reasons you know how they know, you stop picking up the fucking phone. You stop answering text messages. You can't brush your teeth. Every time they see you, you look like shit. Good God.
What I was really suffering from until I was in this awful relationship I told you about before.
Say his name. Say his name since you're so brave. Say his name since you're so brave. Let's go.
Ended up having to get a restraining order against the guy. And I
want to know his name.
I know, right?
Everybody does. Hate on him and post terrible things about the asshole.
Yeah.
So if you want to say it, say it. If not, no big deal.
Yeah.
We'll Google it. Anyway.
But Echoes, you're gay? What? What?
I think that when I was with him, I started to realize, like, man, I feel so bad about myself. And I think I kind of came to the conclusion that if I were not depressed and if I felt really good about myself, I probably would have left the relationship. Logically, I wouldn't have stayed. And I think it made me do a lot of self-reflection and say, there's something that I think could be wrong. And I come from a history of mental illness. My dad has clinical depression and his mother was bipolar. So, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility for me to have it, although her side of the family is all clear, but
there's certainly a genetic component to it.
Yeah,
I think there definitely is. And when I first met with a psychiatrist, I was kind of this mindset that, well, I can't possibly have anything. And, and if I do, it's not a big deal. I went to the psychiatrist kind of intimidated, and I hate to say this, but almost a little judgy of who the other patients are. Like, right. I'm not like them.
I'm not really like them.
I'm not really like them.
We're just so different. We're so different. When I went to therapy for the first time, I didn't give a fuck who was sitting around me. I sat there and I didn't look at anybody because I was embarrassed. Because for the first time in my life, I had gotten to a point that I couldn't help myself. And that, to me, at that point in time, was fucking embarrassing. What a fucking loser you are. You have to sit here and do this shit because you can't fucking get it together. Never once did I look at somebody else and I'm like, bet you I'm less depressed than she is. Bum, 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 bum. What the fuck? Oh, what do you got? What are you, bipolar? Not me, bitch. Oh.
I'm a healthy
different.
I'm a healthy depressed person.
Right, exactly. And I went and I was like, well, I don't think I'm depressed, but I'm in this relationship and I'm having, a lot of issues. I'm really feeling
The
bad.
first thing I did when I got into the therapist, when I cried, was apologized. I go, she sat there. She didn't even say anything. She goes, hi. I sat on the couch and I looked at her and I went to open my mouth to just be like, what do we do? And I just started sobbing. And then I just go, I'm so sorry. And she goes, why are you apologizing to me? And I go, because I'm crying. And she goes, so it's not acceptable for you to have human emotions. And I was like, okay, see where you're going to start calling me out early, you fucking asshole.
About myself, I'm really sad. I'm not wanting to get out of bed. I'm not really wanting to go in and do things and be social with my friends. And, a lot of that too is it's really hard to be going out with your friends when you're kind of holding this secret about this relationship that you just don't, you feel like not great being around them because they're in happy relationships and you want to be happy for them, but
At least you think they're in happy
you
relationships.
think so, exactly. And
Well, on Facebook they are.
Yeah, they're right.
Facebook they are, and
Sure
again,
look happy online, yeah.
it's just really interesting when you get honest with your friends and your family about
get
where
honest
you are.
with you.
They get
You know
honest.
what's so funny is when he's like, name them. And they're both laughing. He's so evil. Jan, you begged him to stay with her. Just a friendly reminder.
With you, and it's been
Right.
really nice. It takes away all this surface stuff that I think is just so prevalent in our society today, all this surface happiness.
So did the psychiatrist prescribe you medication?
Yes, she did prescribe me
Which one?
medication, Cymbalta and Wellbutrin.
Okay.
So I was put on those two drugs, and
Well, Bruchin's an older one, so Cymbalta's new.
yes, Cymbalta.
Is it's sometimes like one of those RS, serotonin reuptake inhibitor, SSRI, right?
Right,
And-
right,
and-
exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And what was really frustrating for me, and I'm sure a lot of people have felt this way, is I left the doctor's office and she was saying like I wouldn't feel better for at least 6 weeks, So that
Fucking
was
pissed me. That's what always.
made me so mad.
I did not like that about those drugs.
Right.
I want the fucking pills to make me feel better.
I want it to be right. I'm at this point. I want to
Where's-
feel better
what-
right now.
And I don't get that. Like, because theoretically, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like the way it works,
Mm-hmm.
you know how these drugs work, right? They stop the synapses from
Mm-hmm.
uptaking serotonin. It's a reuptake. So there's like the brain balances, right? So the
Yes.
theory is that when you're depressed, your serotonin levels drop,
Right.
right?
They're too
So
low.
there's two ways to go.
Okay. Bacon, you can do anything. I believe in you, including getting through the rest of this stupid fucking podcast. Yes. Yes. Now, all right. So let's talk about SSRIs. And I'll just tell you guys about my personal experience. So when I first got on SSRIs, it was, the 6 weeks. And he's like, I just want you to try it for 6 weeks. And then once your body gets it in, and we'll even it out. And that's fine. Okay, great. So SSRIs, I'm on fluoxetine, which is a version of Prozac. And basically how he described it to me, or how I described it to him, was I'm feeling all my emotions at a 10. When my kids would make me frustrated, I could burn my house to the ground. When I was happy, it was like a confetti cannon, and I could die in that moment because I was the most elated I've ever been, but then I'd be like sleepy for like 3 or 4 days. So sometimes I was feeling the wrong emotions at the wrong time, but I was definitely feeling the wrong amount emotions at these wrong times. And one of the things that I had said to my doctor was, I don't want to stop being myself. Like, I don't want to be like a gray person. And he's like, you won't. what'll happen, if they work for you and we don't have to figure this out, is you're going to feel all the right amount of emotions at the right time, but you're going to feel the right level of them. Like there's going to be, frustration, and then you get to, irritation, and then anger instead of just rage. But that's the thing with this too. And the difference, right, between Laura Owens and myself is even though you're on SSRIs, you still have to do work. It doesn't change you as a person. It just gives you the right tools to handle situations with a better grasp. I still have to concentrate on not being a piece of shit. So she got SSRIs and still continued to be a piece of shit. Hi.
You could have the brain release more serotonin, or you could block the reuptake of serotonin, right? So these work by blocking the reuptake. I'm like, why the fuck should it take 3 weeks?
Well, and you know what? And even if it doesn't work, then you have to try all these other medications.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what was just frustrating about the process for me is, I felt like I'd come to terms with the fact that maybe I had something that needed some attention, and then I just didn't get instant relief.
And so did it work ultimately, the pills?
I think they ultimately did work, but I think a lot of it too had to do with, kind of like me coming to terms with the fact that my life is not what I want it to look like. This is not the relationship I want to be in. And just because I've invested time in it doesn't mean it's right. And, I think that being on the antidepressants just kind of made me have a wake up call and kind of get things together and have a little more confidence in myself.
You have side effects from it?
What did you learn in that wake up call, Laura? Because this interview was in 2019 after you broke up with Michael Maricini. What did you learn? How to refine your craft? Is that because then within about 2 years, you go on to Greg Archibald Gillespie, as we like to call him around here. And then you went on to Clayton, and you've escalated each time. What was this wake up call that you had? She's back stronger, damn it. Wow, what a revelation.
I mean, I was a little bit tired, I would say, but I still felt more able to go out and hang out with people than I did off the drugs.
But the other thing you did too, you were very proactive. You really
Always.
were looking for ways to feel better.
Well, that was the thing I was going to say about it.
Oh, we know, Jan. We know. We've read the text messages. We know she was looking for ways to feel better. And even when Mike gave her what it was that she wanted, it still wasn't enough because it's never going to be enough because she's unhappy on the inside.
I think that, even in my darkest times, I always wanted to feel better. And that's,
So you have like what they call a low, you had a high bottom. Some people have really low, like with depression could get really fucking dark. Like where there's depression, which you have, which is like treatable, but sometimes depression can get really like, it's just like this.
I mean,
did you get to the level of hopelessness?
Yes. And I mean, I did. And I also think that, these drugs didn't cure everything for me. I mean, I want to be really upfront.
No shit. Guess what, Laura? You're living a human experience. The whole point of being here on this little floating rock is to learn and to just try to be a good human being. A pill isn't just going to be like, guess what? That's it. You still have to work. You still have to live the experience. What the fuck?
About that, like it didn't. And I, still think to an extent I have treatment resistant depression, which is frustrating.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, treatment resistant depression. You know what you have to do when you go in and you talk to your therapist? Be honest. That is the number one thing that you have to do in order to look at yourself. Is be self-aware. How do I get happy? Well, let's open up about everything. What the fuck?
So I assume the psychiatrist, if his worth is her license, she also engaged in talk therapy too, right? It wasn't just about some sort of cognitive or psychoanalysis, some sort of whatever procedure she used. It wasn't just giving you drugs and say, see you in 3 months, right?
Exactly.
So you think that helped at all?
I do think that helped. And I think one thing that actually helped me that she didn't recommend, but I am a big fan of Oprah's, and I know Oprah is a big...
Shut up. I'm a big fan of Oprah's.
proponent of doing gratitude journaling. And I think that was like the one key that really helped me, and that I saw I had so many blessings that I didn't really think I had. Because when you get into being just so depressed and you feel hopeless, you're like, God, nothing's going right. And so by forcing myself twice a day to write down 3 things that were going right, it was like, okay. It's like little baby steps helped me.
You know,
And what were those things? What are you grateful for, Laura? What is it that you're grateful for? Because when you spoke about your nephews, it's that they should be grateful for you and they're going to miss you, right? And when you spoke about your sibling, it was about how she's going to miss out on you. She's like, Dear Diary, Dear Gratitude Journal, 3 things I'm grateful for today. Number 1, Laura. Number 2, Michelle. Number 3, Owens. Idiot.
Exercise too.
I did. Yes,
Exercise
always
is
been
really
That's
important.
huge, very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's Oprah. What she's tapping into there is a very, very simple but powerful self-help. Adage about like basically that you could focus on what's wrong in your life, or you could focus on what's right in your life. If you spend all day long focusing on the shit of life, well, you're gonna probably feel pretty shitty. If you focus on gratitude's about focusing on what's right.
Right.
Looking at, applying a positive meaning to experiences versus a negative meaning to experiences.
But I think that takes discipline, because it's really hard to want to feel grateful when you're feeling that low. I mean, did
doubt.
you find that as well?
Well, I find that a lot more with like my in the moment state. Like, my wife and I came out. I'm like, she's like, manage your state. I'm like, I want to be fucking pissed right now.
yeah, exactly.
I don't want to manage.
Right.
I want to feel like shit. I actually
The
use
scarecrow. If you're here doing this podcast, who's scaring the crows away from our crops?
negativity, believe it or not, and fear is a motivator. So I motivate myself often through worrying and fear. It's not the most elegant strategy, but it works really well.
How so?
Well, like if I'm trying to, let's just say, I in my mind, success, a lot of the achievement of success is about getting yourself to do the things that you have to do, even when you don't feel like doing them every day. I think a lot of people, like, there's things we love to do and there's things we don't love to do, right? And it's easy to do the things we
Charlene.
like and to do them, and then neglect the things that we don't. But when you want to become successful, it requires that sort of discipline to do what you don't like doing, right? And everyone has a different motivation strategy. Well, how do you get yourself to do those things? For me, there's always the two sides. Yeah, you can focus on, if I get it done, I'll feel like focusing on the pleasure side. Or if I don't do this, my life's going to fall apart. I'll be broke. I'll be miserable. I'll be alone. I'll be insignificant. So I actually tap into my worst fears and my away value. Yeah. And by doing it's very common. I think I just think I can I think a lot of people, they don't verbalize it maybe the way I do, but we all either, move away from pain or move towards pleasure. So, and we typically have both. Everyone does both, but each person's got their dominant modality. I'm more move away from pain, and then I can motivate myself by moving towards pleasure. Like my son, for instance, my other son Carter, right? When he was growing up, and I'd say, Carter, if you don't get better grades, you're gonna get grounded. You're gonna no impact. That's because he does not pain based in the pain. No, but I say, Carter, do this, you get a new car, or you'll get a trip. But that so that's that. So everyone is different. So like the old carrot and the stick, right? Part of motivating people is understanding that each person has a different motivation strategy, and one is more effective. And it's usually a combination of the two. But you got to find what their dominant was and speak to that.
Right. And I think too, a lot of it was getting out of my own comfort zone and, just saying to myself, I want to try and help other people with this. Like, this is miserable.
I want to talk about that. So you somehow, right, which I think is awesome, by the way, you parlayed this, right? You took your pain and you turned it into this awesome thing where you and your mom teamed up, right? And you have this like top podcast out there, right? Where you guys.
Top podcast. The Nobody Heard of It podcast. The bought followers so it looked like they were having views coming in podcast.
You know, whether you do it to make money, just to you help people, right? So tell me, so how did that start? So, you know, who came up with the idea for, you know, you've been in media, right? But podcast is more of a younger generation thing. So,
Right. Well, I was, as I mentioned, I was a talk show host for a while, and I loved interviewing people. I loved hearing their stories, and so I always felt I took a break when Laura and my older daughter were.
I don't know if I already told you this, but I used to be a radio show host, you know. And then I had to take a break because I had Laura, my little baby, my little mini me, my protege. And then I had who's that other one? What's her name? Sammy? Sarah. We had Sarah, right? We had Sarah. That's Ron's kid. But Laura.
Little, I became a stay-at-home mom. I left the business and everything like that. When my husband was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, like I say, 18 years ago, I thought at some point
I didn't try helping other people. How about you try leaving them alone?
I may need to get back into the business because who knows how the Parkinson's is going to go. And if I do, what would I do? So I felt like what I'd really like to do is go back and do some kind of a talk show that would be helping people, really getting the good stories that people could learn from. And I envisioned probably doing that in radio. And then when Laura and I were talking over the years, she's like, Mom, my generation only listens to podcasts because then we can listen to whatever topic we want.
At any time we want, pause it whenever we want to. And, you know, I mean, I think that was hard for her to hear and for my dad to hear too, coming from, you know, such a big radio background that was kind of a dying.
Yeah.
I still hate to say that.
Yeah, but
it's kind of dying. Like my dad when I need him to.
But she's like, everybody
Convenient.
listens to podcasts. And then she and I started to
I
listen
didn't
to
know.
podcasts.
I didn't know that. Like,
Really?
my son pushed me to do. Like, I've been like getting Office for a few years. Do this podcast, right? And I was like, oh, whatever. Podcast, schmodcast, like what? Right? You know.
Yeah.
And then my son really pushed me into it, and I'm loving. I enjoy doing it because
I love talking to new
meet great
people.
people. It's
Yeah.
really fun, right? And I know people I think respond well to it. But it's interesting. So from your perspective, right? So you said. You decided you want to do something together? Is that how? And then,
Well, we would listen to podcasts a lot because Laura was going through this difficult
And she
time
was
in her
literally
life.
the best person in the entire world.
how'd
I
you-
was
but
very
how'd you-
lucky to have.
Here's your question. So
have
it's
her.
interesting. I mean, one of my fears for sure would be coming down with something like Parkinson's. That would scare the shit. I mean, that, right?
Right, yeah.
And while I know that the treatments are radical,
Charlene, so we actually watched a video the other day that had a therapist on. You should watch it. It's really good. But he talks about all the different diagnoses that could possibly be present here.
advanced compared to what used to be almost like a death sentence, right? Did that freak you? How did you handle that? Like back in, was it like back?
It was like around 2001 when my husband first had the symptoms. And
How
he
did it
just
start? Like all of a sudden you started shaking?
You know what? It was weird. We were in the midst of an argument, not a serious argument, but you know, an argument, and his hand started to shake. And I thought, well, this wasn't, you know, it wasn't.
He shouldn't be that upset.
It wasn't that up, you know, it wasn't something that should make him shake. It was just kind of like, well, you know, why didn't you put the cap on the toothpaste? So, you know, it was like, it shouldn't be causing him to shake. And then,
it's that type of fight.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't a biggie at all.
Right.
And then when I noticed his hand was shaking, it was like all of a sudden, instead of focusing on whatever it was we were fighting about, we looked at his hand and it was like, well, that's really weird. And he was looking at it.
Just out of nowhere,
out of nowhere. But we figured it wasn't a big deal. And
did it stop then and go into remission?
Yeah, it stopped. It stopped. It wasn't a consistent thing. It stopped but it kind of came back a little. And then he talked to another doctor, a friend of ours, who said, you know, maybe you want to go have a neurologist check it out. It's probably nothing. And he went to the neurologist and they didn't need to do any other tests. They just looked at him and they said, you know, it's Parkinson's.
Really?
And from the other symptoms. So he came home and we really didn't know anything at all about Parkinson's. And I think in some ways that was good because we just sort of figured, okay, we're just going to take it as it comes.
And I think we initially thought too, it's just going to be shaking.
What was there
It's just
like?
gonna be
Was it like?
Let's see.
nothing. And he
Oh, hold on.
but it kind of came back a little, and then he talked to another doctor, a friend of ours, who said, maybe you want to go have a neurologist check it out. It's probably nothing. And he went to the neurologist, and they didn't need to do any other tests. They just looked at him and they said, it's Parkinson's.
Hound servant, great catch. Parkinson's. Ta-da! Let's see. There is no single blood test or brain scan to confirm Parkinson's. It said doctors diagnose it clinically using your medical history, a detailed neurological exam, and by evaluating your symptoms. A physician, often a neurologist or movement disorder specialist, looks for signs like slowness of movement, resting tremors, and rigidity. At least two of these are generally required for a diagnosis. Your doctor will ask when the symptoms began, what medications you take, and whether you have family history. Blood test or a standard MRI are sometimes used to rule out strokes, tumors, or other neurological disorders. But not Ronald. Ronald had no other tests. Get the journal out.
And from the other symptoms. So he came home, and we really didn't know anything at all about Parkinson's. And
Pregnant. Ta-da!
I think in some ways that was good because we just sort of figured, okay, we're just going to take it as it comes. And
I think we initially thought too, it's just going to be shaking.
What was there
It's just
like?
gonna be
Was it
a
like? Was it like? I mean, a heavy moment, or would you? Yeah, you talk about it now more like logically, but at the time, was it like? Was it a deep emotional thing, or was it more just logic? You logicked it out.
I'll tell you what it was. I was driving down the street in our right in front of our house, and my husband was driving toward me in the opposite direction. He had just come from the doctor's appointment, and so I saw him driving toward me, and he had this look on his face that I have never seen him have before. It looked like he'd seen a ghost, and he was driving his car, and I thought, oh my God, I know he just came from the doctor. I wonder what happened. And
There's no mortality like stares.
yeah, it was like, and I can picture it in my mind right now. And I know that was, he had just, left the doctor's office 10 minutes before when I saw him, and then we came home and he explained what it was. But we didn't think it was going to be a bad thing. And I have to say, one of the things that he has done is to really exercise and try and stay in great shape. He's doing boxing now because boxing is great for
He
Parkinson's.
walks a lot.
He walks a lot.
You go to Barry's?
He's done yoga. He's done Pilates.
Yeah.
He's done
So basically, keeping active and not becoming sedentary.
right. And we went to the doctor with him yesterday, the neurologist, and she said
I read this as I took a big swig of water. First, they thought Ron was pregnant with twins. Turns out Lo and I were just sucking the life out of him. What are you going to do, though?
she said, I'm going to tell you something. She said, if you hadn't done the kind of exercise that you've done, and he has kept his mind really active too,
Right.
as a talk show host over the years. But she said, you would not be sitting across from me in the same
Thank you, Gran.
condition that you are right now. It's the exercise and
But
and all of
there
that.
was a lot of uncertainty when he got it because they apparently can tell how fast your Parkinson's is
There's
going to
different
progress.
types, right? Yeah,
right,
yeah.
based on how it is the first year. And we were really lucky that his has been pretty slow progressing.
Yeah.
Right.
And
They said that
it can be much worse than what he has.
Right. And Robin Williams had a different thing because Robin
He had
Williams had
Lewy body.
Lewy body
Yeah.
disease with
Yeah.
his Parkinson's, which is different. But they do say, after the first year, they can tell if it goes really slow, you've got a slow progressing.
So it's
pace.
on like because they put on steroids and stuff like that. And what's the treatment for L-dopa? Is it,
Yeah, he's on
levodopa,
that.
carbidopa, levodopa.
Yeah.
Guys, tell me when to change my screen. I'm so sorry. I'm just sitting here like an idiot.
he's on several medications for it.
Right.
Like 5 times a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trick is the blood-brain barrier.
That's a great question. Let's ask. What is a life expectancy? Sorry, I gotta get me a snacks. Listen, I'm a snacky bitch, okay? I gotta have my snacks or else I get very upset. So if you're under 60, it's 20 to 30 years. It reduced by approximately 10 to 11 years. 65 to 70, 15 to 20 years. 70 and over, 5 to 10 years.
Right,
That's the
exactly.
challenge, is getting
Yeah.
the drug through
Yeah.
So they had some a little bit of little drama in that. Wow, but
Yeah.
here's my question: is like for everything, right?
Yeah.
We all have stuff, right?
Yeah.
What I love about your story is that you used it to you took I think there's power in failure. I think there's power in depression.
Oh my God,
think
I
there's
completely
right?
agree with you.
Like there's power in like negative. Like it's almost like something called there's you have like dry ice, right? It's called sublimation, where it goes from a solid to a gas and skips the liquid phase. They call that sublimation. It's like it's an artificial it's like skipping a stage. It goes from one so it's almost
Well, at least I know what this guy is doing at 3 a.m. when he's awake. He's just learning about shit that he doesn't need to have knowledge to, which is what I do as an ADHD human being.
it's like there's like a way of sublimation with your life where if your life gets so bad or so negative, it's like you're almost stretching a rubber band and you have stored energy there. So if you can turn it, it snaps back and you can almost soar to success quickly.
Joe Piscopo? Because that's who I think of when I see this guy. I was like, that looks just like Joe Piscopo. Joe Piscopo. This guy. That's what I think. Oh, look, we're all on the same page.
Than someone could without having been in that
Right,
situation.
right,
You know what I mean?
right,
like
right.
taking like for instance jail to where I did. It's like almost it's very common in people that have a real huge big like a negative event. If you can flip that switch, you can actually use to propel you to success. So so when you guys started, right? So what do you think that makes your podcast so successful?
I think
I buy followers. What do you think makes it so successful? I buy the success. I buy it.
we have done that's been great is we do work really well as a team in terms of we kind of know our responsibilities. Like I do the social media stuff for us and I work with influencers to make sure that we're getting seen by a bunch of different people.
So let's explain, because I think a lot of people who are entrepreneurs here.
Yeah.
So tell me about, I'd like you to tell give me your strategies. Tell me. I want you to help. I want you to help.
People want to know about podcasting.
Yes,
right?
I want you to tell everyone. I want you guys to disclose your secret of how anyone could take, whether they have one or just how do you raise your awareness? Tell me your secret.
I think the one thing we did at the start that a lot of people don't do is we started out with 30 episodes. We posted 30 at once. So it wasn't like we were going to post one podcast and never do it again.
Yeah, somebody in the
you
business had
made it
suggested
real.
that.
It's like
It was like, wow, it's going to be a real show.
We put up a bunch of them to make it look like, hey, we're in business. We're serious about
I
this.
like that.
It's
Yeah.
not
I'm going to
just
take that advice, by the way.
No. We posted that many. So, and we had really good people. I mean, I think because I'd been in the business that I knew a little bit about who to contact and
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make 30 episodes. I'm going to drop them all at once. And then you're never going to hear from me again. Because that's essentially what they did.
I had a
By
lot
the
of
way,
everything.
that's a really, really good piece of advice for people to follow. Seriously, guys, like if you think about it, it's an extrapolation into content creation. Like,
Yes.
Actually, I'm thinking about just faking a pregnancy and then dragging guys through the mud because I really think that's going to get my podcast out there. Like, I really think that people will know me. They'll know my YouTube channel if I just defraud some people. I think that's that's really the core basis of what I need to do here. Maybe I'll go to the Sun. There will be a justice for Mr. Bears, that'll happen on Reddit. And yeah, it'll I think that's really what's gonna catapult me just into the stratosphere.
You want to create lots of content.
Exactly.
A little bit doesn't.
It does nothing.
It's too much.
And it has to be consistent.
Right. There's a consistency and also like doing a lot at once. I love that. That's a very good point. So that's the first thing, right? And
that's the
so
first
what? So
thing.
what were the first 30? Were they okay? Do you look back at those first and say like they sucked, or you love the first 30? Like what?
I feel like it's a mixed bag. Like I personally wouldn't go back and listen to the first 30.
Yeah. I'm scared.
Don't worry. Neither would we.
I love to see my first
Your
podcast
first one
was
was
Dan
great.
because I love Dan.
That was
Right.
great.
It
I
was
love-
That was
fantastic.
great.
It was
Dan is
fantastic.
amazing. So I chose him on purpose.
No, but and that's what I think we did. We went for people who we knew were good talkers that we could relate to,
That
and
had good
that sort of
stories
thing.
and we were interested
Yeah.
in their topics.
Right.
But we also went into it with this idea that we were going to post shows regularly. Like it had to be like
get
3
it.
shows
All
a
right,
week. And we
justice
wanted
for Mr.
advertisers
Bears
from the
merch.
start.
Question: does your audience skew heavily to female?
Yes.
I want more female. Can you give me advice? I want more female. I don't have enough female listeners. Like, because I think I have this reputation as being misogynist. I'm not. I am not. I think you guys get a sense of me.
Totally.
Right.
I am like not.
No.
I am a lover of and a respecter of women, and like
Right.
I have a daughter who I'm more proud than anything who was like an empowered. And so, but I because of the movie,
Yeah.
they and it was a different time back then.
Right.
And even then,
Yes.
I respect
She
it.
tells me this like every single
It was,
day.
and my
was.
listen, my
It
mother.
was more fun.
And it was fucking A, it was right. There we go.
Found it.
Found it. And no, and let me just say the truth. My assistant from the movie, her real name was Mona. I saw Mona, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I put Mona through fucking hell, right?" I mean, I mean, I was a nut. I admit that, right? So I call Mona 2 a.m. Mona, I have a problem, right? But anyway, but I saw Mona about a year ago, and I did a big event in New York, a speak, and she came to see me at dinner afterwards as part of like a group of 20 people. I'm at dinner, and she goes, "You know what? The kids, they don't know. We had the best time. It was so much fun." I think this whole political correctness shit in the workplace is it's a thinking about being gross. It's a shame. You know why? Because I remember like we used to like if you liked someone in the workplace, you'd dress up for them, you'd run to work. There was all this intrigue in the office. You'd meet people. Now everything's fucking online. You got to meet everyone through online dating and shit and Tinder.
Exactly.
And fucking Schminder, whatever the fucking the
Yeah,
latest thing is, right? And the point is, it was kind of great. Listen, everyone was fucking everyone. I'll admit that, but it wasn't sexual harassment.
Right.
That was not.
It wasn't? It wasn't? What was different about it that makes it not sexual harassment? Right. Here's the thing. You shouldn't have to ask why women aren't following you. They just don't follow you. They don't follow you because they don't connect with you. If you look into my YouTube analytics, my demographic is predominantly women between 40 and whatever the next bracket is, probably 40 and 60. And then we do have some, actually, I'll look it up right now. So I'll be able to tell you. But it's because you have that demographic because that's the people that connect with you. I'm not going to have an all male following. Also, I don't want to be like, I want more guys to follow me. No, I want the men who want to come to this channel, who like me, who want to connect with me. Let's take a look. What are my demographics here? I just want to see right quick. So my demographics are female, 90%, male, 10%. Let's see. My biggest demographic is 45 to 54 years old, but it's between 35 and 65 plus years here. I have a couple of scragglers and people like 1.1%, 13 to 17. Go away. Go home. That's probably ham. But yeah. I just want people who resonate here. It's not like, oh, I want more of this or more than that.
That was how you met your spouse.
Someone would if you harassed a woman, you'd be fired in 2 seconds.
Right.
In my company, you would be fired.
Right,
in 2
right.
It was all consensual. It was fun, and I think that you're right. It was a fun. But even here's another thing. If you look back even before that, like you ever watch Mad Men?
Oh, of course.
Like
yeah.
when you watch how women were treated. Now, my mom is an incredibly accomplished woman. So she was a CPA back in the 50s.
Wow.
Going into New York, working in that
Hi, Sarah.
type of environment, and was so brilliant and well respected. She actually, was, had not an easy, but she was actually underpaid for what she does. This men that were one half of it intelligent were making twice what she was making back in the 50s, right?
Yeah.
Terrible thing, right?
Yeah.
And then but she still was very accomplished. Then when she was 73, before she went back to law school, became the oldest woman in New York State to pass the bar. She won pro bono lawyer of the year, which was like in the 80s for doing battered women's charity. Mother's amazing,
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
And it pisses me off that I get a bad rap at women. Because I'm like, I love women.
Right.
I mean, I'm like Joe Biden. Joe, I love women. Know you and hug you. And
No, but you know what? Even that, I think that's who he is. That's who Joe Biden is.
I don't think it's.
I don't think it's.
I like hugging, right?
I don't care about.
I don't think it's a
good
creepy
connection.
thing.
Yeah.
Politics is disgusting.
Right.
It
Can't
is-
do anything.
It's just like, I mean, everything. Even look at Tony Robbins.
Right,
What they're
right.
doing to Tony Robbins right now.
Oh
What
my
the
God.
fuck?
What-
Come on.
right, I know. I
You
know.
could like him, you could hate him. He's not an evil God.
No.
Jesus Christ. And they go back to what he did 22 years ago before he was married to a woman he loves. And he was an angel? No. Who's been an angel in our lives?
Right,
And they
exactly.
just try to, it's like America's really weird. They love to build you up and they love to knock you down. And I think it's.
And it can happen like that.
Let me ask you a question. So I want to get back to more tips because you gave me a good one. I want to get more information from you. But I want to know, what do you think that's about, though? Like, why do you think it's like, okay, Australia's 10 times worse. In Australia, they have what's called the tall poppy syndrome.
The bankruptcy auto is up. All right, we're gonna get through this, and then we're gonna
That
do
if you
that.
try to rise up, they fucking chop.
Because I'm gonna barf.
Right? And we don't have that here, but there is some element where when we respect entrepreneurs, there's something it's like there's some sort of schadenfreude, as they call to it, that like when, wishing someone bad. It's like, why do you think that's about, Or you think maybe I'm wrong? It doesn't exist. I mean,
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, America loves to build people up and loves to tear them down, and then, but I think we also like
Or, and I understand that too, like you just get too high and some people want to be dicks. But also, you could just like not do fucked up shit. Guys, I'm going to see this through.
see them reinvent themselves.
True.
We like a second. We
Because
like
then
a
we can
second
relate
story.
to them more.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
everybody needs that. Everybody feels that way.
Yeah.
I wonder-
love the reinvention.
I
Me too.
agree, thank God, because I'm a reinvention.
exactly.
The ultimate reinvention. But I think on some level, though, I don't know. Here's what I think. Maybe it's not that Americans, as much as the American media loves to rip people to shreds, because
Don't give them anything to do that. Listen, this is the thing about content creators. It's like, well, the content creators make stuff about me. Don't give us anything. Listen, I have made my career the past couple of months off of content that other people have made for me. You see how that works? I'm not over here writing original skits. Don't give people anything to talk about, and then they won't.
we had a saying, good news travels fast, bad news travels instantly, and now it travels virally. It's almost like
Sure.
it's like by the way social media is constructed right now. It's like it's almost bent towards negativity because it increases engagement. I wonder.
No, that's very true.
You
And
know?
I mean, it's hard when you post positive content. Sometimes people don't want to
give a
see
shit.
that.
Oh,
I always say, I say
demand
to my
an
haters, I
original
love you
skit.
guys. Keep hating me.
Right.
because-
Honestly, I think my Jan monologue the other day might have been my first original skit.
Every time you hate me, it's $10 every hating thing you say.
Right,
Kisses
go for it.
and it's like, go hate me. But look, okay, you gave me one great tip, guys. All right,
Okay.
give me another. So the first thing you did right is like, listen, you have an amazing podcast. You do. It's you're like number one, right? It's
Yes,
that's
we're
no
gonna
easy
listen to
fucking
it as soon as
task.
this
It's a
is over.
crowded
I'll speed
marketplace.
this up.
You guys are
very crowded.
you're like-
750,000
You're like a
podcasts.
silent killers, you two, right?
Yeah.
No, seriously, you wouldn't look at you like
Right,
you're
exactly.
number one in the world, you know?
Yeah.
So
Right.
what else? Tell me, come on, give me another secret. You're obviously doing this is not an accident that you guys are successful. It never is. So what else are you doing?
I think that to start out, we just started contacting as many really interesting people as we could. And I have to tell you, like at the beginning, it was like 100 to 1. I would send out 100 emails and be like, this is who we are and this is why we would want to have somebody on. We would make it personal. Or I did a lot of those myself. I just tried to,
That doesn't surprise me.
yeah, I was doing that like bam, bam, bam. And, I mean,
You're a salesperson.
exactly.
You're a
It doesn't surprise him that you would send out 100 emails a day. Surprises none of us either.
Closer.
Exactly.
And by the way, it just goes to what I say that sales is
I love sales.
Yeah, well,
It's-
without
it's
sales.
exciting.
So what you did is you actually had a direct sales, an outgoing telemarketing and email campaign.
Exactly.
To make sure that you got quality guests. And then you turned it into a numbers game. And then essentially what you almost did, you wore down the market. You call enough people, you catch selling.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden,
Right.
then
You
you
wear
get more
'em down.
credibility and more credibility. And then before you know it, you become a destination
All
you
right,
wanted
guys,
to
I
want
got
because you
it.
have traction,
And
right?
for those people who didn't want to come on in the first place, then we contact them again 2 months later, 3 months later, and then
So-
maybe they do.
So what
I don't give up.
No, good. No, so no, that's resilience, tenacity, right? Those amazing traits for any salesperson or entrepreneur. So you would recommend for sure is don't be bashful. Go out there, just ask, and go out there, put a directed effort to go out and recruit guests, interesting guests, right?
And you can't be afraid of getting a negative response. Like most people just aren't going to respond.
Really? Is that so, Laura? You can't be afraid of getting a negative response? Is what you're trying to say to me, you can't be afraid of rejection? Yeah.
At all. I mean, that's really what the reality of it is. When I would send emails out, most people didn't respond to begin with. So you have to kind of develop a thick skin with that.
Well, and you didn't charge them with abortion coercion, did you?
Yeah, but I think you also have to target it, and I think that the more big names you get on,
Then, we can add to
people
our
say
list
like,
of people.
"Oh, okay, well they went on,
And
well
then-
it's okay,
right.
it's okay."
When people try to get me on their show, they'll say,
Yeah.
"Hey, this guy, that guy, that guy," I'm like, all right, whatever. I mean, so for me, it's more about like if there's a fit when I'm
What the
doing.
fuck is this shit? Omar's been here for 3 seconds. What the fuck is this shit?
In fact, for like the last year, I hadn't gone on any. I would go on because I knew I was launching my own. I wanted to wait because I wanted to drive
Yeah.
traffic somewhere,
Yeah.
right? All right, so that's 2 great tips now, right? The first tip, okay, was you released a large amount of, you created a significant, you almost made yourself relevant. You were a real player, and you continue to put content out, fresh
Not
content,
Right.
right?
And you need to put content out on social media
Right.
too.
And-
It's not just the content for the podcast.
And tell me about that. What was your strategy for that?
So what I did was for every single guest, they have a nobody told me lesson, like their big life lesson that they learned.
Let's go back to the name. We haven't even
Okay.
touched on the name.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you go for it.
Let's go about that.
So
the name of the podcast is,
Nobody Told Me.
and everyone should at least watch it. Just listen once. Choose your
I got
favorite.
it.
What's your
I
favorite?
got
Okay,
it.
what's the best episode to listen to for the first? Choose one.
Tina Seelig.
Okay.
Tina Seelig.
Who is?
She's a
I'm
Stanford-
embarrassed.
I
No,
like
no.
Mitch
No, no.
Albama, the guy who wrote
Oh.
Tuesdays with Maury. I loved him.
Mitch Albom
Or
is
Elizabeth
great.
Smart, the kidnapped.
Elizabeth
shit,
kidnapping
you had-
girl.
oh, really?
Yeah, she
we
was
had her on.
fascinating. Yeah.
She was fabulous. And, she was talking about like one of her nobody told me things. We always ask, what's your nobody told me lesson? What is it that nobody told you in life that you had to
Nobody
learn
told me about this fucking podcast, and I was much happier before I learned about it.
on your own? And one of the things she said along those lines is that after she was kidnapped and the lesson that she had learned, one of the things was how meaningful things like sunshine and fresh air and rain
Hi, Don.
were to her after she'd been kidnapped. Nobody told her those things that the rest of us take for granted,
And not to have a victim mentality. Like she could have been the kidnapping
Right.
victim her entire life. But where does that get you at the end of the day?
Yeah, she said, nobody told me that it was up to me to define how I would be seen by other people. And she said, I decided I didn't
After
want
the
to.
kidnapping.
After the
Yeah.
kidnapping. She said, I decided I didn't want to be that girl who was kidnapped for the rest of my life. I wanted to move on and help people. And she's certainly done that. But we worked through a lot of potential titles for the podcast. I mean, we had dozens of them. And finally, we settled on Nobody Told Me because it's kind of that thing like,
After Hours, she did learn a lot from that. She learned that she wasn't going to be a victim for the rest of her life. She is going to stand up. She's going to be just like Elizabeth Smart.
well, I think all of us have felt that, like, God, why didn't somebody tell me that? Why didn't I know
What
that?
was the
Gee,
key to life? What
yeah,
hard times could I miss out
Yeah,
on?
what could I skip over? If somebody gave me this advice, what could, hard lesson would I then not have to learn
Yes,
myself?
exactly.
And so we just thought Nobody Told Me is a great thing because we've always, everybody has those Nobody Told Me things. And I think we also have lessons in life that people did tell us, but we didn't really pay attention
By the way,
to.
so that's okay. So of course, as you're talking, I'm listening and searching my memory for I'm saying what's my and honestly for me, it's far more I had really good parents. It's not so much they didn't tell me things; I just didn't fucking listen.
Well, but see, here's that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of things that people tell you, but you don't pay attention to.
You got it.
And then you have to learn it on your own. And then it's like, oh God, that's right. People told me life was going to be hard, but I didn't really believe it until it knocked on my door.
But you can be told the same thing by different people, and it just doesn't register until it's with the right person. Like, I might have been more likely to listen to advice from a mentor than I would have, even from you growing up. And I think that's really common for kids. Like, it just
Sometimes you just have to learn lessons by doing them one time, maybe doing them 3 times, maybe 5 times. Sometimes you got to get charged with 14 felonies. We don't know. We don't know how people learn from their mistakes. Sometimes you're staring down the barrel of 14 felonies and you're like, you know what? I still didn't learn shit. I don't know. For everybody, it's different.
Takes a while for the right thing to hit. And so I think with this show, we have enough different guests saying enough different things with enough different experiences that we feel like people can really get a lot out of it.
But a lot of them say the same thing. Like, I'm struck by how many people talk about their failures and say how their failures were they had to go through the failures to become a success.
Oh, sure.
And I know that's one of the things you were talking about on your first podcast.
Lessons are in the failures.
Right. Yeah. But you want to be the one that doesn't have the failure, that doesn't have the hard time.
Right. But that requires, I think, being open about the fact that, we've gone through hard times ourselves, and, that really
You have. This is foreshadowing. It's about to get a lot worse, girl. It's about to get a lot worse.
has been the catalyst. Like, the catalyst for this really was the worst time of my life when, I'm looking and like, I don't have a purpose, and, I feel sorry for myself and I just don't know what to do with my life. And this ended up really being what, I feel is my purpose. And I feel like you feel is your purpose too, is to just try and help people as much as we can to, achieve their dreams and be happy. I mean, as cheesy as that sounds, that's really what it's all about.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was also, like I say, to have another source of income, because I didn't know what
we hit that hard.
My husband's
that would be what I would say.
Was going to do.
So how did you monetize with advertising, right?
Yes. And, yes, it's definitely something we love doing, and we definitely want to help people. But we started out saying this is going to be a business. Like, that's what we do. She's always
treat it like a business.
Treat it like a business.
It's not a hobby.
Sales, marketing, content creation.
Exactly.
10 minutes. We have 10 minutes and we are sped up. We're almost doing it, friends. Come on, stay with me. Hydrate, okay? We could do this. We can do this together.
The deliberate thing.
Exactly. And like I said, we have our roles. So, with social media, I create a little graphic for everybody's Nobody Told Me lesson, and I have their picture and I make their Nobody Told Me lesson, and I have fun doing it. It takes me a while to pick the right one, but then we put that out with the podcast. We put the picture out with the podcast, and then we are able to promote that picture on Instagram, Facebook advertising, whatever we want to do, we do that. And then on days when we don't post the podcast, we post positive quotes and, other people's Nobody Told Me lessons or quotes from the show. And then we promote that. In addition to that, like I said, we've had advertisers. We have, reached out to people. I mean, any
Did you
brand
court advertisers? Now, do you do the podcast and manage it on your own, or do you have a company that you go through?
So we record the podcast and do all the editing ourselves, but Megaphone is the host of our podcast, and so they have the ability to insert ads where we don't have ads, and so we get paid by that. So they usually have our pre-roll spot, and I decide where else they can go.
And then we also do some endorsements too. We get approached by advertisers,
right? And then
who want us to do.
I've also done a
Who's
couple.
your best advertiser? Who do you think?
Ooh.
Oh, we've had a lot of great ones. I don't know. I don't want to pick one. I don't want to pick one.
Can't pick favorites, but we have fun doing the live reads together.
Right, we love that.
How about this? Who's your favorite ex-advertiser that no longer advertises with you? Like, what made it fun from the beginning? In the beginning, was there one that was like sort of a linchpin that really made? Wow, we got this person that's like.
I liked Bombas socks.
I liked Bombas
They
socks,
sent us
too.
a ton of socks, and they
were great socks.
Great
yeah.
socks. We love them.
Yeah.
Bombas. Go with us again, maybe.
I think you should buy it,
Right.
buddy. Wow. So okay, so we're going over. I always go over. So you guys are really interesting. Let me ask you one more thing. In terms of one more business question. In terms of sustainability, right? Do you actively, like in business, in some level, unless you're always reinventing yourself and trying to make yourself obsolete, do you guys always think like, what's next? What's our next move? How am I making this better? How am I improving this? How do I make it even more exciting? What's not that you're trying to reinvent yourself as much as you're this never-ending improvement, and that you're always striving. What's the next big thing we can do to take it to the next? Do you have that attitude, or?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's almost been a downfall for both of us, is that we both just always are thinking ahead and who can we have next, and what angle can we bring to the show? We're constantly talking about that. So
24/7, and
24/7,
we'd like to do a TED Talk.
Yeah, we're in talks to
We'd
do a
like to
TED
do
Talk and a book, and maybe turn it into a TV show.
You guys ever fight?
We have.
I think it's gotten better as I've gotten older. It was early 20s.
My dad and I fought like crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My father's like, he's Mad Max, right? I love my dad to death. He's a but when he worked for me, like I own the company. I remember once my father has what's called a very high action threshold. He's he's tough to sell to. He hates to buy things, right?
Yeah.
I remember once I probably made $2 million in 2 days, and I went and I wanted to buy 10 desks for $100 a desk. If they're just making $2 million, it's $1,000 I did it without telling. He fucking you motherfucker! How dare you, fucking crazy! And he like, I'm done. I quit. Like it was pretty tough. My dad, a tough character. My dad did not come to the table to be friends with me.
So did it strengthen your relationship with him?
Oh,
in
yes.
the end?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
working
Oh,
with
no.
him?
Let me tell you, he was such a huge asset to me. Because number one, all right, I'm really good at making money. I'm not particularly good at watching money. I have a great person now that does it for me, right? Mark, who's been with me forever, right? But also, I employed thousands of young kids, right?
Yeah.
And they always wanted to borrow and get advances. They were terrified to death of my dad because, like, he literally would walk around the boardroom and, like, he's a 65-year-old man, right? With an IQ of the stratosphere, dealing with a bunch of post-adolescent nincompoops. Like, he was such a fish out of water. And he's walking around like at 9 a.m. with a styrofoam cup of vodka.
Oh my!
His 10th cigarette of the day. Back then, he used to smoke my dad used to smoke Kent growing up. Then he kept going to like lighter and lighter and just smoke more of them. It ended up with like true ultra light, smoke 5 packs a day, right? And he
All right, as soon as they
trouble,
get it,
always
we'll
finding
watch
trouble.
it.
They were terrified of my dad. He would actually get physical people. Yeah. And so they'd say, "Hey, can I need an advance my pay?" I said, "Yeah, go see my dad." They're like, "Never mind." So he was like ultimate grim reaper. And you have to have someone like that in a company. And all right, so last thing. What is next for you guys? I mean, listen, you guys,
What is next? What is next? What is next? Do you know what comes next? Jordan?
You're 20. How old?
Just turned 29.
Okay, so you're almost 30. I still have clothes that are older than you, okay? but like jeans, But you look terrific. You look really healthy. You seem really happy, which is great.
Yeah.
And I think, so before I won't business, right? So was this like almost like therapy for you, your own podcast?
1,000,000%. It was better than going to therapy. This is my therapy. I mean, I get to ask all these people that I'm already really interested in how they got through their tough times, and that helps me, And I can
Because I
listen.
learned how to be a human with a skin suit on. And then I take their stories and I use them as my own.
Back to their shows and be like, oh yeah, that's what Hal Elrod did, or that's what whoever. I mean, I can like look for a podcast and it tends to go with my mood. I mean,
it's done the same for me.
Yeah, I think it has. I think like I've been, regardless of the success of the podcast, I think it still would have made me a happier person just having done it. Like it was about we wanted to make a business, but we really at the core have wanted to help people first.
Right. But it's helped me. Like I say,
Who
with my husband.
Who said Elrod?
Hal
Elrod.
Who's that?
Hal Elrod is a guy who wrote a book about miracles.
I thought you said Elron.
Oh, like L. Ron Hubbard?
Oh no!
I was like, wait, we need another hour.
Hang on,
I got some Scientologists. I'm like, all right, let's go. Tell me about seat work. I want to know all about. I was about to go. Oh boy!
Oh my God!
Turn out the fucking lights.
Oh my God!
You're going nowhere.
I'm pretty sure I've seen every single documentary on
my
Scientology.
God.
We both have, but no, didn't grab us.
I gotta tell you one great story before we go. Right, so back in like 2003, right? So a friend of mine, he was like close friend, but kind of like partners loosely, right? And his brother was living out here, and he was an actor, and he had a new wife, and she was an actress, and this my friend's name was Michael. He was very reactionary. Like he flew off the handle, with anything. So his brother calls me and goes, "Listen, I want to play a practical joke on my brother. Let's go to dinner tonight. We're going to go to the Scientology big, beautiful building where all this, it's like this massive castle. It looks like it's out of some other time, right? In LA. And I want to tell my brother that we've become Scientologists and we're donating all the family's money to Scientology. I want to just see what he does, right? Because it's like." So now I'm like, oh, this is gonna be fucking great. He goes, just play. I said, okay, great. So we all get in the car, and now my friend Michael, Michael wasn't always the most book smart. He was a smart guy, but so he probably wouldn't even know what Scientology was. So I'm like, where are we going? He goes, oh, we're going to this place at this Scient. I'm like, what? I'm like, you mean Scient? He's like, why? I'm like, I think they go after people's families. Like, we gotta be careful. We go there. So he's like, really? I said, oh, Mike. I said, just whatever. We got to be really careful. Because I know it's okay to just have dinner there, but if you're part of it, they go after the families. I keep saying it again, right? Anyway, so we, by the time we get there, he's like really nervous, right? So we go into this place, and the place is crazy nice. It's like you can't. It's like it doesn't.
I can imagine it would.
It's almost like a Renaissance building.
Oh my God!
All right, and
that's how they get you, right?
We walk in there, and the waiter, and they're very nice, by the way. Really couldn't be nicer. No pressure or anything. It wasn't like that. No. And we're sitting there, and then about halfway through dinner, and it's just a weird vibe, right? And Michael's like kind of twitching the whole time, and finally his brother goes, Michael, I had to toast to make. I want to stand up. My wife and I, we decided to become Scientologists, and we're taking most of the family. And he freaks. He jumps up and starts screaming in the restaurant. He tries to attack the waiter. Okay.
Oh my God.
And he loses his shit completely. I'm like, no, it's just kidding. We couldn't calm the guy down for 30 fucking minutes. He's running around. He's like, just kidding. I think 2 days later he was still freaking out.
Wow.
So I'm glad.
Wow.
I have a problem with that whole thing, you know.
No,
but I don't.
You're
like
glad we're not Scientologists.
I'm glad.
You're right.
I would be friends with one, no problem. I just, I think there's issues there. You know,
That's another podcast.
that's another podcast.
That's another episode.
Guys, you're awesome.
Thank you. You
Thank
are too.
you.
Thank you for coming on. It was really enjoyable. And please tell all your female. I want more women to watch
Okay.
me.
Hey, we will. We
Because
will
I really
promote
think
that
I have a
hell
lot.
out of it. Yeah.
I want to be my
Yeah.
wife. My wife is brilliant.
Yeah.
She's really smart. She's really smart, right? And she's, has a lot of great views, and she really, I think she speaks to all across generations. But
Yeah.
she's not like she's more of the behind the scenes type. We're partners in our business, and she runs a lot of the business. And she's I couldn't do it without her, but she's not the front person. She's the behind the scenes person. So we gotta push her out into the front a little bit, because I think people would love her, and she's got a lot to offer. So
Yeah.
as do you guys. You guys are amazing.
Thank you. Would you come on with us?
Of course I would.
Oh,
But
great.
next time I'm in San Francisco,
Great.
I will absolutely positively stop by.
You can do it by phone.
Oh yeah,
we
well,
only
no,
do phone
but
interviews.
we do come to say. Oh, you only do.
yeah, we only do phone
no,
interviews.
we not only do phone interviews.
Well-
we would love to have you in the studio.
No, well,
Studio.
we do come to.
Most of the time we
San
do.
Francisco's our favorite place.
Well,
Grew
I
up
think
there, so
I think
next
you
time
need
I'm
to
there,
come. Yeah, we would love to have you in the studio.
will.
That would be great.
All right.
Sounds good. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
I would take my headphones out, but I'm afraid that if I did, blood would spill from my brain. Do you guys hear that? Shh. Okay. This is an hour of our lives none of us will ever get back. Listen, I've never done drugs, but I feel like that's the experience that I would get. I would do them and I would instantly regret it. And then I'd be like, where am I? Where am I? All right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to clear our brains. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to come back. And if we have the audio, we are going to listen to it. So we are going to do that. I'm waiting. This was the worst trip ever. I want to listen to it, but I would like All the Best or Schnitzel Ninja, so maybe we could do something in between. I have more time today than I usually do. Let's get a little cleanser real quick to calm me down.
Because that's what we do. We tell Laura to go to trial. Laura Owens. Do it, do it. We believe you. Tell your story. Go to trial. You're not a liar. We believe you. Yeah. Do it, do it.
We need to do the
Hey,
echoes
Laura
trumpet.
Owens. Go to trial. We believe you. Everybody else is lying. Go to trial. Laura Owens, you can do it. We believe you.
And you totally redeem yourself. I think I have my Discord up, IB, too. I could see you typing. Also, is that a picture of Tiff as your as your thing? I think this gave me that parasite that gives you explosive shits is what happened. This gave me diarrhea. I can do some karaoke. I don't sing well, but boy, can I jam. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Give me a second. BRB. Words are. It is astounding for how these people are able to do the things that they do and still get to live like up until this point, right? Like what would be perceived as a relatively good life. Um ugh. So oh my god. I am exhausted. I am irritated. I am astounded. My guests are flabbered. There is no, just yeah, I mean, just yeah, all of them. All of them. Just listening to them speak and listening to them the way that they think and the way that they do things. It's just you're right, it is a privilege. It's a privilege that a lot of us don't have. And it's a life that I do not get. It's oh, good Lord. Good Lord. All right. Now, the other thing is, too, I know they have the audio. I am waiting. I do want to support All the Best or Schnitzel, which is why I'm waiting. So, one of the things that a lot of people in the chat are saying is I also saw that and I do agree. I find it interesting that they would say something and then they would look at each other. For it, neither of them, it seemed like neither of them could make a thought without like looking over to the other one to be like, that's right. So there's that. Yeah. Every time I do something in this case, I'm always like, I don't know what I was expecting, but that is not it. That is not it. All right, so let me go to I have YouTube here pulled up. I assume. All right, Schnitzel Nitza. Snitchel is also working on it. So I assume that as soon as it's uploaded, somebody will tell me about that. Good Lord. Jeffrey's Janice so busted. We did 2 shows. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Like neither of them could be, what's the word? Like say anything that they had with conviction. Like they weren't confident in the things that they were saying. Which is, yeah, co-conspirators. It's so interesting to see these things too and like know that what comes from this, right? Like I wonder if people ever go back in time and they're like, oh man, when I asked that question and I was like, where do you see yourself in a couple of years? Well, I don't know. Why is this so high? There we go. All right. Well, and now you're in for such a treat when you hear it. You already listened to it? Damn it. I'm excited. I am excited. Oh my God. I've been wanting to listen to this, but and maybe I'll have to change my thumbnail. Codependent for sure. Yeah, it's just such an interesting dynamic. Oh, here's where it is. Is this it? I thought I saw a video. Is this from her podcast? Let's see. Everyone always retellings. This is about Laura's podcast in Justice for Clayton. I'm not in a I'm not in an abusive relationship survivor story. Successful CEO and podcaster Laura Owens shares her story. I should be just calling myself successful CEO. I know Justice for Clayton has it. I just want to wait for Schnitzel or All the Best, because I'd like to support them. They do a lot of hard work, and that's the only thing I'm waiting for. Hi Ducky, how are you? Take what you think this call is going to be and multiply it by 1,000. It's so good. I have to go soon, but listen for answers starting with well and also the words trying and as possible. Huh. I'm just waiting for Schnitzel. All right. Let's. Well, also she blocked me. So, I mean, I don't think on YouTube, but she blocked me on Instagram because I had a take that she did not like. So, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not really here to make friends. I'm here to say what I got to say and move on. I make friends with those who want to make friends with me, and that is great. So, well, it's whatever. I'm not, and that's the thing. We want to be your friend. Well, but here's the thing too. You know what's really funny is I was talking about this with my friends the other day, and I'm like, I am very much who I am, right? I'm not one way on, like online, and then one way offline. I'm not one way to your face and then one way behind your back. I am who I am. I have a hard time not being that way, which is why I know that I'm not uh or I'm an acquired taste, right? There are some people who are gonna like me, there's some people who are gonna hate me, and that's okay. But just because you're my friend, even if she was my friend, I don't know her from Adam. I don't know her. But she did something that I didn't agree with, so I said something. I did not realize at the time when I said something that it was gonna blow up the way that it did. But my thing is, even if they were my friend, I would still have said what I said. I might have said it in a different tone, but I still would have said what I said because I think it's wrong. And that's what I'm here to do, right? I'm here to come on here and talk about the things that I think are right and wrong. So, hey, Dragon's Gravy, thank you. So, let's see. Every person who has shared, such a nice person. I don't get it. Bacon is Popeye. What? I do what I can. I like fresh spinach, I guess. To no avail. Oh, God. Okay. Because I'm a bacon bit. I love it. I really want to do this. But I'm tired of her shouting and giving me a headache. I'm very sorry. Sometimes I can just talk and sometimes I get upset. It's just the way that I am. I'd love to have you, Disco Potato, but I understand if you have to bow out. I'm not for everybody, man. Sometimes I just got to do the things that feel good to me in the time. Gonna be a listen, so enough listens to go around. Hi, Lana. How are you? Protection bubble of profession today and always. I love that. I am what I am. Yep, that's true. There it is. That's a Popeye thing. All right, let me go to Schnitzel's channel. Schnitzel. So, oh, I just came up Schnitzel. That's so funny. Hi, Bacon. One day at a time. I know. Listen, just put your feet on the ground in the morning. Okay? Just do that. Start there. All right, I got the one from 6 days ago. So I'm just waiting. It's almost like we're taking an intermission. It's a little intermission. Since Omar's here, we'll give him his music. You and Zaddy have the same music. It is pretty long though, right? Unironically, I'm cooking bacon. Two and a half hours. All right. To whom? I know. Listen, it's the same thing I told. It's the same thing that I told Clayton, right? You could be the juiciest peach in the world. Sometimes people just don't like peaches. Sometimes people are allergic. It just is what it is. I gotta do what I gotta do. Disney karaoke, please, Lord, no. Please, Lord, no. No Disney karaoke. I have to admit, my critters get startled when Bacon yells Dingus's caps on his filings. Poor thing. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for the way that I am. I also get very, I just get very excited a lot of the times when I talk. You know? Sometimes I gotta yell. I'm just a loud human being. And I love it. Oh, I bet. All right. Please don't change. I don't plan on it. Moxie. Oh, I just played it. I'll play it again. Let's sing. Everybody put your hands together.
Because that's what we do. We tell Laura to go to trial. Laura Owens. Do it, do it. We believe you. Tell your story. Go to trial. You're not a liar. We believe you. Yeah. Do it, do it. Hey, Laura Owens, go to trial. We believe you. Everybody else is lying. Go to trial. Laura Owens, you can do it. We believe you.
And other noises. I'm just loud. And sometimes I talk quiet and then people are like, we can't hear you. And then sometimes I just start screaming. It just depends. I do what I can. Oh, God. You are lying. The bacon emotion. My emotions always come out. It just, I do what I can. So, all right. I need to know. All right. Since that, though, I do want to check in on what's happening today with this. I believe it's Laura Clancy. Yeah, that's a thing too. I can't tell you how many times I'll be like saying something to my husband and I'll be like telling him a story and he's like, why are you yelling? And then I'm like, shit. 10 out of 10 improv. Maybe I do have original skits. You never know. Lindsay Clancy. Thank you, Michelle. Lindsay Clancy. All right, let's look up to see what's going on with her. Lizzie Clancy, while we're waiting. To me, you are perfect. I love you. We believe. The fact that we have husbands in the chat. Oh my God. So, okay. So here, it's trial selection.
I'm sorry we just sat through those 3 idiots and we are gonna say anything about Bacon's voice. Did I miss something?
About my voice. No, I'm just yelling. Although, yeah. And then we listened to it on 2-point speed. Oh my God. Thank you, Lyle. Lyle. Also, what is somebody made this awesome picture of all of the where is it? Of all of the people in this community. It's so cute. I don't know if you guys saw it on Twitter. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. It is so cute. We're waiting for the audio to come out on Schnitzel's or ATB for the bankruptcy. And then the loud voice keeps me awake. Why are you yelling? I'm not. Okay, I want to know who all these people are. Let's go. Okay, let me see. So, who's Santa? I don't know who Santa is. And now I'm still here. Yellow, sister. Yellow. Okay, so here's Bruce. No lagging in the brain, I'm going to assume is Brad. Don't tell me yet. This is Ducky, obviously. Here's me. Adorable. I'm eating bacon. Who's the little fairy? That's Laura the Brain. This is Legal Vices, right? Oh, the fairy's Just Jen. Okay. Here's Big Tiff Dog with 2 sets of glasses and a public library card. That's cute. Hold on. Let me. Oh, I can't. All right, I can't do that. Who's the cow? Here's Llama. Who's the cow? Who did that? I don't know. Somebody sent it to me on Twitter. Isn't it so adorable? Here's Bruce. Here's a Cheeto wearing a mask and a hat. Also, who's the goat? Okay, so this is Nick Starro up here. I need to know who the goat is. Goat is Brad. Okay. Oh, IT goatee, right. Right. Oh, yeah, that's right. South Florida. South Florida did this. That's Schnitzel. Oh, that's a right. And Just Jen is on a hay bales. Okay. The Jeep is Jeep Daddy. Okay. Who else do we have? Who's the cow? Is that Buffy? Because you have Llama here. Oh, Locale Lawyer. Is that Patrick? Where's Buffy? They have Llama. Okay. The umbrella is Tug. Is somebody wearing a tie for Omar in here? Yeah, this is really cute. The goat is Brad. The brain is Lauren's original StreamYard avatars. Lauren is the brain. Oh. Dave is a star witness. Funny. Tilt. Omar. Oh, okay. You guys, this is so smart. That's a reality Steve mug. The amount of creative, and thought. Oh, look it. Love Jupiter Jane's up here with a little Wisconsin cheese. Good Lord. The red car is MG Law. I'm the building. You're the tabernacle. Of course, our Lord and Savior is in the sky. That's right. That's right. Yes, it is Crokinole, El Jihad. I'm glad you got that. SWAT standoff in Chicago. Who's the wolf? Oh, yeah, up here? That might just be. Says C. Was that CEO? What is that? Yeah, who is that wolf? Is really Jack Fox? Oh, okay. Here's Megan Fox here. That is so cute. Let's see. All right. Yeah. Super creative. Okay. So I want to know what's going on with Lindsay Clancy real quick and just see what they're doing. The book is Stephanie. Where's the book? Oh, up there. I see it. Okay. Love Trapped. Got it. All right. Let's just check in with the Lindsay Clancy thing while we're waiting for this. And then as soon as that audio comes out, we will. Yeah, South Florida did a great job. Oh, Winks! Hi! How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Oops. Here we go. So they're on a live stream here. It seems that they are live, but they are waiting. So what are they doing? Just jury selection for this case? So if you guys don't know, Lindsay Clancy is a woman who has been charged with killing her children. And also, she is claiming that she had postpartum depression, which is why she did that. So they are in court. Her court starts today. I'm very interested to see how this goes.
Filed. All right. So before we begin the impanelment, I know that there was a motion to eliminate filed by the Commonwealth last week, and it was to, it's pleading number 129.
Hi, Jupiter.
Commonwealth's motion eliminate to exclude defendants' undisclosed expert witnesses. So I've had an opportunity to review Commonwealth's motion in the attachments. I've had a chance to.
We'll just watch this until I can get that audio.
Opposition. And so why don't I hear first from the Commonwealth, and then
This will give me practice for when we talk about Laura's trial on camera, how I'm going to do it.
I'll hear from the defendant. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth's moving for the court to exclude the 4 expert witnesses detailed in the July 7th witness list defense counsel provided to the Commonwealth, or in the alternative to continue the trial so that we can prepare for those witnesses. We received that witness list on July 7th. There were many nurses and doctors on that witness list, many of whom have worked with the defendant in the past. So we weren't clear as to whether the doctors were people she had worked with in the past or if they were experts that we weren't aware of. So we emailed defense counsel asking for information about these experts or these doctors, and he responded pretty quickly. I know in his memo he says that they're not experts, but they're clearly experts. They're not fact witnesses. It doesn't appear that they knew her, worked with her, observed any of the events.
Alex, you're... Dude. Obviously, you didn't listen to the points. Mods, just go ahead. Just be done with it. Or I can. Listen, I understand that everybody's going to have their different point of view. But also if you did a little bit of research and you understand where I'm coming from and why, it's not about funding drugs. I'm not like, yeah, let's fund drugs. That has nothing to do with it. Like you can't just sit here and be obtuse on purpose because you want to start an argument with me. I get what you're doing. It's just right. Needlessly provocative is a good point. You know what I'm saying, you know what I'm not saying, and you're choosing to just bullshit. Just I'm not going to argue with people. So I'm good. So moderators, if you could take care of that, that would be great. Listen. There's no part of me that wants you guys to come into my chat and be like, yeah, this is great. This is great. I want you guys to come in here and I want you guys to have discussions and disagreements. And that's okay. You can say like, hey, I don't agree with this because of X, Y, and Z. Let me explain it to you. Why, whatever. I told you mine. I told you my why. That's cool. But to be obtuse on purpose, you're just coming in here and you're just trying to start an argument over whatever. And that's fine. If you disagree, that's also totally fine. But also, I find it funny that you're pulling out those points from that video and not the other things that we were talking about. So obviously you want to get very political. I don't talk about politics on my chat. I think everybody has a reasonable understanding of how I do, of where I stand when it comes to political things. Okay. People are people. If you're living your life and you're doing everything that you want to be happy and do that consensually with other people, it's none of my fucking business. Okay? I think that we have a lot of backwards things going on. I think that we can respect each other and have conversations. I'm not going to argue with people about it. And that's okay. I mean, if people want to be conservative or are conservative, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But also, we were watching a podcast that has to do with Laura and Jan, and none of the points were about that. It was about everything else. That's not what I cover here, or at least that's not what I'm covering today. Like, don't sit here and try to get off topic and argue with me and nitpick so we can like argue about politics. I'm not going to do it. So, let's see. A day late and a dollar short. Yeah, I'm not the one. But also like I don't care. I don't care to fight with strangers on the internet. Like I don't care enough. So that's that. Who's starting shit on it's a Monday. Considered super conservative. You know what? That's the thing. So like my family in Louisiana is like super conservative, okay? Super conservative. And we can go down there and I've still had we've sat and had beers and just talked. And we'll talk and they'll be like, you know what? I don't necessarily agree with you. What about this? X, Y, and Z. And I'll be like, yeah, I don't agree with that. Here's why. We've had me and my uncle sit down there and I've pulled out my phone because he's like, I don't think that's true. And I've pulled out my phone and I've been like, well, here's what I was able to find. And he's like, okay. Like you can sit and have conversations with people. Hey, in Shreveport. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do it. I don't, and I don't care enough. Like that's the thing is people come in and we've had conversations like that where people have come in and they're like, hey, I don't agree. And I'm like, okay, good point. I am always up for taking in new information. I'm not above it. I don't need to be the smartest person in the room. But I also don't want to harp on things that don't matter. We're watching a podcast about the Wolf of Wall Street and Laura and Jan. This was not a political discussion. Yeah, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ugh. Now back to pineapple on pizza. No pineapple on pizza. None. Ugh. And I missed the snark. No, that's okay. Yeah, and that's the thing is like people are like, well, you know, if you're conservative or if you're liberal or if you're this or you're that, then you have to be this other thing. And it's like, nope, actually, it's a little bit more complex than that. And people have brains. And sometimes people are open to new information. And sometimes people are not. You know, if I meet people in my real life and you're not open to new information, you and I don't need to have a conversation. What are we going to do? We're going to talk about the same shit over and over and over again? There's new facts. There's new things that come into our lives all the time. You just have to be ever flowing and full of information, and that's okay. You can disagree with me. Oh, wait, no. Omar, what was I going to call you the other day? You guys, what did he call him the other day? Fuck. Ugh. I read Emotion where Genghis called you names, and I said that's how I'm going to refer to you from now on. I was going to text you and be like, why are you being so something and something? And now I forgot it. Dang it. I'm totally kidding. We know you're not. Yeah, I just don't have. If I wanted to fight with people, I would call people I know that I could instantly start fights with. So, oh God. I just like, can I just be a simple bitch who likes sausage or pepperoni? That's it. That's it. That's it. The blue or gold? I thought it was blue. But I have different ideas of how to get there. Also, yes. Good morning, Heather. How are you? Circle square, we're all adults. If you don't want to act like a child sacrifice, go touch the grass. For real. Greasy. Get whatever you want on your pizza. No. No, my grandparents used to do this to me, and they're like, it's just mushrooms. Pick it off. I can still taste them. Continually counting chickens. Such a waste of time and bad for your mental health. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, you're sitting here getting worked up, and they're like behind a keyboard, and it's like, whatever. Whatever. People just want to argue sometimes. Pick up your phones. I'm on the request line. Came out back after the break. I know we're just waiting for either ATB or schnitzel. Extra cheese. Ugh, I do love a little extra cheese.
Leading to these charges, the subject matters that the defense lays out in his notice and in his memo are subject matters that lay witnesses would not be allowed to testify about. Things like mechanism of injury, mental health, medications that are prescribed and the effects of those medications, and psychiatric standards of care, all of which would be expert witnesses. Now, defense counsel is an experienced attorney who understands the rules, and by providing these names at this last minute, a week and a half before trial, was a strategic and intentional act to surprise us with these witnesses and not allow us to be prepared for them.
Hound Server, you didn't miss anything. I'm just waiting for All the Best or Schnitzel to upload their video. And, oh, that's what I was looking at. So this is Lindsay Clancy. And here's a primer on her. It's a very sad case. We're just going to kind of, oh, Schnitzel's is up. Never mind. Bye. All right. Here we go. I better be the first view on this video. 41 seconds ago. It's me.
Schnitzel Ninja.
We are on the record.
As I said, my name is Jennifer Giaimo. I'm an attorney with the United States Trustee's Office. We are here telephonically in the matter of Elizabeth Ann Naylor and Ronald Stephen Owens. This is case number 26-5144. We are here for the first continued meeting of creditors pursuant to 11 U.S.C. section 341. It is July 16th, 2026, and the time is 10 a.m. May I please have an appearance by Miss Naylor and Mr. Owens separately?
Yes, this is Elizabeth Ann Naylor, and I am pro se in this case.
And I'm Ronald Stephen Owens.
Okay.
And I'm also pro se.
Thank you. I understand that we have a lot of people on the call, but I believe most of them are just observers. Is there anybody on the line that is a creditor or interested party that wants to make an appearance? No one. Okay. All right. Mr. and Mrs. Owens, your testimony today, I'm going to be asking you questions, and it's going to be under oath and subject to penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
I do.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you each individually to answer this question. Are either of you under the influence of any medicine or have any condition that would impact your ability to understand my questions or to testify truthfully?
No.
No.
Okay. Having said that, I want to remind you that you both need to remain on this call the entire time that I'm asking the questions, okay?
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No
Yes.
spoilers, but hold on everyone.
Yes, please. No spoilers.
And then what we're going to do is when I ask a question, if one of you wants to answer, I'm assuming that it's going to be Miss Naylor that answers. Mr. Owens, and I'm actually going to say this to both of you. If one of you answers a question and you disagree with it, you need to state it on the record, okay? You need to say, actually, I disagree. This is what I would say. If you don't do that, then it's going to be assumed that you concur, agree with the testimony, okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So having said that, I need you on your end to please raise your right hands, and I'm going to ask that you both separately acknowledge the oath. Do you each solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're here for your continued 341 meeting in your current Chapter 11 case. So you filed a Chapter 13 bankruptcy case on August 14th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you filed a document, schedules, and statements in that case, correct?
Correct.
And you had an attorney that assisted you in filling those forms out, correct?
Correct.
And you read those and you signed those under penalty of perjury, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you initiated this current Chapter 11 case on May 22nd, 2026, correct?
Correct.
And you filed at docket number 9 on May 22nd, 2026, another set of schedules and statements, correct?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to read those before you signed them, right?
Yes.
And you signed those under penalty of perjury, correct?
Yes.
And then recently, in fact, the docket sheet reflects that it was docketed yesterday, July 15th, 2026. You filed amended schedules and statements, correct?
Yes.
And you also signed those under penalty of perjury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to start with the amendments that were filed or were docketed yesterday. You knew that the amendments were due on June 26th, right?
Yes.
I mean, you acknowledged that. I have a transcript of the hearing in front of Judge Wansley, and you expressly acknowledged that you had to have your amendments on file by June 26. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me why, Miss Naylor or Mr. Owens, why you waited until the day before this 341 meeting to file those amendments?
The reason was because we had been attempting to hire an attorney to represent us, and we realized that we needed third-party funds in order to hire the attorney post-petition. We searched for third-party funds, and we were unable to get that. We realized that Chapter 11 is a very difficult legal chapter to negotiate if you're not an attorney. And so it became very clear to us that we really needed to dismiss the case.
Okay, I understand that. However, did you want to say something, Mr. Owens?
No.
Okay.
No, I was starting to continue, and so it was my understanding.
Hold on,
that
I got to stop you. Hold on. Somebody has their phone unmuted because I'm here.
Happy Monday. What's everyone doing the rest of the day?
What are you doing, Fake Low? Packing? You packing?
Hearing some background noise from another place. I don't know what.
Followed by the pound sign.
Yeah, everybody please mute your phones because we're hearing somebody's followed by the pound sign on their phone. You're interrupting this meeting if you're not going to have your phone on mute, please. Okay, let me back up. So you were explaining that the reason you failed...
Don't recognize. Please re-enter your access code, followed by the pound sign.
Okay. Can everybody please listen and mute your phone? I'm not sure. Okay. Let's hope that did it. You were explaining that the reason that you failed to timely file your schedules and statements by June 26th was because you were looking for an attorney. That's what you're basically saying?
Yes, my understanding really was that I needed an attorney to navigate this entire process the right way. And when it became apparent that we weren't going to be able to get one in time, we filed for the dismissal. And then my feeling was that since we filed for dismissal, that those documents were no longer going to be needed.
Okay, but there was no court order that said that you didn't need to file those documents.
No, again, I didn't understand the process.
Okay, well, you filed your motion to dismiss on the same day that or 2 days before the documents were due, and we did have a hearing on July 1st, and you were told on July 1st that you needed to get those amendments on file, correct?
Correct.
But yet you waited until yesterday? I mean, I'm really flabbergasted that you would think that would be appropriate time for me to go through the amended schedules, that I would only have the file stamped copies less than a full day before the 341 meeting. So you're saying... Yeah, go ahead.
My understanding is that we had sent those in earlier, and the auditor in the initial debtor interview a few days ago already had them and was going through. In the hour-long conversation I had with her.
She might have had your unfile stamped copy, but I won't work off of a copy that you provided me that was not proven to have been filed. So in any event, we'll have to just move on, but you do acknowledge that you failed to timely file your amendments, correct?
Correct. If that's the case, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
Okay. All right. So let me just ask you, since that you filed this case on May 22nd, have you made any mortgage payments?
No.
No. Okay, but I did notice you produced to me copies of about 18 months worth of bank statements for 8 bank accounts with Bank of America, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I did notice that 11 days after this bankruptcy was filed, you paid about $2,900 for life insurance. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, can you explain to me why you would do that after the case was filed, that you would pay? I mean, would you agree that that's not a necessary expense for your sustenance and living?
Well, it is, in the sense that if that's not paid and that lapses, that would be a huge issue for our living.
Well,
¿Por qué? What would be the reason? Jan? What would be the reason? I need that Cardi B. What was the reason? What is the reason, Jan? You're filing bankruptcy because you want to put a stay on your house, but you're paying for life insurance, which is optional. Tell me more.
it's not, you're not getting, it's life insurance, so nobody would get a payout until somebody dies, right?
Well, correct, with this particular policy, yes.
Okay, so I help me understand then how paying life insurance is a necessity while you're in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Thank you.
Well, because I view it as something that is a necessity. Yeah.
Okay, you're saying
so a house for the man that you have life insurance on is not a necessity, but the life insurance for the man is a necessity.
That, but you're not getting any money currently from that life insurance policy, right? That's money that would only come to you in the event that either you or Mr. Owens passed away.
Correct, but it's been a policy for 30 years, for probably more than 30 years, so to allow it to lapse would seem to be not a very responsible.
According to you and your daughter, this man is on death's door. Wouldn't keeping the house be the responsible thing to do? Wouldn't you think that you needed to keep him safe?
Decision.
Okay, but you think that it was more important to pay life insurance instead of your mortgage?
Thank you.
On your home you're living in?
Well, the issue with regard to the mortgage, as I say, we have been trying to deal with the mortgage company for quite a while. We have had
and Kimmy, that's the thing, right? Like, it's not that I don't disagree with her. She's had this insurance forever, but right, you got to pay all the bills. You can't be like, oh, I want to put this stay on my house and not pay those bills, but I got to make sure this particular one is paid. Why is that?
Different violations, and the $2,900 that we paid to the life insurance would not have done anything with regard to saving the home. It just wouldn't have been enough money to save the home.
No, but it's something that you could have shown.
You make $21,000 a month. Where does it go? Where does it go?
Made that kind of payment to show some kind of good faith effort to try to pay your mortgage.
Right.
But you opted instead to pay life insurance, right?
No, I disagree with that from the standpoint that if you had seen the statements that we were getting from the mortgage company, we were getting statements indicating that the only thing that would save the house would be to make a full payment of the arrears, or alternatively, a full monthly payment of the amount that was that was due, there was absolutely no indication that $2,900 would have gone anywhere to save the home. And as I say, at that point also, the home was scheduled for a foreclosure auction anyhow for, I believe it was July the 28th. So it didn't seem like a $2,900 payment would have, done.
Did you ask? Did you ask anybody? Can I put this money towards whatever this is all the money that I'm making right now. Can I put this money towards what I owe on the house until I can get myself back?
Anything at all to save the house at that point. And we also, again, had been dealing with the mortgage company. We had just sent them a letter about a notice of error and issues that we were bringing up to them. So it was, the mortgage issues were in dispute at that point.
All right. Well, do you know whether the foreclosure is going to proceed? I believe it's at the end of July.
We were notified after we brought up our concerns with regard to the violations that we believe have happened in terms of the mortgage. We were notified that they have pushed out the foreclosure auction to September the 29th. And our hope is that we will be able to reach some sort of a resolution before then.
Okay. All right, I'm going to turn...
What's the resolution? All of a sudden you have the money to pay 18 months of the mortgage?
Now, I want to talk to you about the GoFundMe account, or whatever you call it, I guess GoFundMe account that you set up. Or, well, let me ask you, are you the person that set up that GoFundMe page for Mr. Owens?
The GoFundMe was the idea of friends of ours who knew that we were really in a difficult situation at that point and suggested that based on the goodwill and the tremendous support and following that my husband has had over the years, that it would be a good thing to reach out.
Wait. Because of my friend or to a friend?
Set up that GoFundMe page for Mr. Owens?
The GoFundMe was the idea of friends of ours who...
The GoFundMe was idea of friends.
Knew that we were really in a difficult situation at that point and suggested that based on the goodwill and the tremendous support and following that my husband has had over the years, that it would be a good thing to reach out to people who might want to help.
Okay, and so who's the person that authored the request for the donations on GoFundMe?
Why? And here's my question, because I don't know how any of this works. I guess I should have texted Big Tiff, but why couldn't they have reached out to GoFundMe and been like, I need to know who is the beneficiary and who owns this GoFundMe?
Who wrote that?
That was initially authored by someone who was a friend who at the last minute decided, once they were really aware of what was going on with the smear campaign against us, did not want their name attached to it.
Oh, but who? You have to tell her who is it?
Well,
so I have administered the funds. The funds were going into my husband's account, and I administered them going to pay the bills after that.
Okay, so, but I need to know the name of the person who authored the the GoFundMe donation request.
Well, I'm the one who posted it.
Well, I asked who authored it. Who's the person that chose these words? Who wrote it?
It was the work of friends of ours who had said.
Well, you said it was one friend that doesn't want to be involved, and I'm sorry, but I need to know his name. What's his name?
Well, then go ahead and say it was me because I posted it.
No, I'm not.
We'll just go ahead and say it was me. We could just do that. You could just go ahead and say it was me.
Miss Owens, you already testified.
No, I'm saying it was people who were friends of ours had said this is what you should do.
I understand.
And then, as I say, at the okay, well,
But-
I'm
No,
so
you
I'm-
said that you indicated that there was one individual who wrote out this request for the donations, and that after drafting it, that person did not want to be associated any longer with the GoFundMe due to what you call a smear campaign. I need to know the name of that.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I need to know the name of the individual who wrote this donation request. I know you're trying to resist it. I know that person doesn't want to be involved, but they are involved. So you need to give me the name of the individual, please.
Well, I finalized it. I'm the one that finalized it. This was informal. These were informal conversations about what should be said, and I finalized it. And it was informal conversations with more than one friend who suggested it. So I finalized it. I posted it.
Okay, so you're not going to give me the name of that individual. Is that correct?
Well, because it was.
I don't want to know why. I'm asking. Are you going to give me the individual's name, yes or no, that you said that originally authored this?
I'm saying put it on me. I'm saying I'm the one that posted it. I finalized it.
But that's not.
I posted it.
But that's not what you said. You originally said somebody else drafted it, and my question to you is: are you going to give me the name of the person that you testified a few moments ago initially drafted this donation request? Are you going to give me that name, yes or no?
No. Yes. No. I
said that there were informal conversations. I finalized it. That there were informal conversations, and at the last minute, it was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I can't put my family out.
Huh. Did they not want to be a part of it because they knew what you were doing was fraudulent? Maybe that's the case.
To be targeted by these people.
So who was that person that said that to you?
I love that Jennifer's just like, I don't care about these other people. Who is this? Who is this? I don't care about your schmear.
I finalized it.
No, who was that who was that person that hold on, let me finish. Who was the individual that said to you, I don't want to be a part of this? Who was that?
I don't want to give their name because, as I say, these were informal conversations.
You are under the penalty of perjury. You're not allowed to just be like, yeah, I'm not going to answer that. This is a yes or no question. You know what? I don't feel like it. It doesn't feel right. I don't know.
I was the one who finalized it. I'm taking full responsibility. These were informal conversations with people who said, these are the things that we ought to say, and this is what will touch people. But I finalized it. I posted it, and I have administered the funds.
Right, but the reason that I'm asking for this, Miss Owens, is because it's important to understand what the intent was when this was drafted. And you initially said that a family friend drafted this, but it's apparent to me that you are not going to give me the name of that person. So I'm going to move on. But you are now saying that you're going to take full responsibility for the drafting and posting of this GoFundMe post and request for donations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you then. You tell me, what was the specific purpose of, and I need specifics. Don't give me generalities. I want to know the specific purpose. What specific money were you looking to raise for what specific purpose from the GoFundMe?
To get caught up on our mortgage at that point and to pay down credit card bills and to cover our expenses. We were
Okay, so those are 3 things that are not medical bills. You just named 3 things that are not medical bills. The GoFundMe specifically stated that you were doing this for Ron's medical expenses. 1 thing. You just gave 3. Do you see how 3 is more than 1? And all 3 of these are none of this. Do you see how that works?
Point where I think we had just very, very little in the bank account, very little. It was a bad situation.
Okay, so the posting mentions profound challenges arising from medical struggles.
Okay, listen, if anybody has that and can send it to me quickly in the Discord or wherever you can, I want to see not the Discord, the GoFundMe today so I can read to you exactly what it says. Let me see if I can find it.
Suffered by Mr. Owens, correct?
I don't have the post here. I don't have it.
All right, well, I have it. So let's take a quick look at it, shall we? For nearly 5 decades, Ron Owens was the voice that guided, entertained, and inspired countless listeners on KGO. Today, the ironic call letters will be retired as they fade into history, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Today, Ron is facing profound challenges. After living with Parkinson's disease for 23 years, his health battles have intensified. He has courageously faced not only Parkinson's, but also 4 bouts with cancer, most recently colon cancer and serious heart issues. These medical struggles have taken a toll, both physically and financially, on the man who has been a pillar of strength for so many. If Ron's voice has ever brought you comfort, sparked meaningful conversation, or simply made you smile, this GoFundMe is an opportunity for us to give back to the man who gave us 48 incredible years of radio excellence. Every donation, no matter in size, will help Ron and his family navigate this difficult time. This has nothing to do with your expenses. This has nothing to do with your mortgage. This has nothing to do with your credit cards. This all has to do with Ron's health. That's what you put on this. This was all for Ron's health. Support for Ron Owens.
So I'm relying on you to quote it.
Well, no. You just said you were going to take full responsibility for what was said in there and posting it. It's still up on the GoFundMe. You're aware of that, right?
Right.
Okay. So
it was changed? Does anyone have the original? Hold on. All right. So you guys got me in the chat here. But if anybody has the original, let me see it.
On your computer right now, are you able to pull it up while you're talking to me?
I don't have my computer with me right now.
All right.
I'm not in a situation where I have a computer.
Okay, so as the person who authored and is 100% responsible for the posting of this donation request, do you recall that the post referenced Mr. Owens' extreme medical troubles?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you agree that the suggestion from this post was that you needed money to cover medical bills?
Check the Wayback Machine.
Okay. Thank you for that super. Let me see what I can do here.
No.
Somebody beat me to it. Who is that? Look at that. El Jacad for the win. Everybody applaud El Jacad and Tax Packet in my DMs doing the damn thing. All right. Let's see this. All right. So this is going to be the Wayback Machine. Serious heart issues. Read more. Why won't it let me open this? Today Ron is read more. It won't let me. All right, hold on. Let me go back. Nope. Hold on. God damn it. Why won't it? Maybe if I go to this. It won't let me open it. They're dated at the bottom. I know, but it won't let me open to see the rest of it. Oh, but this has changed. Okay, so hold on. Let's go back to the Okay, so where's the first one? 2026. Here's December 31st of 2024. Yeah, this is the same. Sent on X. All right, hold on a second. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Here I come. Here I come to save the day. It's Mighty Mouse. He's on his way. All right, let's see. Let's read this one. This GoFundMe is an... These seem to be the same, though. If Ron's voice has ever brought you comfort or sparked a meaningful conversation, this GoFundMe is an opportunity for us to give back to the man who gave us 48 years of radio excellence. Every donation will help his family navigate through this difficult time. And then the other one is friends and family have set up a GoFundMe page to help Owens cover his mounting medical expenses, including a recent extended hospital stay. The goal was set for $60,000. The organizer is LL from San Francisco, California. So there's that. So, yeah, I'm not seeing any super differences, but so the original, that's the original. Okay. So the original says, why doesn't this let me fucking open this? God, this is making me so mad. It's been a pillar of strength. Yeah, these don't really change much. However, no, I think the difference is the way they worded this is interesting. I don't see much of a difference, but the insinuation is that it goes towards the medical stuff. Sorry.
That was not. It was simply saying that he had had extreme medical struggles, and that there were financial struggles as well. They were not.
Yeah, but Noodle, it wasn't. That was in an article that wasn't on the GoFundMe, which is different.
Tied together. It was simply saying that there were medical, that he'd had all of these medical issues, and on top of that was dealing with financial issues as well.
Okay, because
I don't think there's nothing in there that specifically says it was for medical bills.
Well, it doesn't say that, but it does say, and I will quote you, today, Ron is facing profound challenges. After living with Parkinson's disease for 23 years, his health battles have intensified. He has courageously faced not only Parkinson's, but also 4 bouts with cancer, most recently colon cancer, and serious heart issues. Now, this is the very important part here, Miss Naylor. These medical struggles have taken a toll, both physically and financially, on the man who has been a pillar of strength for so many. So you see how I tie the medical struggles to the financial? Because you say it right there. These medical struggles have taken a toll both physically and financially. So what did you mean by that when you put that in the donation request?
Well, we have had, he hasn't been able to work, so he hasn't been able to do, financially support the family.
He hasn't been able to work. He retired. Did he not? Did he not retire? He retired officially in 2021. He retired. It's not that he wasn't able to work. He retired. And then you guys are not able to get right. And he gets a pension. And you guys are not able to spend or you're not able to manage $21,000 a month.
So, yeah, there is that.
Okay, so you're saying that as a result of these medical struggles, it took a toll on Mr. Owens financially to the point where you're saying he couldn't support the family.
No, that's
Well, yes. I mean, that's part of it. But it.
Okay, but at the time that this was posted, Mr. Owens and you were collecting at least $14,000 a month in.
He doesn't need to work. He's retired with a pension.
Pension income, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me let me ask you: were there any specific medical bills?
That's such a great point. You need help? Why don't you send out Laura Owens to get a job? Hello? What do you want on your fries? What do you want on your burger? Do you love me? Tell me you love me. Can I post us on social media, please? Thank you. Pull around.
That you intended to be able to pay using GoFundMe funds?
Not that I recall, but again, the way that it was phrased, the way that I recall it being phrased, it was not indicating that this was to pay for medical bills. It was that we had financial struggles as well.
So what you mentioned earlier is that you wanted...
But this was also months before, this was 8 months before we filed for Chapter 13. This was to help us to try to avoid having to file for bankruptcy because we were in that kind of a difficult situation.
Okay, well, let me just back up. You mentioned that the GoFundMe funds you intended to use to pay your mortgage and pay credit card bills and get out of debt. That's what you just said a few moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so basically, what you're really telling me is that you were using the GoFundMe to clear yourself of debt. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. We said financial struggles.
But you were using
in the Go.
But so what you're saying
financial stuff,
right? Right, but I'm asking, really what you were doing was using GoFundMe to clear yourself of debt. You just said...
Get a job? Now you're spouting cray-cray stuff.
I believe in you. What would be the job that you would get? What would be the job that you would get? I think it should be somewhere in a basement somewhere, typing away by yourself. You're not allowed to be around the population. Oh, my God.
That, right?
We were using it to try to avoid foreclosure, to try to get caught up on our mortgage, to try to pay bills.
Wait, so you've been in foreclosure since December of 2024? Or you haven't paid your bills since then?
For financial struggles, yes. That's what the GoFundMe is for.
Well, typically, isn't it used to help people pay ongoing bills that they need to be able to pay, to pay rent and to pay for groceries? Hold on, somebody is on the line. Is there somebody with you in the room, Ms. Naylor, behind you that is talking?
Absolutely not.
Okay. It's just you, the two of you? Okay. I need everybody to mute their phones. So everybody listen.
Oh my God.
You need to mute your phones. Somebody has their phone unmuted.
I mean, in the end, it's unlikely. I mean, other than your one weird case, I don't ever remember if a late file they're appointed. Anyway. Oh, okay.
Okay. Hold on one second.
I don't remember, but we could have. But that's how rare it is. Think how young we were when we had sex. Yeah, just again.
What am I hearing?
Okay, I think I took care of the problem. Okay, so but the bottom line is that you were saying that you wanted to pay past debt, including credit card debt, right?
Well, yeah, because if the credit cards weren't paid, we wouldn't have, the opportunity to continue to pay for food and basic expenses.
Well, like, for example, one of the credit cards that you deemed it necessary to generate funds from a donation through GoFundMe was Macy's. You thought it was
Bitch, I know you fucking lying. What? Me too. I'm going to send up a GoFundMe and then start shopping at Macy's. Are you kidding right now?
And basic expenses.
Well, like, for example,
basic expenses. She just says basic expenses.
One of the credit cards that you deemed it necessary to generate funds from a donation through GoFundMe was Macy's. You thought it was essential to get donations to pay your Macy's bill?
We also...
I'm asking, no. Hold on. You have to...
Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Ba-da-da, bop, 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 bop. That's like when you talk to your kids. Up, up, up.
To answer my questions, Miss Naylor, I am asking you, did you think it was necessary to ask for donations through GoFundMe to pay a Macy's credit card bill?
We didn't ask for donations to GoFundMe to pay a Macy's bill. No, we did not.
But did you use them to pay a Macy's bill?
However, that's what you used. Hold on. However, you admit that you used GoFundMe funds to partially pay a Macy's credit card bill.
No.
No?
We had pension and Social Security money. We had pension and Social Security money that also came in that month that would have been used to pay a Macy's bill of whatever it would have been. I have no idea what it would have been, but not a sizable amount. We did have pension and Social Security money.
So you used pension and Social Security money to pay for your Macy's bills and not your house. Bruce, I'm going to need you to bring the class drinks. All of us.
It would have paid for that, and we did not ask for GoFundMe money to pay a Macy's bill. No.
Okay, well, do you recall last week providing me with a document entitled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds?
Yes.
And who drafted that?
I did.
Okay. So, and that was just last week that you gave that to me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, on item number 3, I don't know if you have a copy of it in front of you, but item number 3, and you can look at this after we're done, but item number 3 says, itemized list of, quote, necessities payments for the calendar year 2025. Do you recall having listed that in your accounting of the GoFundMe funds?
My heart is racing.
Yes.
And one of the credit cards that you list here as being a necessity, you made 10 payments to Macy's. It's on your GoFundMe accounting. Are you...
I thought she was going to say, are you dumb? You put under the word necessities, Macy's.
Denying now that you used GoFundMe funds to pay a Macy's bill when that's what you said in the accounting you gave me last week?
I was being transparent in terms of showing you what monies had gone out of our main checking account and what they had gone to pay for. if I hadn't included that we had paid Macy's bills, that would have been incorrect. But did we ask for GoFundMe money for Macy's? No. Did we have Social Security and pension income that had covered that? Yes.
Well,
so I was trying to be very transparent in terms of showing exactly everything that had been paid out of our account and, everything that had gone in.
Well, that's actually incorrect because I have your bank statements and there was a lot more money going out than the payments that you list on the GoFundMe accounting. You picked specific payments in your accounting of the GoFundMe funds that added up to $144,000. So you did not itemize all the payments that went out of all of your accounts, correct?
No, I thought, you had said that it would be difficult for you to try to look at all of those. I had tried to give you absolutely everything and be as transparent as possible.
I understand that's what you were trying to do, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you gave me a document.
Okay, so the 144,000, hold on. I need to do some math. So the 144,000 is going out of the bank account for the year. Is that for the year? Because let's say they have 21,000 a month. Let's see. 21 times 12 is going to be 252,000 a year. And then minus 100, minus 144 equals $108,000 that they would still have left over. Where is the money? Where is the money? Where is the money?
Titled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds, and included in the list of necessities are...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, so they make $250,000 with pension and social. I need to be able, I need another C2C cord so I can start writing on my screen so we can all do this together. But $252,000 is going to be their pension and social security. So 144 was the GoFundMe account. Okay, hold on. So that's not even, okay, I'm sorry. So we are at a year, hold on. I need a calculator at this desk now. 252 plus 144. They are now at $396,000 for the year. Okay.
10 payments to Macy's that you included as an account on the accounting of the GoFundMe funds. Are you denying now that you used GoFundMe funds to pay Macy's bills?
I am telling you that it was an attempt to be transparent as to what had gone out from our main checking account over 10 months or however long it was.
How large is this Macy's account?
Again, we did have pension and Social Security money coming in that certainly would have covered the GoFundMe.
But that was not but you didn't itemize all disbursements from your account in this accounting, did you?
I believe we did. We gave you everything.
No.
We gave you the statements for...
I'm talking about the document that you gave me called Accounting of GoFundMe Funds. You gave me that document last week, correct?
Correct.
And you start off by saying GoFundMe made 151 payouts totaling about 132,000. Use of funds. Summary.
Wait. Hold on. What was that? I missed it. I'm trying to read chat and do this at the same time, and my butthole is tight.
The statements for...
I'm talking about the document that you gave me called Accounting of GoFundMe Funds. You gave me that document last week, correct?
Correct.
And you start off by saying GoFundMe made 151 payouts totaling about 132,000. Use of funds, summary use of funds. And you list a summary how payments were $66,000 was paid to the first and second mortgage. $47,000 were paid to credit cards and consumer loans. And then you itemize how that $47,000 was calculated. And included in that are Macy's payments.
All right, hold on.
So according to your accounting, the Macy's...
Okay, but aside from that, so then we have this debt a year. So but aside from the GoFundMe, even though we know that they had $396,000 for the year, they have $252 with just the pension. So then you have 66 plus 47,000. That's going to be $113,000. Okay, so let's just take the GoFundMe off the table, and we have 252 minus 113. They would still have $139,000 left over. Where is that money? Where is that money?
Macy's was part of the way that you used the GoFundMe funds.
Well, again, then you would have to separate that from the pension and Social Security money that we had coming in.
Well, we did separate it. In fact, according to your own accounting, this is you used this accounting to show exact hello.
We're here.
Who's that? Is that Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I'm saying we're here.
Okay, do you have something you want to add?
No.
Do you have something you want to say, Mr. Owens?
No, nothing.
Okay, I heard somebody speak.
There was somebody else that wasn't us speaking on the line just a minute ago, yeah.
Okay. All right, so let me just tell you, though, when you gave me this accounting of GoFundMe funds,
Lyle, thank you for that. I don't know why it didn't come through. Bacon, make a shopping list. I'll make a Macy's run. Ooh, what can I get at Macy's? Not sure I've ever, shopped in a Macy's. Always for, dresses or something.
I do want to note, according to your own accounting, only $243,000 of the over $132,000 of GoFundMe funds was used to pay medical copays, according to your accounting, correct?
Wait, you said 243,000?
No, 200. I'm looking at your accounting, and I think you need to look at your accounting with me so that we're on the same page here. And if you can't do that, then I'm going to have you come in for a full deposition, and I'll use these as exhibits and have them in front of you.
We are looking at $139,000 left over, $113,000 in debt, okay, for the year. That is on the higher side of what middle class makes. $47,000 in credit card loans, which is a base salary for somebody. $66,000 in the mortgage, which is a base salary for somebody. This is insane. This is insane for my brain to process.
I'm giving you the opportunity now to avoid that. If you could pull up your own accounting that you sent me.
I'm going to have to go get my computer and sign in and everything. All
right, then we will do that.
Okay, why don't you just explain to me again? This was all stuff that was before this was 8 months before we even filed for Chapter 13, so I'm a little unclear as to why, except for the smear campaign that was been hounding on this. I'm unclear as to why. Chapter 11.
All right, somebody needs to mute their phone.
Oh my God.
And please repeat. It's very annoying for the people that are on here. If you want to be a part of this, you need to mute your phone. Say that again, Miss Owens, because I didn't hear you.
No, I was saying I just am unclear as to what. This was 8 months before we filed for Chapter 13. This was an attempt to avoid having to file for bankruptcy. And I'm just unclear as to what it has to do with the Chapter 11.
But here's the thing. So you had the GoFundMe, right, to get out of your debt. That's $144,000 from the GoFundMe. You had $113,000 in the debt that you put on this list. Where is the money?
I'm just asking, excepting for the fact that this online smear campaign has been hounding this and trying to
Because it's important, because you are filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and you're stating that you don't have any money, yet you got over $100,000 just given to you. You make $252,000 a year. Where is the money?
Well, they've tried to hound every aspect of our lives. So
Okay.
I just don't know what it has to do with Chapter 11.
I understand.
It was
Right.
a year and a half before Chapter 11.
I understand that you'd like to think it's not relevant, but it is, and I don't have time, and it's not appropriate really for me to kind of advise you on the relevance, the legal relevance of determining the disposition of the GoFundMe funds. But we can go back to the medical. I mean, I'm just looking at your own accounting, and it says that medical copays were of the $132,000 that you received from GoFundMe, only $243 went to medical copays, according to your own accounting. Do you recall putting that in your accounting that you gave me last week?
Yes, and it probably was more than that. That was what I could come up with, at the last minute. Again, I was putting this together without the help of an attorney and putting it together very quickly. And again,
Well, if you had an attorney, they would have put it together. You would have been screwed anyways. You would have been screwed anyways.
And the GoFundMe did not say that it was for medical bills. It did not say that. It said because of financial struggles.
Okay. Well, Are you saying that I can't rely on the accounting that you provided me? That it's not accurate?
I'm saying that I am human. I am not an attorney. I did the very best to be as transparent as possible. It seemed to me very obvious from the GoFundMe deposits. It seemed very easy to see where the GoFundMe money then was transferred into our main checking account and then went to pay bills.
Okay. For you to bring something to the court and say, I am not an attorney, you were advised to get one. By this time, you've had more than enough time. That's an unreasonable excuse. If you were to come into a case pro se in the very beginning and you're like, I'm not a lawyer, I did it. I went pro se and then I'm like, I'm out of my realm here. And they were like, we suggest you get a lawyer because now you're going to play with another lawyer and they need to know how to do it. And you just have to do it. You have to go get one. But after they advised me to get a lawyer, I can't just walk back into court and be like, I'm just a girl in the world.
Okay.
And that it was exhausted in the first couple of months. I think the issue has been that people are thinking that somehow there was money left over from GoFundMe that we're hiding, and it seems to me very transparent that the money went to pay.
If it was transparent, then why does Jennifer have questions?
Bills, again, because as it had been said in the GoFundMe, whatever you want to call it, pitch, that
they did,
that we had serious financial struggles.
Okay.
And it did not, specifically did not say if for medical bills or medical copays. It said
I understand that.
Medical challenges, many of them.
Okay. But wouldn't you agree though that by mentioning all of Mr. Owens' medical ailments, the implication was that was going to be the money was needed to help fund health and medical expenses?
Exactly.
Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Oh my
No.
God.
Okay.
The ability to lie when you have it blatantly in your face. Then if it wasn't for his medical stuff, then why did you put that on there? Why did you put almost two, let's see, that's one paragraph, and it's all about Ron. It has nothing to do with you. It's all about him and his medical issues.
That's fine. That's enough. You don't need to explain. You don't need to explain. It was a simple yes or no question. So you don't agree that the implication from your GoFundMe donation request that the money was going to be used for medical and health bills. You don't agree.
No, it was an update for his listeners, his followers, his supporters.
Shut up. No, it was not. Today, Ron is facing profound challenges. After living with this, blah, blah, blah. The medical struggles have taken a toll, both physically and financially, on the man who has been a pillar of strength for so many. If Ron's voice has ever brought you comfort, whatever, donate. This didn't say anything about Jan. This didn't say anything about Laura. It didn't say anything about Sarah. It talked about Ron, his medical struggles, and how they have impacted you financially.
Loyal with him over 46 years.
Hold on, Miss Owens. Miss Owens, I'm going to have everybody on the phone right now who's on here check their phone and make sure it's on mute. This is a recurring problem, and I'm not sure.
That's a problem. And also, too, like, if it's anybody from JFC, it's going to make people look so bad. Please, if you, I don't, if somebody asked me if I wanted the number, and I'm like, no, I don't want to be anywhere near this.
Might have to, like, stop the meeting and have this and ask that we do this meeting not in a public forum, because this is interrupting whoever is on the line. I know we have a lot of people on the line, but if you are not Mr. Owens or Miss Naylor, your phone must be muted. I am not going to keep doing this. I understand that there's public interest in this hearing, but you cannot have your phone on not on mute. You are interrupting this hearing, this proceeding. So please, everybody who's on this phone call right now, check your phones and make sure that it's on mute. Please. Okay, we're going to have to, if this happens a couple of more times, then I'm going to continue this, and I'm going to ask that instead you have you come in and we'll do a 2004 examination, and that will be private. I cannot keep dealing with these interruptions through people failing to keep their phones muted. Okay, so
if I got on one of these calls and my phone was unmuted or I messed something up and I would shrivel up and die.
Let me just ask you, and to be clear, you would agree that payments to a Macy's credit card would not in any way alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles, right? You would admit that pretty obvious fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. You say that the wording said that it was financial struggles. Did you ever state in any responses to donations or any public statements that the funds were being used for things like your Macy's bill?
Absolutely not, because they were not. In my view, those were expenses that were being covered by our pension and Social Security.
But you'll agree that according to your accounting of the GoFundMe funds, you state that some of the funds were used for Macy's.
Again, that was, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one. I have explained how I interpreted it. My effort was to be transparent about absolutely everything we had paid out of all of our accounts. There was no intent to hide anything. And, like a lot of people, we had a Macy's bill.
Right. So I understand. So what you're saying is that when you did this accounting, you understood that the accounting of the GoFundMe funds was a request to determine how you used the $132,000 approximate amount of GoFundMe funds, right? That's what you understood it to be?
Yes.
Yes. And you didn't think it was a request to show the U.S. trustee just itemize all the payments that came out of all of your accounts over an 18-month period, correct?
No, I actually did think that was it, and that the GoFundMe was part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I did think that you.
So
transparency, and
okay,
was part of it.
So you're saying that you believed that when you were told by the judge is the one that ordered you to provide this accounting of the GoFundMe funds. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And now if I submit this accounting that you provided to me and I say, Judge, this was the accounting that was provided to me by the debtors, are you going to deny that what you put in here was an itemization of how you used the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds? Will you deny that?
I am not attempting to deny anything. I'm trying to be very transparent. Again, we had other funds that came into our main.
You don't have to repeat
account.
yourself. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you because we are going to be here for hours and hours if you keep repeating yourself because you're just not answering my question. I'm going to ask one more thing about this. You said that you believed that the accounting of the GoFundMe funds was intended to give the U.S. trustee an itemization of all of the disbursements out of all of your accounts over the 18-month period. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding.
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Oh, God.
Can you phrase that again?
Sure. A few moments ago. Well, actually, why don't you just tell me in your own words? What did you believe that when the court ordered you to provide the U.S. trustee with an accounting of the GoFundMe funds, what in your mind did you think you were required to produce to the U.S. trustee?
My understanding, my interpretation was not.
It's not up for interpretation. It's not.
Not that the court just wanted the GoFundMe. My interpretation of that was that they wanted everything. And so that's why I attempted to give everything and why I told the judge whenever it was when we had the status conference, when I said that we had turned over voluminous statements because I wanted to be very
like voluminous terabitties of evidence against your daughter.
Transparent. I didn't want to hide anything, and I did not think that the judge was specifically just asking for GoFundMe. I thought
no, they were asking about everything. So where is everything? If you had everything, we would not be asking all these questions.
She was asking really for everything and to be transparent on everything. So that was what, I wanted to do.
Well, then I'm going to take a break. I want you to go get the accounting of GoFundMe funds that you sent me. I'd like to do that because I need to understand. That's what you're saying. So according to what you're saying, what you provided me was an itemization of all disbursements out of all 8 bank accounts over an 18-month period. Is that what you're suggesting to me?
I'm saying we gave you the
also, yeah, it's your job to comply with the orders of the court, not to decide what you thought it was. Also, you are the one bringing it to the court. It is your responsibility to bring, you have the burden on you of proving all of this so that they can do what they need to do so you can file Chapter 11 bankruptcy and everything can happen after that. Why would you not give them everything?
Statements, we gave everything that we thought would be, an issue, everything that you might want to see. And as I say, what I had done when I had initially looked at the transfers from my husband's account that the GoFundMe money had gone into our main account, I thought it was very clear as to what had come in and what had gone out, and that it was basically exhausted after the first couple of months. So that was my interpretation. And as I say, we can look at the GoFundMe. I can I stand by what we submitted to you, and you know, as I say, I put the stuff together as fast as I could, as thorough as I could, and as transparent as I could. So
It wasn't as fast as you could because you had a lot of time to put it together. It was when she found it and you were shocked that she found it because you didn't think she was going to look into it.
Okay.
If you want to get the nuts and bolts on the GoFundMe, I can. You know, I think that you know there are people on the line who are.
All right, enough. I can't, Miss Naylor. No, I'm not going to allow you to use this as a platform to just start going off. No, stop. I had asked a very specific question. I want to at least have you admit that you provided me with a document that you titled "Accounting of GoFundMe Funds." Will you admit that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Of course.
And among the other items that you list is that you used funds to pay for ADT home security, correct?
Correct.
And was that something that helped alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles?
We have had threats on our life.
The answer is yes or no. Did that alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles by using GoFundMe
Wait a
funds
second,
to pay
time out.
for
You put a
ADT
security
home
system?
security
Wait, time out. You put a security system on a house you're not going to keep? Guys, I'm bad with money, okay? I'm really bad with money, and I like buying gadgets. You put a security system on a house you're not going to keep? So are you just going to like put the security system on Ron when you guys lose the house so he can just walk around with the security system to keep him safe?
Well, we have a medical alarm on there, yes, so that if we need to contact medical services, we can contact them through the ADT system, yes. And in fact, night before last, I had to.
Okay, I don't need to know about the night before last. That's okay. Please try not to deviate. Because we will be here all day. Also, among the items that you listed is that there was significant amount of money paid to life insurance from the GoFundMe funds. Is that correct?
If that was to catch up again on the life insurance is pretty important.
Well, life insurance is not important currently for your day-to-day existence, correct?
Well, you're correct in that, but
listen,
if something were to happen.
I've been paying life insurance for the past 30 years. I've been waiting every day. I wake up. I put my fingers under his nose, and I'm like, damn. Ron Owens lives to see another day. Big tip. I'm so scared right now. I don't know what to do. I'm scared.
My husband, and we needed, and there were a life insurance payout. It would help to pay for living expenses. So yeah, I think in a certain way it is important. And again, it's been a 30-year payment that we don't want to lapse. That he doesn't want to lapse, correct?
Yeah. If one of my illnesses determines.
I cannot understand you, Mr. Owens. You have to enunciate better or step away from the phone. It's very muffled.
Yeah, I let my wife talk. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear what you have to say. I'd like to hear from Mr. Owens. I just couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like he was on top of the phone.
Yeah. When I'm sitting here, I'm trying to absorb it as best I can. I've got a lot of really painful issues going on right now. But what I'm trying to say is you can take anything that we've given to anybody and then just say, is this really count or this doesn't count? The point is, we are as transparent as possible. We don't have some kind of a fund in the I don't know, in Costa Rica or something like that. we're not doing. We have nothing to hide.
My order ring says stressed.
Everything we're doing is trying to give you exactly what you've asked us to do.
Okay. All right. So now let me. I want to talk about. You keep mentioning your pension and Social Security income, and in fact, over an 18-month period, you had about. Actually, not about. Because I have all of your bank statements, and I was able to calculate. You had $378,600 of income from pension and Social Security alone. Correct?
Okay, wait. What? I need to hear this to make
And
sure
the-
to make sure I got my maths. What happened?
Saying it sounded like he was on top of the phone.
Yeah. When I'm sitting
What
here, I'm
happened to my
trying to
keyboard?
work as best I can. I've got a lot of really painful issues going on right now. But what I'm trying to say is you can take anything
thank you,
that
Cece.
you've given to anybody and then just say, is this really count or this doesn't count? The point is, we are as transparent as possible.
It all
we don't have
counts.
some kind of a fund in the I don't know, in Costa Rica or something like that. We're not doing. We have nothing to hide. Everything we're doing is trying to give you exactly what you've asked us to do.
Okay. All right. So now let me. I want to talk about. You keep mentioning your pension and Social Security income, and in fact, over an 18-month period, you had about. Actually, not about. Because I have all of your bank statements, and I was able to calculate. You had $378,600 of income from pension and Social Security alone.
Oh my God.
Correct?
In 18 months?
Yes.
Yeah, in a year and a half, yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that those funds were not sufficient to cover your regular living expenses.
Well, I again, the statements speak for themselves. You can see what came in and you can see what went.
No, she fucking can't, which is why she's asking the questions. If she could see what was going in and what was coming out, she wouldn't have to ask you the questions. Also, where the fuck does one person spend $400,000 in 18 months? Okay? Where? Macy's? The fuck? Are you kidding? Do you know where I could blow $400,000 in 18 months if it wasn't on a house? I'm genuinely asking because I don't know where I could fucking blow it. I shop at the Dollar General. Maybe I'll just buy 12 of those. What the fuck?
Out.
Well, I'm asking you, you, at the time that you were collecting in an 18-month period, you had income from Social Security and pension of over $21,000 per month at the time that you asked for GoFundMe funds. And you're telling me that even though you had over $21,000 per month in combined income, which was guaranteed income from pension and Social Security, you still
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, as the people down in the swamps of Louisiana like to say.
needed to ask for GoFundMe funds?
Because at that point we had had a lot of expenses that.
What were they? What are these expenses?
We hadn't anticipated, and we also our other sources of income had dried up, and so yeah, we've gotten in a bad situation. You can tell better than I can from looking at the statements.
Yes, I can, and I'll tell you that if you look at daily living expenses, right, and I'm looking at your Schedule Schedule J, and you just filed this, it was docketed yesterday. We're going to look at your Schedule J, and you actually did not properly add up the amounts. Do you have a copy of your amended schedules from yesterday?
Again, I don't have my laptop here. we're doing this not in a room where I have access to that. I thought it was just telephonic.
Is it in the other room? Is it? Where are you?
Okay, well then I might have to have you come in. I'll do the best I can, but it's kind of frustrating that you don't have your own documents in front of you. If we look at just utilities, mortgage, healthcare, groceries, and home maintenance, you would have in excess of $3,000 a month of disposable income.
On groceries? You have $3,000 on groceries? Who are you feeding?
If we
The San Francisco football team?
look at just utilities, mortgage, healthcare, groceries, and home maintenance, you would have in excess of $3,000 a month of disposable income. If you just look at your $20,000 or over $21,000 per month gross income. So
If you look at you said what? Utility, mortgage, and what?
Utilities, mortgage, healthcare, groceries, and home maintenance. The things that I'm taking out, I did a thorough analysis of all of your bank statements, and there were significant transfers to your daughters. That's number one. So in some way, it sounds like the GoFundMe funds were being used. Well, let's just admit this. The GoFundMe funds were commingled with your income from pension and Social Security, correct?
They came in specifically to my husband's account, and the only thing else other than the GoFundMe that comes into that account for him is his Social Security.
Right.
And then we made transfers from his account to our main checking account to disperse for bills that needed to be paid.
All right, I'm going to ask my question again. So, based on what you just said, even though the GoFundMe funds were all going into the 0349 account, which is Mr. Owens' account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those monies were then transferred to other accounts and commingled with the funds in the other accounts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really, once you transferred the GoFundMe funds out of Ronald Owens' 0349 account, there was no way for us to be able to specifically account for how the GoFundMe funds were used, because now it was commingled with your pension and Social Security income as well as business revenue, right?
There was no business revenue coming in at that point.
Well,
if you're talking about when the GoFundMe came in, the main part of the GoFundMe was for I think January and February. I mean, it started in December of 2024, and I think the main part of it came in and went out in January and February, and I don't believe that there was business income coming in at that point on a significant level. I don't believe that it would have been commingled with any business income.
All right. Well, now we're going to turn to that because
no,
that's actually a very false statement. I have your bank accounts, Miss Naylor, and by August 14th of 2025, which was the date you filed your Chapter 13 bankruptcy, the LLCs had received, at that point, over $41,000 of business receipts. You're denying that?
What?
I have your bank accounts, Miss Naylor, and by August 14th of 2025, which was the date you filed your Chapter 13 bankruptcy, the LLCs had received, at that point over $41,000 of business receipts. You're denying that? I mean, it says it on the bank statements.
Yeah, we have somebody at the door. We're gonna say goodbye.
I can't understand you, Mr. Owens. Can't understand you. You gotta back up.
The bell rang, and we had somebody at the door. We've taken care of the problem. So it's back to Jan.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you said that
I have done an audit of your bank statements, all 8 of them. It's thousand. It's like, you gave me like what, 8 accounts for 18 months. Each of them is about 400 pages. So I don't know the math on that, but I think it's over.
Time out. Let's add that. Hold on. Let's add that. So they had, in 18 months, they had 378 plus 41,000 from their business plus 144,000 from the GoFundMe. So Queen Jennifer has found, I need a calculator for this desk. 378 plus 41 plus 144,000, 563,000. 563,000 dollars. Dollars. American. Wait, 561. Hold on. 378 plus 41 plus 144. That's what I put in here. Guys.
3,000 pages of documents. You filed your bankruptcy, your Chapter 13 bankruptcy on August 14th, 2025, correct?
correct.
And by that point, your LLCs in 2025 alone, so we're talking January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025, your LLCs had generated over $41,000 of business receipts. You going to deny that?
No.
Okay, so you just said you just said a few moments ago. You said, "Oh, at that time the businesses weren't making money." So do you want to change your answer to that?
Also, if the businesses were making money, I thought Laura had a job, which was the businesses, but then now she's going to file for indigency because she's broke. So, but she's on those businesses still?
Yeah, because there was money going out. Everything that was coming in was going
Where is it going? Where are you going? Where?
out. I don't think that if you look at I think there's a pretty clear trail too with regards to the LLCs that everything that was coming in was going out. There weren't any surpluses. They were going to pay expenses.
Well, that's funny because I don't see the expenses, business expenses, as you're suggesting. I see a lot of payments to Laura. And to Sarah Owens, there was over $20,000 of payments to your daughter.
$21,000.
What is the time frame on the ones to Sarah?
How the fuck are you in a financial position
didn't you
that
put
you
that
had
in?
no idea when you paid someone $21,000? How? Where and how? I can tell you the last time $500 left my bank account. Okay? All right. Actually, a little bit more than that. Last month, I had to pay $800 for that shit alien that was trying to crawl out of my face. Remember when we all had a little MRSA scare? Yeah. And you're telling me she's like $21,000. What was the time frame? Are you kidding?
Tell me. I mean, you're asking me. You tell me. You just filed yesterday
You were saying that this was in the time period between the GoFundMe
Okay, so this was actually bought for me by my stepmother-in-law. It's a Vera Bradley blanket, and she bought it for me when I was having a baby. And then my baby was a boy, but it didn't matter. And I wrapped him in this anyways, and we still have it. And it's 10 years old now. I love it.
And the Chapter 13 filing, is that what you're saying, that there were $20,000 in payments to Sarah then?
You made payments to, well, no, that I know that you just recently said that you made payments to Sarah within 2 years of this bankruptcy of over $21,000. But all right, let me see how we can.
And those were this year, and those were following the sale of a pony that we had. That was paid to Sarah this year.
You sold Sarah's pony? Sarah had a pony?
Well,
who's Sarah's pony?
The bottom line is, let's just back up.
Is it Nugget?
I just want to focus. We're gonna get away from the GoFundMe fund for a minute.
This questioning is like Littlefinger's death on Game of Thrones. Do you deny that? Oh yeah, and then they're like
When you filed your Chapter 13 bankruptcy case, at that point, you had your LLCs, based on the bank statements, had over $41,000 of business income, correct?
For what time period?
From January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have the figures here, but I'm obviously going with what you're saying for that time period. From
you would.
Me too.
You admit in your amendment that you just filed that for the calendar year 2025, you put in your amended schedules filed yesterday that there were $81,059 worth of business revenue, gross income, in the calendar year 2025. That's what you have on your amended schedule. You're standing by that, correct?
Okay, in all of 2025, 81,000.
I'm reading from your amended schedules. This is your statement.
Tax bag, and I just
that you signed under oath.
Right.
Okay. So I looked at the bank statements and I calculated the amount of income or revenue that had been generated before you filed the Chapter 13 case, which was on August 14th, 2025. And it was roughly $41,000. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
Not at all.
Okay. But yet...
All right, I have to speed this up just a little bit, just for my timing purposes.
Whatever is true.
Okay. But yet, when you filed the Chapter 13 case, you completely failed to disclose any of that business income on your statement of financial affairs that you signed under oath, correct?
I believe that the thinking on that was that we didn't have anything in those accounts at that time, and that was why we did the Chapter 13, that there was no value from those.
No, we're talking about on the statement of financial affairs, you were required to list all gross income from a business for at the time, it would have been 2023, 2024, and for January 1st, 2025 till the date of the Chapter 13 filing. And you said none. And that was false.
Then that was incorrect.
So that was a false statement.
All right.
So you lied.
Well, I think that was a miscommunication between me and the attorney who was filing it. I had explained to him that we did have LLCs and that I felt that it was a personal bankruptcy, and we didn't have anything in those accounts at that time.
Well, the fact of the matter is, it was a false statement, correct?
I don't have that Chapter 13 filing with me right now, and so I don't know what, I can't see it in person, so I can't really say.
Well, I'm telling you, looking at it right now, I'm looking at it. Docket number 1 from case number 25-7596. You were required to list all gross income from operating a business, and you had none. You said there was none. You're going to deny that?
There was none. Because there was none coming in at that time. I think that's what that refers to. There was none coming in at that time, and we were operating at a loss.
Okay, you were required to list all gross income before deductions and exclusions. It specifically says that on the form.
Well, again, the context of it was that there was no income coming in.
Gross income. Well, really, but that's false. Actually, what you're saying is a false statement, Miss Naylor, because I looked at your bank statements and there was over $41,000 of revenue generated by the LLCs from January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025. Are you going to deny that? But that's what the bank statements say.
But I'm saying that as of when we were filing for the bankruptcy, we were operating at a loss on all of those, and we didn't have anything coming in to, that's what I think the context of that was. But again, I don't have the documents in front of me, but that's what, and you can look at the statements. Anytime we had any money coming in at all from the businesses, it was going right out to pay expenses.
What expenses? What?
Going right out.
You understand the term gross income, don't you?
Yes.
And you read these, the forms that you signed under penalty of perjury, did you not?
I had worked with the attorney to, when he had asked me the questions and everything, and yes, I signed them, yes.
Okay, and it specifically says on the form, gross income before deductions and exclusions, right? Isn't that what the form says?
Well, I'm
asking you if that's what all right, that's what the form says, correct?
I don't know. I don't have the form in front of me. Again, I would have to look at the context of it, and I'm trying to explain to you what the context was. That we did not have. Okay.
You seem to have understood what was required to be disclosed when you filed the amendment yesterday, because you did accurately state that in the calendar year 2025, there was total gross income to your businesses of over $81,000. So you understood it yesterday, right?
Yes, but I don't understand it today. That's the problem.
But you didn't understand it earlier, even though you had an attorney earlier?
No, because, again, in the context of where we were when we were filing the Chapter 13, we were not we had to file it because we didn't have income coming in, that we were having losses. We were not profitable.
Listen, we had income coming in, and then there was income, but then there was losses. And sometimes the money comes in, sometimes it goes out. I don't know where it goes. It just it comes and it goes, and it comes in, and then there's losses. And yeah,
we're losing money. It was a drain. So there wasn't any attempt to hide anything. And as I say, we had filed as a personal.
You know what's funny is Jennifer has never, in this whole thing, accused them of hiding or accused them of lying or accused them of not being transparent. Jan has said that all herself. Queen Jennifer has never brought that up. She's never said where, she hasn't even asked them yet. Where is the money? It's just her. It's just Jan who keeps bringing it up. We're not lying. We're trying to be transparent. We're not hiding anything. Nobody's accused you of that yet.
Bankruptcy. And, I was thinking, like I say, at the time, too, that the LLCs were separate.
Well, let me just ask you this. One of the things in the earlier Chapter 13 case, let's just look at, you were supposed to provide the gross income for part of 2025 up through the petition date, for 2024 and for 2023. Okay? Do you recall that?
Okay.
And this case, which was filed May 22nd, 2026, you were also required to provide 2024 income, 2025 income, and income for January 1st until the date that you filed on May 22nd, 2026, correct?
If you say so.
Well, you don't have your schedules. I'm going to ask that you go get your computer or whatever. I mean, you don't have hard copies of your filings in this case?
No, I stopped trying to print everything out a long time ago because
I don't want to know why you stopped printing things out. Please, you're making this longer than it has to be. Can you get?
Please, if I hear your voice one more time, I'm gonna chew on nails.
Can you pull up on your computer while you're on the phone and pull up the documents that you just filed yesterday?
Hang on a second.
We need you to do that because you are sitting here claiming to be ignorant about documents that you've signed and filed, in this case, yesterday under oath.
I'm not claiming to be ignorant about anything.
You're saying that you don't remember, but this is something you filed yesterday. Go get your amended schedules, please.
You were asking me about what had been filed in 2025 in the Chapter 13. That was the last thing you asked me.
No, I was asking you about, I said you had to, in this case, also disclose your gross income for businesses. I just asked you that, and you said if you say so. And I'm not gonna work like that. You need to have the document in front of you that you signed under oath so that I can examine you about it. So
okay. What? So can you just finish the question for me? Can you just finish the question?
Why?
And I can
You're not going to answer it.
Answer it in that way. Just finish your question for me.
Well, yesterday you filed a sworn statement attesting that the gross income of your businesses for 2024 was $40,785. Right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay. Yes.
That same information was not disclosed in your Chapter 13 statements. Would you admit that?
Again, I believe it was because of the LLCs and the differentiating between the LLCs and our personal.
Hey, you guys think I can make this into a noose? it seems sturdy, right? I just you know what I'm saying?
Situation that we were not.
Okay, that I understand. Right, I understand. However, if you look at the question in the Chapter 13 statement, it's the identical question that you answer in the Chapter 11. They are the same exact wording, asking for exactly the same information. In the Chapter 13, you disclosed nothing, and now in your amendment from yesterday, you disclosed over $40,000 of gross business income. They are not. One is true and one is not true. Would you agree? They can't both be true.
Well, the truth lies in the context.
No, the truth lies in the fact that they were both exactly the same question. That's why you need to pull up the documents. There's no context. They are both the same question, Miss Naylor. Item number 4 on the Statement of Financial Affairs is the same exact question that was on the Chapter 13 statements, that is in the Chapter 11 statements. Now, suddenly, you're disclosing over $40,000 of business income for the year 2024 that was never disclosed in the Chapter 13.
But, again, the Chapter 13 was filed in 2025, and the Chapter 11 was filed in 2026, and you're going back to 2024. Let me explain something.
No. I want you, because this is deviating again. No, I don't want you to explain anything. I want you to go get. No. I want you. No. I do not want clarification.
I feel like
I need
it's happening to
clarification.
me. I don't like it. I feel like she's telling me no.
From you, I will tell you. I am getting frustrated with you because you don't have the schedules in front of you. So why I'm going to ask that you pull up, go get your computer, or I don't know if you have a desktop and you and Mr. Owens can move over there, or if you have a laptop that you can put in front of you. But I need for you to pull up docket number 78 that was docketed yesterday in this case, and then I'm going to also ask that you pull up your petition from the Chapter 13. And well, for right now, that's what I want you to do. Can you do that?
I'm wondering about where we can get the petition from the Chapter 13. The point on the 2024 income is that the difference is that I had not, when we filed for Chapter 13, I had not done our taxes for 2024. So I did not have the accurate information for 2024 when we filed for the Chapter 13. And we also felt that we were filing for the LLCs and not.
She is horrifying. Where the fuck are my alerts? I'll kill somebody. Where are my alerts? Where we broke it, guys. Mary, thank you. We've broken it. I'm so scared. I feel like it's happening to me.
For that had nothing to do with our personal situation. So the 2024. So then when we did file the Chapter 11 for this year, I had at that point done the 2024 taxes and had a chance to look more at what the actual income was.
Okay, well then let me ask you that. All right, I understand what you're saying. Now I want to ask you this. If that's the case, when you filed your statement of financial affairs on May 22nd under docket 9 in this case, you also
Dude,
said that
you guys, the way I would be crying. And I'm not somebody like, you can't just be mean to me and make me cry. I don't care about that. I would be sobbing right now.
there was no business income at all. So if you already knew, wait, hold on. According to what you just said, by that point, you knew what the 2024 business income was, but you didn't disclose it when you filed a sworn statement in this case on May 22nd, 2026. Isn't that true? You didn't disclose it.
On May 22nd, we filed the skeleton filing at the very, very last minute. We had thought that we had an attorney who was going to file for us, and he backed out at the very last minute, and so we had to file a skeleton filing and did the very, very bare bones that we could do. And
Jen, you did the bare minimum? Tell me more.
knew that we would be amending it and presumed that we would have an attorney to handle it for us. So that was why there was virtually nothing in the filing from May the 22nd, because it was literally a last minute. May the 22nd was a Friday afternoon before the Memorial Day holiday, and the foreclosure auction for our home was scheduled the Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. So we were in a position where we had to do a very bare bones filing, knowing that we would be amending it and adding the correct figures.
Well, you didn't say that. In response to the question, did you have any income from employment or from operating a business during this year or the 2 previous calendars, you answered in the affirmative no on a sworn statement. You didn't say yes, but I will amend to give the information. You said no, correct? That's what you said.
Well,
yeah, no, is that what you
I'm trying to finish it. I don't have to go get my son till like 4:30, so I'm trying to finish it as fast as possible.
said? Are you going to deny? I'm looking at it right now. You said
and then
no.
I'll be in your premiere.
When you've in docket number 9 filed under penalty of perjury in this case, you said no, there was no income from operating a business during 2026 or the 2 previous calendar years. And that would have been that was a false statement, correct?
And that was what was on May 22nd?
Yes.
Well, that was the skeleton filing that
I understand. No need to repeat. But I'm going to ask you this. It's still a false statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't indicate, we're going to amend this. You just said no, there was no business income.
Well, that was a mistake. That was a mistake on my part. And as I say, we were racing to get it down to your building because we had been under the impression that it could be filed electronically.
Okay, I don't need to know. That's fine. Okay. However, I do want to point out that if you look at item number 5 on docket number 9 filed in this case, you actually say that the gross income from business for 2026 was $12,500. Now, where'd you come up with that figure?
You hear that ambulance in the background? They're coming to get me. So I'm about to die.
Here was because we had leased a pony earlier in the year.
More ponies.
Well, we know that, and you're talking about the lease for Frosted Flakes?
Yes.
And so you said...
Don't worry, Jan, I'm so broke I lease my Frosted Flakes too.
Business income that you list here on docket number 9 was only $12,500, and you say that that's based on the lease of the pony Frosted Flakes. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is that you were actually paid $25,000 for the Frosted Flakes lease on February 27, 26. So it wasn't $12,500, it was actually $25,000, right?
See a number, any number at this point.
The reason that we stated it as $12,500 was because it is for a year-long lease, and I believe we were interpreting the.
It's not funny. also me if Queen Jennifer was like, "Where's your money?"
Correct. And the reason that we stated it as 12,500 was because it is for a year-long lease, and I believe we were interpreting the income that up until that point as it being 50%. So in other words, it was, half a year had gone by, and so half a year was 12,000.
Do you know what gross income is?
The income 100, and the reason that we stated it as 12,500 was because it is for a year-long lease, and I believe we were interpreting the income that up until that point as it being 50%. So in other words, it was, half a year had gone by, and so half a year was 12,500.
Okay. But you did not include any other income for 2026 besides this 12,500 on your original Chapter 11 Statement of Financial Affairs, correct?
Correct. And outside of the pension and Social Security income, that's basically the case. There have been some contributions to the GoFundMe this year. I think it would be under $1,000 for 2026 because it has remained up there. There would be the pony lease, the Social Security and pension income for 2026. Some like I say, under $1,000 for the GoFundMe. And
let's back up. Let's back up. Okay, let me back up. When you filed the Chapter 13 case, you never disclosed the GoFundMe funds, did you?
No, we didn't. Again, it was my understanding at that point that those were the GoFundMe is considered exempt, and it's considered more like a gift as opposed to income. And again,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a gift. It can still be income, money in. Oh,
had all been, the majority of it had been already exhausted, 6 or 8 months before, I guess 6 months before the filing of the Chapter 13.
If that's your understanding, why did you disclose it on the filing yesterday?
Because of the fact that the folks online had brought it up, and they brought it up to the judge, and the judge had asked about it, and we have wanted to be transparent about it.
So earlier you did not want to be transparent about it?
No, it wasn't a question of not being transparent. It was simply a question of I didn't.
This all makes more sense if we are shirtless while listening. Looking at you, Bacon.
Didn't think that it was necessary. The money had been exhausted, and it was, considered a gift, and I didn't think that it was necessary.
You didn't think it was necessary. Okay.
Thank you, Lo.
I want to quickly ask you, you provided our office with a copy of what is it looks like your 2024 tax return. And
Correct.
Has that been filed with the IRS?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have a signed copy. Is there any reason why you didn't give me a signed copy?
I think I just sent you what I had from H&R Block, who had prepared it.
I just imagine it's that dog with the cone and the little robot. Just like,
are you saying, so I'm sure H&R Block gave you a copy for your own records of your signed and dated copy, did they not?
Also, she said that she had it before they brought it up.
I can access it online, and that's how I sent it to you. I don't have a printed out copy of it. No.
Well, you're going to have to. I would ask you that you please go back to H&R Block, and I want a copy of the signed and dated return that was actually filed. Okay.
Okay. So the one that we sent you from their portal is not signed and dated?
No, it is not. Okay, so go and get that from H&R Block. And in the meantime, when I looked at your 2024 tax return, and you had H&R Block assisting you with that, correct?
Correct.
So presumably they knew what they were doing when it came to understanding what gross income is and that sort of thing.
Yes, I was working with a preparer that I had not worked with before. And I was working over the telephone with them in several sessions.
Okay, so the 2024 tax return shows, let me back up. On your most recent amendment to the schedules, you claim under oath that gross business income for 2024 was $40,785, correct?
Again, I don't have the return here, so I'm relying on you to, yeah.
That's not the return I'm referring to. I'm referring to your schedules that were filed yesterday, that were docketed yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Do you have that copy up now or no?
No, I don't.
I think we're going to have you come in for a deposition, ma'am, because this just isn't working. I wanted this to work where I could just go through the questions. I thought you would be more cooperative in terms of, admitting to the things that you signed under oath. But, you sitting there saying I don't have a copy of it in front of me is just not going to work. We can have you sit in front of me and I'll put these documents in front of you. Your recollection, though, is it not that you said that for 2024, you realized gross income of over $40,000 from your businesses? That's what you attested to under oath in the amendment that was docketed yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Well, your tax return claims that your total gross business income was just about $6,000. Are you aware of that?
I'm wondering whether you're looking at the after expenses.
No, let's back up. You had an accountant do your tax return, and I think it's fair for us to presume an accountant understands what gross receipts means. Gross income. So I'm looking at your tax return that you say was already filed. The gross receipts that it indicates for 2024 is only $6,704. That's what you filed with the IRS.
6,000? Oh.
That may be for just one of the businesses. I'm not sure.
Soko, just tell him bankruptcy. I'm laughing hysterically about bankruptcy.
I had looked at it and I looked it over twice and it seemed okay. So I'm not sure.
Well, I'm looking at your tax return. I'm looking at your tax return, and it shows the accountant that assisted you from H&R Block listed statement of profit and loss first for Nobody Told Me, LLC, which realized gross receipts in 2024 of $6,704. Okay? Does that sound about right?
Right, okay.
Okay. Now, the next page on your tax return says Quartet Farms, LLC, and there's 0 for gross receipts in your tax return. The next page, you also have Lizmax, and that has no income. So let me ask you, where did you come up with this figure in the amendment that was filed yesterday showing $40,000 of gross receipts?
I made it up, silly.
And this is for 2024?
Yes.
Okay, the 6,704 for Nobody Told Me is, I'm sure, from the, whatever you call it, the 1099s that were for that. For Quartet in 2024, again, I would have to look at my records, but we were running at a loss. And
I understand. Miss Naylor, you keep trying to disregard my emphasis on gross income. I asked you earlier, do you understand what gross income means? Do you understand what that means?
Yes, I do.
Oh, wait, hold on. So what is your understanding of gross income means that it's the total receipts that the business gets before paying out any bills, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you keep talking about how you were operating at a loss. It doesn't matter if the business is operating at a loss. Gross income is the revenue that was generated. And you deviated again because my question was, you attested under oath in the filing yesterday that your gross business income for the year 2024 was $40,785. That's what you attested to in the filing yesterday, correct?
Yes.
But that seems to contradict your 2024 tax return that only claims about $6,000 of gross income. They are inconsistent. Can you explain that to me?
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm explaining to you that the nobody told me income, the $6,704, must be from 1099s that we received for nobody told me. For Quartet, I don't believe we had any sales or income for 2024, any gross income. I don't believe we did because we were running at a loss. As far
It
as
doesn't
Liz
matter if you believe. It's just what the papers say.
is concerned, we would have had, and I know that I had given the tax preparer the details on the revenue that we had gotten from LizMax, because we did have rental income from LizMax, and so I'm not sure how she interpreted that or whether that was a mistake in her.
Okay, you want to say, so you're saying the accountant made a mistake, like the lawyers in the past?
Oop.
Is that what you're saying?
Oop.
I'm saying that I had given her the information that there was no attempt to hide any income whatsoever because...
Well, then answer my question. You keep not answering my question. How did you come up with the figure of $40,785 of gross income from business that was filed yesterday? Where did you get that figure from? You tell me how you calculated it.
I'm sure that is from the nobody told me income. It is from the LizMax income from whatever rental we had gotten from that. And if there was any income for Quartet, but again, I don't believe that there was. So I believe that it's correct to say that there was zero income for Quartet. And as far as LizMax is concerned, I'm going to have to go back and check and see because I know that I had given the accountant the information on the rental income that we did have from LizMax. So why it didn't translate, I think perhaps it didn't translate because we had massive losses from that. But I'm saying...
Money comes in. Money goes out. You have papers. It's not you don't have to translate anything.
What we had given to you in the docket with regards to $40,000 in business income in 2024, I'm sure is accurate.
Okay, so you're saying that your federally filed tax returns are inaccurate.
No, I'm saying I need to look at how she calculated that.
Well, there's an itemization of gross receipts, and it says zero for LizMax and for Quartet, and it only says $6,700 for nobody told me.
I think maybe she was in putting that in there that maybe she was saying that we hadn't gotten any 1099s for LizMax or for Quartet, any documented government stuff that would. I'll have to look because I do know that I gave her that information and she may have put it, elsewhere. I mean, we didn't have any W-2s or 1099s or anything like that would have been associated with LizMax or Quartet on the 2024 income tax. That would have only been for nobody told me.
All you had to do is look at the bank statements to see the gross revenue, correct?
No, not.
Oh my God!
I looked at the bank statements and I was able to calculate the gross income of each of the entities for the 18-month period for which you gave me the bank statements. In any event, this is something that I'm going to have to pursue in a deposition with you because, again, I need you to have these documents in front of you. One of the things that you did finally admit to in your recent filing is that you are paying the living expenses of your daughter, Laura Owens, correct?
Correct.
And you state in Schedule J that your monthly expenses for her, and you refer to her as a dependent, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you say...
So she's a dependent.
Well, where did you put this? Let me see. Hold on.
She's a dependent, friends. She's a dependent.
1 second. Okay, let me just go...
Please roll by the U.S. Attorney, Jen.
Excuse me, who is that? You, Miss Miller, speaking?
Not me.
Not me.
Somebody just again. Okay, I am looking at your statement of financial affairs that was docketed yesterday, and it says that you have for between 2024 and 2025 that you gave gifts to Laura Owens in the total amount of $19,608. Correct?
That I gave what to her?
You gave gifts through ongoing monthly support to your daughter, Laura Owens, of $19,608.
Okay.
That's what you said in your sworn statement, correct?
Why is that a question? You don't know how much you pay for your daughter every month?
Correct, yes. I couldn't understand what you had said.
Yes, low.
Correct.
Okay, well, tell me how you calculated that amount.
Because it's under $2,000, and if she makes $2,000 or more, then she can't file for indigency in her criminal case where she has 14 felony counts, a lot of them for fraud. So I had to make a number that was under that, so that she couldn't, so she could get what she wants.
From the fact that we pay for her car.
No, I need to know specifically how you came up with that number. I don't need generalities. I want to know specifically how you came up with the amount $19,608. What does that include for the period 2024 to 2025?
It was the most we could give her so that she could get things from the state.
It includes clothing. It includes food. It includes whatever the housing would be. It includes the car, the insurance. It includes the basic, life necessities.
And why can't she get those herself?
Well, I know what you're telling me it includes, but how did you calculate it? Like, what amount did you attribute for that 2-year period to food?
Best guess estimates,
well, you came up with this figure recently, and you came up with a very specific figure of $19,608 or whatever it was. Let me go back there. $19,608. That's a very specific amount, Ms. Naylor, and I want to know how you calculated it. Do you have an itemization somewhere that you wrote down, like what it was that you included in that as gifts to your daughter?
I was ballparking it.
You ballpark?
Pear Pit, you're not doing enough. I'm going to need you to start gifting me $1,900 a month. That's what I'm going to require. In order for you to get that Mommy of the Mug year at the end of this year, I want $19K. No, $1.9K a month. A month. I want gifts.
The number and said $19,608 for a ballpark figure?
Well, again, if you're talking about day-to-day living expenses and having to go back.
No, I'm asking you, you just said that you ballparked a figure. If you're going to ballpark a figure, wouldn't it be a round number? You said $19,608. That's a very specific number. How did you ballpark a figure at $19,608?
Just, again, looking at basically like the cost of the car, the cost of the insurance, the estimated, living things. I mean, just what she would have been entitled to. I don't run a calculator and keep track of everything. I was trying to estimate that this is.
So you gave an amount of $19,608 for as a ballpark figure. Is that you just came up with that out of nowhere? Just a made up figure?
Again, no, it's not. It's not a made up figure. It's of estimates that I figured, were accurate.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. This was supposed to cover the period, according to your own sworn statement here, for 2024 through 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you say that included amounts that you were funding for her car and car insurance?
Correct.
Well,
because we also share we share the car with her.
Well, whose name is the car in? Whose name is the car in?
The car is in her name.
Okay, so I just calculated if you take the amount of the car payments and the car insurance payments for a 2-year period, that's over $25,000. So clearly, the figure that you gave for gifts is understated, wouldn't you say?
Well, again, I would say that part of that car expense and that insurance expense is used by us. And I would also mention the fact that the car and insurance costs have recently really soared compared to what they were in 2024 and 2025 because of the bankruptcy situation. The car costs soared, as did the insurance.
Let me ask you. You're claiming that you're claiming you have some kind of equitable interest in the car. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that we use the car. That my husband and I use the car.
Well, you use the car, but do you claim that you have any kind of interest in that vehicle?
We pay the expense for it.
I'm asking if you claim any interest in the car.
Actually, they corrected me. It's only $1,600 a month. So that's what I want. Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Owens, do you claim any interest in that vehicle?
I haven't ever even thought about it.
Well, I mean, think about it now. Do you claim any type of equitable interest in any entitlement to that car? Yes or no?
I
need a yes or no answer. You either do claim that you have some kind of ownership or equitable interest in the lease, or you claim that you do not. Which is it?
Well, I think that legally, since my name and my husband's name are not on it, I would think that legally, no, we don't. But from a practical standpoint, we pay for it. So,
well, you pay for it as a gift to your daughter, you said. That's what you included in the gifts that you listed on the Statement of Financial Affairs, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, let me ask you, when you put down in the amount of, and I guess what I'm going to have to do is ask you formally for documents, and I'm going to be asking for copies of all the insurance between 2024 through today, so I can see it precisely. I mean, you're claiming that it soared, that all of a sudden it's a much higher amount. But I want to know how much you have been paying exactly on insurance and the vehicle lease, so we can figure out how you came up with this $19,000 gift figure. But I'm wondering, does that figure include the $3,500 of payments you made to your daughter's criminal defense attorney in July of 2025?
Does the 19,000
silence? The silence.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
$1,000 include that?
Yep.
The $19,000 was just in terms of basic, expenses.
Okay, so your bank records reflect that on July 9th, 2025, you paid $1,500 to Josh Colesrud. Then on July 10th, 2025, you paid $1,500 to Josh Colesrud. And on July 11th, 2025, you paid $500 to Josh Colesrud. So that's a total of $3,500 to Josh Colesrud, who was your daughter's criminal defense attorney at one point. Is that correct?
What?
Correct.
So why didn't you include that in? Was that when you paid that money? Was that a gift to your daughter?
It wasn't something I was thinking of one way or the other. It was a legal expense.
Well, it wasn't your legal expense. It was your daughter's legal expense, right?
Because your daughter's a criminal. Your daughter is a criminal.
Correct.
So why isn't that included among the amount that you gifted to your daughter on your sworn statements?
Again, because I don't really consider that a gift. I consider that
all the above.
legal expense.
Of your daughter, correct?
Well,
you're going to claim. Wait a minute. Just stop. Are you going to sit here and claim that the attorney payments to your daughter's attorney, Mr. Colesrud, was anything for you other than a payment for your daughter's criminal defense? That was for her criminal defense. He was her lawyer, not your lawyer, right?
Well, part of our family businesses, including our podcast, Nobody Told Me, and that she was a part of. So I think that helping her defend herself on that helps the family overall and the family businesses overall. I mean, that's so. I think that it's not something that you can just say, oh, that's just to help her. That it needs to be done for the family reputation as well.
Okay, so you're going to deny that the money that you paid...
Bitch, I ain't paying no amount of money in the thousands for this family's reputation. Nope. Bye. You can talk all the shit you want about me. I don't need to save my reputation. Nope. Bye.
Your daughter's criminal defense attorney were gifts to her?
Well, I'm
asking you if you're denying that. Either you admit that they were gifts or you don't. Yes or no? Just tell me yes or no. If you don't think they were gifts, say, I know I don't think they were gifts. If you do believe they were gifts...
I'm saying I don't see it as a gift. I see it as an expense for the reputation of the family.
Okay.
And our ability to go forward.
It's for the reputation of the family, dear.
With regard to some of the businesses that we've had.
Well, is the Nobody Told Me COD podcast still ongoing?
It's still available online, and we are still making some income from it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Did you put
I
those on your
understand
sheet?
that you currently hold $7,000 in cashier checks that were not previously disclosed when you first filed this case on May 22nd. Is that correct?
I did not hold the $7,000 in cashier's checks on May 22nd. I just recently took those out.
Why did you take out $7,000 of cashier's checks since filing this case? And you took it out of what, your bank account that you had at the time of the bankruptcy filing?
Yes, I took it out. It was because we did not set up the debtor in possession accounts. And we didn't do those because we had early on realized that we wanted to dismiss this. And the money that goes into our accounts is Social Security and pension income. And going forward, because we weren't continuing with the Chapter 11, it didn't seem to make sense to set up the DIP accounts. And also my understanding was that I really would need an attorney to go with me to set up those accounts. And as we previously discussed, we were unable to find counsel for that. So I didn't know whether that was actually going to be required of me since we have filed for dismissal. So I wanted to protect the money that had been in those accounts and to take it out as cashier's checks that I have on hand. If it were to be required that I set up the DIP accounts, I wanted to have that cash available, or the money available to deposit if need be.
All right. So what account did you take those $7,000 of cashier checks out of?
That was taken out of our main checking account, 0140. I believe it all came out of that account.
And what was the source of the cashier's checks? Who issued those to you?
Bank of America.
Well, let me ask you. When I'm looking at the time that you filed this case on May 22nd, you said that there was only $100 in the Bank of America account ending 0140. So was that false?
No, that was true.
So then when did that $7,000 go into the account 0140?
On July 1st, it was we get our pension checks on the 1st of the month, and so there were that's what it had come from the monthly deposits.
But it doesn't. Your pension checks don't come out to be a round number of $7,000. So I don't understand. Like how many cashier's checks do you have?
I have one for $1,000 and one for $6,000.
Okay, and you got the cashier's checks drawn from your own account that held $7,000 in it.
It held more money than that in it, but that money was being used to pay for day-to-day living expenses, and we had an automatic withdrawal coming up for the car insurance, and so I did not close those accounts, but took the majority of what was in there out, so that again, if I were required to do the debtor in possession accounts, I would have the funds to do it.
Okay. I'll have to see. I mean, you're not to spend that money. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Joke's on you. I already spent it.
Okay. At this point, you have to be mindful of the fact that you're in bankruptcy and you can't be like taking money out of accounts and then hiding it like that. Maybe you should.
Right, and that's why I had it. That's deliberately why I had it in cashier's checks, so that it would be very clear that I wasn't attempting to hide it.
Okay, well, maybe you should just deposit it back in there. I don't know what's going to happen with the dismissal. I know that we have a hearing on the 27th. If the judge at that point, I think what you need to do is put it back into your account is what I think you need to do.
Well, would it be possible for me to set up a different account, because I had gotten notified by Bank of America that as of August 10th, they are closing our business account for Quartet Farms, and I'm concerned that they might close the other accounts that could I open would I have your permission to open an account with a credit union and deposit that money in the credit union account?
What I'm going to say is this. I think that you are currently in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy that has not been dismissed, and therefore your obligation is to open up a debtor in possession account, and that's what you should be doing. That's all I'm going to say. You have to determine for yourself. I can't give you legal advice, but that has been your obligation since the day you filed this case, that you were required to open a debtor in possession account, and you have not. So I'll just leave it at that. So are you still supporting your daughter, Laura Owens?
Yes.
And does she earn any income on her own?
She has been unable to.
Well,
Why?
my answer is, that's
why? Why?
Just listen to my question. Does your daughter earn any income of her own currently? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So I understand just from public information that your daughter has a private criminal defense attorney currently, correct?
Correct.
Are you paying for that attorney?
No.
Who's paying for that?
I don't know. I have not.
Shut up! You don't know who's paying for your daughter's attorney?
Address this with her. She knows that we don't have the funds to pay her, and I know she's been.
You have no idea how your attorney. You have no idea how your daughter who lives with you.
So criminal lawyer is business expenses, dollar is commingled with person. Ron knows Clayton.
Yeah, that's true. It's commingled. Ron would owe, in my opinion, Ron would owe Clayton. I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand. Thank you for that super. But that's a great point.
And who completely relies on you for all of her support is paying for a criminal defense attorney for pending felony counts against her? Is that what you're telling me? You have no idea? Is that what you're saying?
I know that she has been working to. Pardon me?
I'm asking if that's what you're expecting me.
Go
ahead.
I'm telling you, she knows that we don't have the funds to help her at this point.
Okay, but this is Tootsie Tidbits. Great point. Your daughter, who you claim is a dependent, you don't know who pays for a criminal defense attorney. You have no idea. None. She lives in your house. She's disabled. She's autistic. She's not allowed to go out ever. And you who are paying her, who are keeping her in that home, have no idea. Great point.
And so she has, reached out to others to help her with this.
So
and the details of it, I don't know.
So you have no idea how your daughter's paying for her current criminal defense attorney. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying.
No, is that what you're saying?
I
Either you do not know or you do know. Do you know?
I'm saying we told her we can't help her with it, and I know that.
That's not what you. That's all right. That's not what she asked you. That's not what she asked you.
She has reached out to others to help her, and I don't know the details.
Okay, so you're expecting me to believe that the daughter that you support fully and who lives with you has not told you how she's able to pay for her criminal defense attorney currently. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
all right.
36.
Okay.
30.
All right, let's move on. One of the things that you put in the Schedule I that you just filed, all of a sudden you decided to disclose that you get income from this Nobody Told Me podcast, and you had never previously disclosed that in your prior Chapter 13 or your original Chapter 11 schedules, correct?
Correct, because again, it was an LLC, and it has been absolutely decimated.
That's another great point. She tells the most intimate details of her sex life, but I have no idea who her lawyer is.
Okay, I don't, you're saying, you're giving me some reason that doesn't make any sense to me, but all of a sudden, for the first time, you have decided that you were going to disclose that Nobody Told Me generates income to you of $50 per month. That's the first time you've ever disclosed that was on this filing from yesterday, right?
Right.
I make more than you, Jan.
Okay, so let me ask you something. You keep talking about expenses and you say you understand what gross income means. Why didn't you disclose on Schedule I of your documents of your that was filed yesterday? You look at Schedule I, it requires for business income, and Nobody Told Me LLC isn't.
Okay. Truth time. I can be found working the champagne room at the Pink Poodle Thursday, Friday and Saturday nights. Come on by.
What's a pink? I'm about to find out what the Pink Poodle is. Thank you for that, super. Let's go see.
It's a business, correct?
It's a what? I'm sorry, you broke up there.
Nobody Told Me LLC is your business. It's a business.
Correct.
Why didn't you report this $50 of income on item line 8A, which asks for net income from operating a business? Why didn't you do that?
Cocktail lounge.
Because it's so small.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Naylor, you don't get to decide where things go on the forms just because you think it's trivial. You need to fix this, and you need to properly report this on item 8A. And one of the things that you will see is that item 8A requires that you attach a statement for each business showing gross receipts, ordinary and necessary business expenses, and then the total monthly net income. So you need to do that, okay?
Okay.
All right, and I also understand that you failed to pay the fee, the filing fee, for the amendment that was just docketed yesterday. Can you explain why you didn't pay that fee?
Third poll from the left.
I'll be there. I'll be there. All right, but really, I got to get through this because I have actual kids I have to go get.
We did pay the fee.
When did you pay it?
We paid it yesterday. We spoke to Raquel in the.
Okay, but you didn't.
We amended something yesterday and paid it. Paid $34. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that at docket 74, the court or the clerk issued a notice that you failed to pay the fee with respect to this amendment filed at docket 78.
Well, it has been paid.
Okay, well, you're saying it was paid yesterday. Well, okay, I'm just telling you, I'm looking at docket 74 from yesterday that said that the $34 fee was not paid, but now you're saying it was paid?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, one of the things that you failed to include in your amendment was the summary of assets and liabilities. Can you explain to me why you didn't include that required document?
I plead the fifth.
Again, an oversight. Again, I'm not. This is why I have filed to dismiss this, because I'm not an attorney and I don't have the ability, to do this. I know a lot of attorneys don't even handle Chapter 11. They handle 7 and 13, but they don't handle 11 because it is so complicated, and it's clearly way above my pay grade.
Okay, well, you need to file that.
It's all above your pay grade because you're broke.
To move the income from Nobody Told Me up to item 8A, and you need to file a summary of assets and liabilities. Okay?
Okay.
Also, I believe you were required to file a monthly operating report on June 21st for the last month, showing your income and expenses for the last month of May, but you didn't do that. Can you explain why?
Again, because we had filed for dismissal, I was thinking that this would be dismissed and that would not be required.
Okay. Let me ask you, I want to make sure that there aren't other accounts that you previously had that you haven't disclosed. Did you have a Wells Fargo account at some point in the last few years?
Yeah, I did. I had a checking account that I think it had like under, I don't know, it was overdrawn last I heard.
Well, did you close the account?
I believe Wells Fargo closed the account.
Okay, and when do you believe they did that?
Oh, no.
Around the time of the Chapter 13 filing.
Oh, my
I don't have the exact
God.
date,
But you
I
never...
believe that they were listed. I think they were listed as a creditor that I paid them like $218 or something.
Okay, well, they might have been listed as a creditor, but you never listed the account as having been closed within 1 year prior to the bankruptcy. Why not?
Well, again, because I didn't close it, I believe they did.
It doesn't matter.
And I don't know when,
It doesn't matter.
but I don't know.
You
I
were
don't know when they
required,
did or-
let me just tell you, you were required to disclose, let's see, I can give you the exact wording, within 1 year before the bankruptcy, were any financial accounts held in your name or for your benefit closed, sold, moved, or transferred. It doesn't say did you, it say were any accounts closed. And you did not disclose the Wells Fargo account, correct?
Correct.
And that's a false statement because there was an account that was closed in your name.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes, yeah. Again, I never got any notification that they had closed it or anything like that, but whatever you say.
Are you guys sweaty in here?
All right, so you paid between May of 2025 and May of 2026, you made $21,000 of payments to your daughter, Sarah, correct?
Uh-huh.
And yes, I need an actual answer, no noises.
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me what was the purpose of those payments?
Those payments were made, they were reimbursements to her. She is a co-signer on our mortgage, and she had advanced her own funds to keep our HELOC, our basic utilities, and our life insurance, and in some cases food costs paid because we were strapped for cash.
Okay.
And so you had $21,000 to pay her back. Got it.
We had leased out the pony.
Well, let me ask you, can I ask you something? You paid $21,000 to your daughter. Why didn't you take that money and pay it over to the mortgage to prevent the foreclosure?
Right.
Because it wouldn't have done anything to prevent the foreclosure.
Well, it sounds like you're just accepting that there's going to be a foreclosure. Is that fair to say? Because you're not doing anything to try to fix it.
They were going to do it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're not accepting that there's going to be a foreclosure. But as I say, it was clear from the statements that from the communication that we had received from the servicer that $20,000 was not going to be enough to prevent the foreclosure. So it wouldn't have done anything. And
you keep saying that, but if you add up all these amounts, then maybe it would have done something. I mean, you decided to pay your daughter instead of the mortgage on your home that's now in foreclosure. I mean, that's what you did,
the life insurance. Maybe you could have added that to it.
Right?
No, she was a lifeline, and she was a co-signer on that, and she had made some HELOC payments, and that was to, help us with the mortgage as well. And she had advanced her own money, and as I say, that she had been.
I understand why you did it. I understand what you're saying, but the fact of the matter is, you chose to pay over $20,000 to your daughter instead of paying that money over to the mortgagee on the home. You made that choice, correct?
One day, Henrietta. One day.
I'm not asking. I need a yes or no answer. Is that the choice you made? It wasn't a choice that was foisted upon you by someone else. You chose to pay your daughter instead of the mortgage directly, correct? You made that choice. I'm asking you, did you make that choice? Yes or no? No, it's a yes or no question, Miss Naylor. What did you or did you not make the decision to pay your daughter to reimburse her instead of pay the mortgage on your home?
That wouldn't have paid the mortgage on.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking you chose, did you not, to pay your daughter to reimburse her over $20,000 of money instead of paying that money to the mortgagee? Is that right? That's what you did. Just admit that that's what you did, because I don't know how you deny that you made that choice, because that.
How is Laura a lifeline if she's never worked?
That's what you did.
Thank you,
correct?
Chris.
Yes.
Okay.
But again,
there you go. I don't want to hear the explanation. I don't need an explanation. I just wanted you to acknowledge that that's what you did. All right. I don't think. There's a couple of questions, little questions, but I do think we're going to have you come in for a deposition, because I can't have you. You sent me a document that says accounting of GoFundMe funds, and you acknowledge that you sent that to me, right?
Right.
And now you're claiming that you think it was supposed to be an accounting of how all of your money was expended over the 18-month period from January 1st of 2025 through June. That's what you're saying that you intended the accounting to be?
My understanding was that the judge had talked about GoFundMe and that you had talked about GoFundMe as well, but you had brought up these other issues, and the judge did not clarify whether she only had wanted the GoFundMe information. So I wanted to be very transparent.
All of it.
To leave no.
If you're transparent, you give them all of it.
Okay, but the bottom line is you provided me with a document that you titled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I read that to mean that you were going to that what you provided me was an itemization of how you specifically used the $132,000 GoFundMe monies that you received. That's how I interpreted it. Is that wrong that I interpreted it like that?
No.
Okay, so it does, what you provided me shows how you used the money, the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds, correct?
Correct.
And then if you look at it, you say that the total of GoFundMe funds was about $132,000, and you actually give me an itemization of expenditures totaling about $144,000, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So are you now telling me that you're admitting that what you gave me, the $144,000 of itemized expenditures, was what you claim the GoFundMe funds were used for? Is that what you're saying?
There wasn't $144,000 coming into the GoFundMe, so that the $144,000 in expenditures had obviously included other money that had come into our account from pension and Social Security, and was not just GoFundMe.
Okay. So why did you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled $144,000? Why didn't you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled the amount of the GoFundMe funds?
I'm so sorry. Could you start it again? I accidentally hit a button that muted you on
Sure.
my phone.
I'm asking, why did you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled $144,000 and not just give me an itemization of expenditures that corresponded to the total GoFundMe funds?
Because I wanted to be very transparent and show you everything that had come in and gone out in that time period.
Okay.
You know, like I say, we're talking about more money than the GoFundMe received.
And I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you something after having gone through your bank statements, okay? The spending that you and Mr. Owens expended, the total disbursements out of all of your accounts for the time period from December 27th, 2024 through June 25th, 2026, the total disbursements is over $523,000. Did you know that?
That doesn't sound right for a year and a half.
That well, you might not think it sounds right, but that's what all disbursements out of just account 0140 totaled over $523,000. Just out of that one account. So you were not trying to give me transparency of all disbursements because you only told me about $144,000.
But we gave you every statement. Right,
but I'm talking about the accounting you gave me. So I'm trying to figure out what it was you were trying to give me with this accounting. You're claiming you are You're saying that
we were trying to give you the specific GoFundMe in and the GoFundMe out.
But you gave me but now when I ask you about that, you're pointing out that the itemization of expenditures was $144,000 worth of expenditures, which is more than the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds. So I'm trying to figure out why you would provide me with a list of payments in excess of the GoFundMe funds if you were trying to just account for the GoFundMe funds. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't understand it.
I mean, just to show you if there was the commingling or whatever, that you could clearly see, this was GoFundMe, this came into O.
Do you people not understand how expensive DoorDash is?
You better DoorDash me some Pepto-Bismol because I'm going to barf.
349. This then went to 0140, and then it went to pay X, that you could see what had gone out to pay that month.
I'm telling you that clearly you decided to just pick a selecting number because in that time period that covers this accounting that you gave me, there were actually $523,000 of total disbursements from your account 0140. So you have
a year and a half.
Yeah, but that was the account that covered this accounting that you provided me.
Right, and so if you figure our pension and Social Security...
No, wait, back up. I don't want to talk about the income. I'm just talking about the fact that you clearly weren't trying to give me a itemization of all of your expenditures in that time period because it was well in excess of $144,000. So to the extent... I understand that I understand. But here's the thing, Mrs. Naylor or Mrs. Owens. if you were going to just try to itemize or correspond GoFundMe funds and give me an itemization of how those monies were spent, you would have given me an itemization of expenditures that totaled the amount of GoFundMe funds, right? I mean, wouldn't that have been the logical thing to do?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, but you didn't do that. You didn't do that. Instead, you gave me this random number of expenditures, $144,000, right? So it was like $12,000 more than what you needed to account for. And now when I asked you about it, you said, well, I wanted to show you all the expenditures during that entire period. But that can't be true because you had, in just one account, there were over $500,000 of disbursements. So I just want you to be clear about what we're talking about here. And I think what we're going to have to do is get you in for a deposition where I can put these documents in front of you, documents that you signed under oath. You know, we talked about, there were clear contradictions between what you said under oath in the Chapter 13 and what you filed on May 22nd in this case, and then what you filed yesterday. Clear contradictions where they just don't jive. And I know you're trying to say, well, I didn't understand that, but it was the same exact forms and you have totally different answers. So clearly without you sitting in front of me with those documents in front of you, I'm not going to be able to fully and properly examine you on these things. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a Rule 2004 exam. I will send that out and I'm going to ask for additional documentation from you about some of the things we talked about today. So I guess since you're on the line and we're going to conclude the 341, why don't you give me an idea? I mean, we have this hearing on, when is the hearing in this case?
My understanding was that the next hearing, the dismissal hearing on August the 6th.
August the 6th. Okay. That's right. So
you mentioned something on the 27th.
I'm sorry, I was incorrect about that. Yeah, I was incorrect. Sorry.
You're right. It's not my money.
Okay.
It is now the 16th. Can you tell me what your availability is to come into my office face to face and do a deposition?
I got my calendar open.
Let me go and get my calendar. Can you hang on?
Actually, you know what? That's fine. I thought you might know it. Why don't we do this?
Is it
we
with
will
your
conclude this matter,
laptop?
and then you can send me an email and tell me precisely the dates that you're available, and we can go from there. And I'll set it. But I'll have to file my Rule 2004 request.
Okay.
All right. So I think that's it. I mean, there's no creditors on the line, so I am going to conclude this matter, and we will go off the record, and I will wait to hear from you by email about when we can set up your deposition. Okay?
Okay. How long do those usually take, and what date would you like to have it done by?
I think it would be better to have it before the continued hearing. So if we can do it before August 6th, that would be best. So that's number one. Number two, the length of these often depends upon the cooperation of the witness and the witness being candid and forthright. When witnesses try to be evasive and explain away things without answering straightforward questions, typically they are longer. Sort of like this 341 meeting.
Hey!
So I'd like to, have you come in and then we can just kind of go through the documents. I'll have them right in front of you, and then we can try to get to the bottom of this. And at some point, Ms. Naylor and Mr. Owens, you're going to have to acknowledge that there were false statements made. I know you want to try to explain away the false statements, but we know by looking at your various pleadings filed under oath, you can't deny that you previously made false statements under oath. I mean, is that fair to say that you have to admit that there were false statements under oath in your prior pleadings? Will you at least admit that?
Yes. I mean, as I say, a lot of this was lack of understanding or what was actually being asked and what was necessary to file.
Okay. So, but the problem with that explanation is that you had an attorney assisting you in the Chapter 13, so that doesn't really work for the Chapter 13 omissions.
It was a very brief. Well.
Okay, so we'll just leave it at that, and I'll delve into that further at the deposition. We will conclude this matter and go off the record. Okay, I'm off the record, and thank you very much. And I'll wait to hear from you so that we can schedule your exam.
Okay, but just the one thing, I mean, should we plan on an hour, 2 hours? What?
Oh, I would set aside 8 hours because that's what I'm allowed to do.
8 hours?
Well, that's, like I said, Ms. Naylor, it's all going to be dependent upon how you answer questions, right? If you take up a lot of time, pontificating and going off on tangents, then it's going to be long. If you want it, when I ask you a yes or no question and you answer it sincerely and just answer the questions as I ask them, then it'll go quicker. But I am entitled to examine you for up to 8 hours.
Okay. I think my phone may be about to die here.
All right. Well, we're off the record and we're concluding this matter. So I'll wait to hear from you for dates that you're available.
Understand one other thing, please. Some of the answers that I was also trying to give were to...
8 hours? That's like 3 weeks of recording for a TEDx talk.
Well, you better get busy because somebody needs to pay for your lawyer, fake Lo. Oh my God. Why don't you go make a mortgage payment?
Appease the crowd on the line so that they would not be going further into...
Well, that shouldn't color... Your testimony should just be truthful and forthright, and you shouldn't be trying to change what you say or how you testify based on how people perceive it. So that's not really a good excuse for some of the evasiveness I saw here today. I think that one thing I do want to point out is that since you still have that GoFundMe up, you have to understand that while you're in this bankruptcy case, all of those funds become part of the bankruptcy estate. So you cannot, like, you really have to understand that once you filed this bankruptcy petition, you opened up yourself to the entire, mandate of the bankruptcy code and the procedures that you have to follow, right? You can't just file bankruptcy to stop a foreclosure and then do whatever you want. So you have this GoFundMe. If you have funds coming in, those all need to be set aside, and you shouldn't be paying any creditors. You shouldn't be paying anything that is not a necessary living expense for just you and your husband. Do you understand? Great. Did you hear what I said, ma'am?
I did.
Okay. So I want you to be mindful, because if the case gets converted to Chapter 7, any funds that came in while this case was in Chapter 11 will have to be turned over to the Chapter 7 trustee. Okay? I can't understand you. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
I'm sorry.
No, I can't really hear you. Nope.
I'm sorry. All of the funds were gone a year and a half ago.
Well, I'm just talking. Yeah. I'm talking about the fact that the GoFundMe page is still up, so you still might be getting, and I can see, just anybody in the public can see who's donating and when. So if there's money that still comes in, I don't know if people are still donating. If they are, I'm just telling you that money that's coming in from that source, you need to make sure that every dollar that you have of income into your account needs to be accounted for, because you're in bankruptcy now.
Yes.
I just want you to be aware of that.
Yes.
Okay?
Right. So you're saying it might be smart to just close the GoFundMe and then not leave it up there?
I think that's for you to decide. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm a little confused as to why you still have it up when you said you said that it was to get yourself out of debt, so you didn't have to file bankruptcy, but yet you're in bankruptcy anyway. So it seems like it doesn't seem to align with what your stated purpose of the GoFundMe was, but that's for you to decide.
Right. Okay. So just so that I know when we do the other hearing, what specific areas are you wanting to further explore?
Well, clearly we need to sit down with the and look at the schedules you filed in the Chapter 13, the schedules you filed originally in this case, and then the schedules that were docketed yesterday. And we need to go through them. We're going to go through them line by line, and you're going to see, I want you to see the stark difference in the testimony under oath, because it's pretty apparent to me that you made false statements under oath. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that the current amendment filed yesterday is the truth and nothing but the truth. Well, then your prior statements were clearly false. So that's number one. I need to go through those. And I need to go through the accounting with you, because it just doesn't make sense. You were ordered by the court to give me an accounting. It's not even like I asked for it. The court ordered this on the court's own decision. And yet you gave me something that I thought I could rely on. And then today you were kind of all over the place, not really admitting that what you gave me was a true accounting of how you expended the GoFundMe money. So I need to delve into that, because I'm not sure what purpose that was, that you gave me that document, if I couldn't rely on it to constitute an accounting of how you spent the GoFundMe money. And clearly I can't, because one of the items was the Macy's, and you're saying that, no, that was not part of how we used the GoFundMe money, but that's what your accounting says.
Right. But and again, like I say, I was just trying to be able to say that, look, this money had gone out. And, yeah.
Well, I don't know what you were doing, but it's clear that this lacks any reliability, because you're not standing by what it is titled. You're calling it an accounting of GoFundMe funds, but now you're saying that's not what it is. So I don't, that's a little bit frustrating. So I guess what I would ask, and I will inform the court if this isn't done, I would ask that you fix this and give me a proper accounting of exactly how the $132,528.36.
This is the part where mommy puts the phone in the garbage disposal and turns it on.
Of GoFundMe funds was expended.
Okay. But
Thank you,
again,
Will.
just for my own information, please understand, I'm not trying to be contrary or anything like that. But since this was spent long before we filed the Chapter 13, and long before we filed the Chapter 11, I don't understand why the GoFundMe, is pertinent at this point.
Okay, I understand that you don't understand. I don't know what to tell you about that. It is. I just don't know what to tell you about that. I mean, it's relevant. One of the things that actually concerns me is that you misappropriated GoFundMe funds and misled donors, and that opens yourself up to potential claims. So we have to know whether or not the creditor class, whether you've properly identified all potential creditors. Because
in what sense? I mean, again, please, understand, I'm really not trying to be confrontational here. I really don't.
I understand you don't understand, but I think, and maybe for a minute, just think about this. If you look at the posting on the GoFundMe, there's a suggestion that there are funds needed for medical expenses and because you're having financial troubles. And I think that it would be fair to assume, most reasonable people would assume that funds would then be used for paying bills that are necessary for your day-to-day living, paying for food, utilities, phone, groceries, medical things. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that donors would know or expect that GoFundMe money is being used to pay Macy's credit card bills. I don't think so. And I don't think it's reasonable for people who give money through GoFundMe to think that their money is being used to fund life insurance or ADT home security systems. I think that that is something I need to explore because, like I said, there's a potential claim out there, and we need to see it, the extent to which your schedules are accurate in terms of disclosing all potential claimants against you and Mr. Owens. That's just one.
But again, with regard to, like I say, the ADT thing, we have had death threats against us.
Well, that doesn't sound like that comes from the medical issues. It sounds like that might relate to what you call your smear campaign, and that's fine. You might feel like that's necessary, but my point, Ms. Naylor, is that I don't think it's reasonable to put out a call on GoFundMe that talks about your husband's medical ailments and then use that for home security system. That doesn't seem to be the kind of necessity. I mean, you said yourself in the accounting you gave me, you said itemized list of necessities. That's what you referred to it as. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Macy's is a necessity, that life insurance is a necessity, that ADT home is a necessity. I mean, that just goes beyond what I think is reasonable.
Well, the ADT thing also with regard to the medical alert, there's a, sweetie, please don't stand up.
Okay, I understand that you're trying to explain it, but it doesn't make sense to me. So, you're not addressing the Macy's or the life insurance. So the bottom line is that the judge wanted you to give me an accounting of the GoFundMe funds. She ordered it. So I feel that based on the court's order for that document, it is my obligation as a trial attorney for the U.S. trustee to fully examine the accounting. And that's what I was trying to do, but I was stopped because I was not able to fully examine it with you because you're basically denying what it is that you provided to me was an actual itemization of how you used the GoFundMe money. So we're going to have to get to the bottom of that in a setting where I can put in front of you your own documents, and then you could say, well, you're saying that, I don't see it. Well, we won't have that problem if you're in here and I'm putting papers in front of you. So, I mean, that's the best I can offer you in terms of an explanation as to why the GoFundMe is relevant. I mean, clearly the judge thought it was relevant. So if I were you, I would not question it anymore because the judge thought it was relevant enough to order that you provide me an accounting. Okay? Okay, Ms. Naylor? I'm not hearing anything in response.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Okay. I'm assuming that you hung up. I think your phone died. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's it. Then I'm going to hang up. Thank you all for joining us.
Okay. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk straight into my pool and sink all the way down to the bottom is what I'm going to do. Spent. I feel like we all just had a giant orgy and now I'm tired and confused and I want to go lay under my covers. Keep playing it.
And now you know how I feel after Tony Robbins and Netflix.
I do. I'm confused. I don't know.
Schnitzel Ninja.
You said there was more. What's more? Ugh. Ah. I am tired. I am tired. I don't even know. I need a nap and a bath. I didn't realize I was supposed to bring my sweatbands and Gatorade today. So, well, with that being said, we're going to need to let's just sit for a minute.
Emotional damage.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. I've always thought, I'm like, it can't get worse. 6-hour stream is at a record. Yeah, my kids are at camp, so I'm just doing this. Oh my God. Thank you, Schnitzel. And yeah. Man, you know, the more they do this, the more I'm like, oh, she's going to they just double down, all of them. All of them. Just keep doubling down. They don't stop ever. It's insane. Just take the L. Oh my God. Laura, fire up. Oh my God. All right. I gotta go. I gotta rage clean my house. I know All the Best will be premiering, so go show up. Go show them some love. I am exhausted. Please join us at All the Best Research at 5:30 for another listen. Yes, I will put that on. I gotta go. If Mercury was in retrograde and you could hear it, I think that's what it would sound like. It never happens because of them. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. All right. With that being said, I will be here all this week to do very long streams because my kids are in camp. And I will be here with you guys. I'll figure out what we're going to do tomorrow because I don't know how you top that. So, I don't know how you do that. But we'll find something and I will put up a post about going live tomorrow. And I will see you at the same bat time, same bat place. Yeah.
A moment of silence for QJG's last nerve.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh my God. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everybody who joined members and supers and all of that. If you are new here, please subscribe. If you can go under the video and hit the thumbs up or hit the hype button, that would be great too. I will see you guys tomorrow. We did a go to trial at least a couple of times. Good God. Everybody just go get a hug from somebody. Okay. Bye-bye.